आयोजन मैं सम्मानीय मान से अनुरोध करूंगी कि भारतीय संस्कृति भारतीय परंपरा का निर्माण करते हुए सर्वप्रथम अलौकिक प्रकाश पुंज का इस दीप का प्रज्वलन कर आज के इस कार्यक्रम का विधिवत शुभारंभ करने का प्रयास करें। माननीय आदरणीय गोपाल भार्गव जी, आदरणीय शंकर लाल जी, सम्मानीय मंचासी सदस्यों से मेरा सादर अनुरोध कि आपके कर्तव्यों से इस अलौकिक प्रकाश पुंज का प्रज्वलन कर जिस उद्देश्य के साथ ये सेमिनार आयोजित किया गया है उस उद्देश्य को एक नई रोशनी, नई उजाला यह दीप का प्रज्वलन देगा, क्योंकि तमसा नाम ज्योतिर्गमय के भाव के साथ अंधकार को हराने वाले इस दीप का प्रज्वलन निश्चित तौर पर 2 दिवसीय सेमिनार में जो चर्चाएं होंगी, संवाद होगा, उसका एक नया बेड़ा उठाएगा। हमारे सभी सम्मानीय जन द्वारा प्रकाश पुंज का प्रज्वलन इस दीप की हर रात्रि अंधकार को हर उजाले की नई रोशनी का प्रस्तुतियां करेगी और भारतीय संस्कृति भारतीय परंपरा अतिथि देवो भव के भाव को भारत के जनमानस के मानस पटल पर प्रज्वलित और पोषित करती है। भारतीय संस्कृति भारतीय परंपरा का यही एक वर्णीय विचार अतिथि को मान भगवान, स्वागत सत्कार करे मेजबान। और जब हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी महिला सशक्तिकरण पर एक जोर देते हुए समाज में महिला को सशक्त बनाने की दिशा में प्रयासरत हैं, तो आज इसी बात को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हमारे सारे अतिथियों का हम सम्मान हमारी महिला सशक्तिकरण के माध्यम से, महिलाओं के माध्यम से कराने जा रहे हैं। मैं आज के कार्यक्रम की मुख्य अतिथि माननीय गोपाल भार्गव जी का शॉल और भूमि पदक का सम्मान करने के लिए आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ। तेजस्विनी शुक्ला जी असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर हैं, आप आए और हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि परमेश्वर गोपाल भार्गव जी का सम्मान शॉल और बुका भेंट करके करें। तेजस्विनी शुक्ला जी। और अगले कार्यक्रम पर मैं स्मृति गौतम जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि कृपया हम जोरदार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से हमारे अतिथियों का स्वागत सम्मान करें। ये हमारे सम्मान इसलिए का प्रतीक है कि हम सबके मन में स्वागत के भाव उठ रहे हैं। आदरणीय शंकर लाल जी के स्वागत और सम्मान के लिए स्मृति गौतम जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे आए और शॉल और हमारे स्नेह का ये पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट कर उनका स्वागत सम्मान करें। हमारे आदरणीय एससी निगम जी, डीजी एमएसएस मॉ सेक्रेटरी जनरल आईआरसी का स्वागत करने के लिए अनुरोध करूंगी पल्लवी राठौर जी से, जो कि एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर है, वे आए और आदरणीय परमश्री एसके निर्मल सर का, जो एक ऐसे व्यक्तित्व है जिनके जीवन से हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। और मैं पूनम कचौती जो असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर है, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि आदरणीय आरके मेहरा जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आईआरसी एंड सेक्रेटरी एमपी लोक निर्माण विभाग का स्वागत शॉल और हमारे स्नेह के प्रति पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करके करें। हमारी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट गुंजायमान होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये हम सबके स्वागत के भाव को हमारे अतिथि के मानस तक पहुंचाती है। मैं आदरणीय गुरदीप कौर पाटिल जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि आदरणीय नरेंद्र कुमार इंजीनियर इन चीफ एमपीपीडब्ल्यूडी का स्वागत पुष्पगुच्छ और शॉल के माध्यम से करने का कष्ट करें। स्वागत के अगले कार्यक्रम का आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ भूमन जोशी जी, जो कि काउंसिल मेंबर असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर है। आपसे अनुरोध है आदरणीय जीपी मोहरा जी, जो कि प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर है, उनका स्वागत करें। मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ सविता मालवीय जी को कि वे आए। श्रद्धेय महावीर सिंह सिंह मेंबर टेक्निकल एनएचआई का स्वागत शॉल और पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करके करें। सविता माली जी, आप असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर हैं। स्वागत की इसी उपक्रम में आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ दिव्या सिंह, जो कि असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर हैं। वे अगले पायदान पर तैयार हैं। और प्रणव कपूर जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आईआरसी का स्वागत शॉल और हमारे स्नेह का प्रतीक भेंट करके करें। आप MD/MI लिमिटेड भी है, युवा नेतृत्व। अगले पायदान पर आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ आशा कनौज जी को, जो कि असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर है, और आदरणीय BK चौहान सर, चेयरमैन लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी का स्वागत शॉल और हमारा स्नेह का ये पुष्पगुच्छ भेंट करके उनका स्वागत सम्मान कीजिएगा। और शॉल और पुष्पगुच्छ के सम्मान के इस पायदान पर आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ रेशम गामट के असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर, और उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि आदरणीय RK जोशी जी, लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी का स्वागत करने का कष्ट करें। रेशम गामट जी। और हमारे बीच हमारे परमश्रद्धेय माननीय मंत्री महोदय, लोक निर्माण विभाग उपस्थित हैं, और उनके विभाग के द्वारा भी आज इस अवसर की, इस आयोजन की याद सबके मानस पटल पर चिरजीवी रहे। इसलिए मध्य प्रदेश लोक निर्माण विभाग के द्वारा हमारे स्नेह के प्रतीक स्मृति चिन्ह को हम हमारे अतिथियों के घर कमरों तक पहुंचा रहे हैं, ताकि आज की इस आयोजन की याद सदैव उन्हें चिरजीवी रहे। मैं आदरणीय
जो कि DGNSS नॉर्थ सेक्रेटरी जनरल IRC है, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि आज के कार्यक्रम को अपनी गरिमा में उपस्थिति से हमारे लोक निर्माण विभाग के मंत्री आदरणीय गोपाल भार्गव जी को यह स्मृति चिन्ह लोक निर्माण विभाग की ओर से प्रदत्त करने का कष्ट करें। हमारी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट भी स्मृति में एक मुख्य भूमिका अदा करती है। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी लोक निर्माण विभाग के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आदरणीय RK मेहरा सर से कि वे हमारे जनप्रिय लोकप्रिय सांसद, जिन्होंने अपनी कर्मनिष्ठा से एक अनूठी छाप छोड़ी है और इंदौर के विकास को नई गति दी है, आदरणीय शंकर लालवानी जी को यह स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका सम्मान कीजिएगा। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी श्री प्रणव कपूर जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट IRC से, कि हमारे उस व्यक्तित्व का सम्मान करें जिन्होंने अपने जीवन में अपनी कर्मनिष्ठा, कुशल कार्यशैली की छाप छोड़ी। आदरणीय SK निर्मल जी का आप यह स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर सम्मान कीजिएगा। मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूं आदरणीय संजय खांडे जी को, जो कि काउंसिल मेंबर और IRC चीफ इंजीनियर भोपाल हैं, वे आए। और आदरणीय RK मेहरा सर, जो कि वाइस प्रेसिडेंट IRC है और सेक्रेटरी MPPWT को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका सम्मान अभिवादन कीजिएगा। मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूं आदरणीय सीमा प्रभाकर जी को कि वे आए और हमारे आदरणीय नरेंद्र कुमार जी, जो कि इंजीनियर इन चीफ MPPWT है, उन्हें स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका स्वागत सम्मान कीजिएगा। मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी भुवाना जोशी जी, जो कि काउंसिल मेंबर हैं, वे आए और हमारे प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर GP मेहरा जी का स्मृति चिन्ह देकर सम्मान करें। भुवाना जोशी जी से अनुरोध, GP मेहरा सर, जो कि प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर हैं, उन्हें स्मृति चिन्ह देकर उनका सम्मान करें। और मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूं आदरणीय विवेक जायसवाल जी को, CGM NRO NHI भोपाल को, वे आए और आदरणीय महावीर सिंह मेंबर टेक्निकल NHI जी का स्वागत करें। आदरणीय विवेक जायसवाल सर, उनसे मेरा अनुरोध कि परम श्रद्धेय महावीर सिंह जी मेंबर टेक्निकल NHI का स्मृति चिन्ह देकर स्वागत सम्मान कीजिएगा। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी नेहा गुप्ता जी से कि वे आए और हमारे IRC के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट प्रणव कपूर जी का स्मृति चिन्ह देकर सम्मान करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी आदरणीय पल्लवी राठौड़ जी से कि वे आएं और आदरणीय बीके चौहान जी चेयरमैन कमेटी जी का स्मृति चिन्ह देकर सम्मान करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी शानुल सक्सेना जी से कि वे आएं और आदरणीय आर.के. जोशी जी लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी के सेक्रेटरी का ये स्मृति चिन्ह देकर सम्मान स्वागत कीजिएगा। ये थे हमारे लोक निर्माण विभाग के स्मृति चिन्ह जो कि हमारे आज के इस आयोजन की याद सदैव अतिथियों के मानस पटल पर चिरजीवी रखेंगे। आज का अभिनव आयोजन संजोया है आईआरसी ने और आईआरसी के द्वारा भी हम स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदत्त कर हमारे अतिथियों के मानस पटल पर इस आयोजन की याद उन्हें सदैव ताजा रखने के लिए यह उपक्रम कर रहे हैं। और मैं आदरणीय आमंत्रित कर रही हूं दीपक असाई जी को जो कि चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, उनसे अनुरोध करूंगी कि आईआरसी की ओर से आदरणीय गोपाल भार्गव जी ऑनरेबल पीडब्ल्यूडी मिनिस्टर को आप स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। हमारे दो विभागों का संवेद उपक्रम लोक निर्माण विभाग और आईआरसी और इसे दिशा दी है हमारे सड़क परिवहन राजमार्ग मंत्रालय भारत सरकार ने। भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस का यह अभिनव उपक्रम। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी AR सिंह चीफ इंजीनियर जी से कि वे आएं और हमारे आदरणीय सांसद महोदय शंकर लालवानी जी को यह स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी श्री SL सूर्यवंशी जी से जो कि चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, वे आएं और हमारे आदरणीय SK निर्मल जी सेक्रेटरी जनरल IRC DGSS मॉड का स्वागत इस स्मृति चिन्ह के माध्यम से करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी SR बघेल जी जो कि चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, वे कृपया आएं और आदरणीय RK मेहरा जी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट IRC एंड सेक्रेटरी मध्य प्रदेश लोक निर्माण विभाग का स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदत्त कर स्वागत सम्मान कीजिए। अगले पायदान पर अनुरोध कर रही हूं योगेंद्र बागोले जी से जो कि चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, वे आए और आदरणीय नरेंद्र कुमार जी जो कि इंजीनियर इन चीफ मध्य प्रदेश लोक निर्माण विभाग है, उन्हें स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका सम्मान कीजिए। मैं अनुरोध कर रही हूं आदरणीय CS खारत जी से जो कि चीफ इंजीनियर हैं, वे आए और आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप श्रद्धेय GP मेहरा जी जो कि प्रोजेक्टर डायरेक्टर हैं, उन्हें स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका सम्मान कीजिएगा। और मैं अनुरोध करूंगी आदरणीय विवेक जायसवाल जी से कि वे आए और आदरणीय महावीर सिंह जी मेंबर टेक्निकल NHI को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। आदरणीय विवेक जायसवाल जी NHI भोपाल से हैं आप। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी सीमा प्रभाकर जी से कि वे आए और प्रणव कपूर जी जो कि IRC के वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उन्हें स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। अगले उपक्रम में सीमा प्रभाकर जी से मेरा अनुरोध आदरणीय प्रणव कपूर जी को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूं सविता मालवी जी को, वो आए और आदरणीय BK चौहान जी चेयरमैन कमेटी को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान करें। मैं अनुरोध करूंगी गुरनीत कपूर भाटिया जी से कि वे आए और आदरणीय RK जोशी जी लोकल ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी जी का स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट कर स्वागत कीजिएगा। स्वागत के इस उपक्रम को हम यही विराम देते हैं और चलते हैं IRC के द्वारा निर्मित एक छोटी सी लघु फिल्म के प्रदर्शन की ओर। तो लीजिए प्रस्तुत है IRC का एक छोटा सा लघु उपक्रम।
India, world's fastest growing major economy. If economy is the lifeblood of the nation, then roads are the arteries. Roads are pathways to progress and prosperity. This was the commemorative message of Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the first President of India, while sharing his message to be printed in the Indian Road Congress souvenir. Today, India is just behind the USA with 5.9 million kilometers of road network, transporting the bulk of goods and nearly 90% of passenger traffic. Central to this is the Indian Roads Congress, IRC. IRC is the national forum for sharing of knowledge and pooling of experience.
The objective of Indian Road Congress was to provide a national forum for discussion on all matters related to design, construction and maintenance of roads, bridges, tunnels and transportation system. IRC has so far prepared more than 275 documents, codes, guidelines dealing with all these aspects. In last 2 years, members of Indian Road Congress have worked relentlessly. All the committees were working and they have contributed in this period of 2 years more than 25 standards, codes and guidelines. That is a very big contribution even during the pandemic period.
Capacity building and awareness programs through information dissemination on safety standards, good practices and scientific developments in India and abroad are vital subjects for IRC. But just 100 years ago, the road scene was quite dismal. In fact, India had no good roads and very little motorized transport. Railways was the new and primary transport of India. The First World War changed everything. An urgent need was felt for more roads, well-surfaced, well-bridged and all-weather roads. In 1927, the government set up the Indian Roads Development Committee, popularly known as Jayakar Committee, which recommended the formation of a central body for the development of roads in India. On the 10th of December 1934, a new star rose on the firmament. Indian Roads Congress, formally registered as a society on the 24th of September 1937. 73 highway engineers from all parts of the country attended the inaugural meeting.
And today we have our membership, more than 18,500 highway engineers are members of Indian Road Congress.
Our strength comes from the engineers of all ranks from central and state governments, as well as from PWDs, NHAI, NHIDCL, CPWD, Army Engineering Services, Border Roads Organization, Road Research Institutes, central and states. Over the years, IRC has grown into a most representative, multi-dimensional, multifaceted, unique transnational institution devoted to the cause of better roads in the country.
Recently in Shillong, in our midterm council meeting, we have approved two very important documents, that is identification and removal of black spots and then updating of the traffic signages.
This ongoing plan addresses the challenges facing the highway sector. The major thrust areas are mobility on the main roads, making rural roads accessible, and connecting all villages in a time-bound manner.
Vision 2025 for rural road development was also finalized by Indian Road Congress, and a number of documents and their codes and design manuals have been prepared by IRC.
In the past 2 decades, Indian roads have seen a phenomenal growth of traffic. There's an increasing need of all-weather, safe roads in the country. more and more vehicles with heavy axle loads are now crisscrossing the country.
We have taken up construction of greenfield expressways under Bharatmala scheme in a big way. And to meet these challenges of international standard expressways, IRC has recently updated and thoroughly revised the expressway manual, and the new document, which is meeting all the best international practices, is already approved by IRC and will be released in Lucknow session.
Our Go Green Environment Management Plan sets a high benchmark, focusing on global initiatives of environmental strategies, cleaner, less energy intensive and less polluting construction techniques, recycle waste, minimal natural resources use, and thereby earning carbon credits, use of fly ash bricks, waste plastic and crumb rubber in bituminous mixes. These are three of the many global technology connects from IRC. In fact, IRC's Global Connect has been a long-standing one, like participating at the 26th World Road Congress in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates from 6th to 10th October 2019. IRC gave two presentations, one on environment empowering, mainstreaming of green construction technologies for roads in India. The other was for the strategic direction session, financing and mode of procurement.
IRC has signed Memorandum of Understanding with many developed countries. That includes, one is from ASTO, that is American Association of State Highway Professions. Then another is with the Japan Road Association. One is with the Transportation Research Laboratory UK. Now we also have from Australian Road Research Laboratory. And the next year, 2023, we are going to have an international congress with the PRC, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and IRC together.
Indian Roads Congress, connecting people and services for inclusive growth and the road safety.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये थी आईआरसी की एक यात्रा। चलते हैं कार्यक्रम के अगले पायदान पर। हमने पुष्पों से, हमारे स्मृति चिन्ह के माध्यम से और शॉलों के माध्यम से हमारे सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत सत्कार किया, लेकिन मन में उमड़ रहे स्वागत के भावों को वाणी में पिरोकर शब्दों के माध्यम से अभिव्यक्त करने के लिए ससम्मान आमंत्रित कर रही हूं आदरणीय आर.के. मेहरा जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट आईआरसी एंड सेक्रेटरी मध्य प्रदेश लोक निर्माण विभाग को, कि वे आएं और स्वागत उद्बोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
Respected Sri Gopal Bhargav ji, Honorable Minister for Public Works, Cottage and Rural Industries, Madhya Pradesh. Respected Sri Shankar Lalwani ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Indore. Sri S.K. Nirmal ji, DGRD Secretary, Murth, Secretary IRC. Sri Mahavir Singh ji, Member Technical NHI. My colleague Narendra Kumar ji, ENC PWD. GP Mehra ji, ENC Buildings. Pranav Kapoor ji, Vice President IRC. BK Chauhan ji, Chairman LOC. RK Joshi ji, Secretary LOC. And all other dignitaries of the dais, distinguished delegates joined online, invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. At the outset, on my own behalf and Government of MP, I welcome you all in the inauguration session of 2 days international workshop on road safety, current scenario and way forward. It is my honor and privilege to welcome our dynamic and visionary Honorable Minister PWD Sri Gopal Bhargav ji, under whose leadership Madhya Pradesh is achieving new dimensions in the road and building infrastructure developments. Welcome, sir. Our sincere thanks to you for kindly gracing this occasion. My special thanks to Sri Shankar Lalwani ji, Honorable Member of Parliament Indore. Thank you, sir, for encouraging us with your esteemed presence. I extend a warm and cordial welcome to Sri S.K. Nirmal ji, DG RDSS, Morth and Secretary IRC. I also welcome all expert speakers, council members, all distinguished engineers, highway professionals participating in this seminar. I hope you have a comfortable journey to the cleanest city of India and economic capital of MP, our Indore. As you all are aware that the Indian highway sector has witnessed a quantum jump ever since the present Indian government took up an ambitious road development programs. The unanticipated growth in the volume of goods vehicles coupled with heavy load carried by them is primarily responsible for causing extensive damage of road and leading to road safety concerns. We know that road safety is a shared responsibility. Worldwide concern for road safety is growing day by day. Accident reduction and accident prevention are the two main strategies in the planning of the road safety. As a remedy, we use the knowledge of accident to improve the design of roads and to influence the behavior of road users so that accidents do not occur again. Unfortunately, Indore has recorded highest number of road accidents in MP during 2020, and Madhya Pradesh itself is on top in accident after Tamil Nadu. Today, road safety has become an issue of grave concern due to its magnitude and fatality. According to World Bank, the road crash deaths and injury numbers are highest in India. With just 1% of world's vehicle, India accounts for 11% of road crash deaths. We also witness 53 road crashes every hour, one fatality in every 4 minutes, which is a major issue. This also has significant impact on our economy. The loss of life is a matter of grief for all engineers, and therefore the issue of road safety has given due importance by IRC. However, we in MP are adopting our IRC codes guideline for planning and construction of road and also road safety audit of all roads. At the end, I sincerely feel this seminar on road safety would be able to indulge engineers, administrators, researchers and practitioners with thought-provoking discussion and knowledge enrichment. I believe this seminar will certainly add value in our collaborative efforts for road safety, and in future it will reflect in reduction of road accident and fatalities. With this, I would again thank you all for participating in this seminar. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं आशीर्वचन उद्बोधन की श्रृंखला का शुभारंभ करूं। उसके पूर्व आपको उन व्यक्तित्वों को जानना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं जिस व्यक्तित्व को बुलाने जा रही हूं, उनके बारे में आप रूबरू हो सके। मैं उनके लिए सिर्फ ये 4 पंक्तियां समर्पित करना चाहूंगी, जितना उनके बारे में जाना, सुना और अभी समझा है कि काम करो ऐसा कि पहचान बन जाए, कदम ऐसे चलो कि निशा बन जाए। जिंदगी तो यहाँ सभी जी लेते हैं यारो, जिंदगी ऐसे जियो कि मिसाल बन जाए। और मैं आदरणीय एसके निर्मल सर के व्यक्तित्व से आप सभी को रूबरू कराने के लिए सर पहले आपका बायोडाटा हम पढ़ दें, आपके बारे में सब जान लें। मैं आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ नताशा सुंदरदेशन जी को कि वे आए और इस व्यक्तित्व के जीवन रथ से हम सभी को परिचित करवाएं।
Good morning everyone. It's my honor to have this opportunity. Shri Sanjay Kumar Nirmal sir joined Ministry of Road Transport and Highways in 1986 as Assistant Executive Engineer through CES Roads and worked on various capacities as Executive Engineer, Superintending Engineer, Chief Engineer, Additional Director General in Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and elevated to the position of Director General Road Development and Special Secretary to the Government of India, Morth. He has worked as General Manager during 2003 to 2009 and as Chief General Manager during 2009 to 2010 in National Highways Authority of India. Shri Nirmal has served the Indian Roads Congress as Secretary General with effect from April 2017 to till date. He is the Honorary Treasurer of IRC. He is also the Chairman of Indian National Group of International Association for Bridge and Structural Engineers. Shri Nirmal graduated in BE Civil Honours in 1983 from Malviya National Institute of Technology, Jaipur, and MSc in Road Engineering in 1998 from Delft University of Technology, the Netherlands. He also completed MBA from R.R. Poddar Institute of Management, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. Shri Nirmal has participated in 35 days training program on highway maintenance at Japan in 2001, workshop on road safety in Asia held at Manila in year 2017. He was member of Indian delegation at 75th session of WPI Working Party meeting of UNICEF on road traffic safety from 19 September to 22nd September 2017 at Geneva. Recipient of certificate on internal audit based on ISO 900-2000 quality system standards. He has visited Colombo, Sri Lanka as World Bank expert in March 2020. He has also participated in IRAP workshop at Washington, USA in 2019. Shri Nirmal is recipient of prestigious Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru Bus Sanitary Award for his outstanding contribution to highway profession conferred by IRC in 2003, Lifetime Achievement Award from Indian Geotechnical Society Delhi chapter in 2021, Eminent Engineering Personality Award by Institution of Engineers Delhi chapter in 2021. He has also received IRC medal for best paper in 2018 and commendation certificate for his paper published in 2003. He has contributed more than 14 technical papers in various IRC journals, national and international seminars and conferences. He is a council member of PIARC World Road Association Paris as well as member of Technical Committee on Road Design Standard Committee. He is closely associated with IRC for last 3 decades and contributed immensely in various technical committees for formation of codes, guidelines, manuals, etc. He is fellow member of IRC, fellow member of Institution of Engineers India, and member of International Road Federation. It's our honor to have so many eminent personalities to guide us the way forward. Thank you very much.
तो जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए आदरणीय एस.के. निर्मल सर का।
Thank you for the nice words. Good morning, Honorable PWD Minister, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Sri Gopal Bhargav ji, Honorable Member of Parliament Indore, Sri Shankar Lalwani ji, Vice Presidents Indian Road Congress, Sri R.K. Mehra ji and Sri Pranav Kapoor ji, Engineer Chief MP PWD Sri Narendra Kumar ji, Project Director PIU PWD Madhya Pradesh Sri G.P. Mehra ji, Member Technical NHAI Sri Mahavir Singh ji, Chairman Local Organizing Committee Sri B.K. Chauhan ji, Local Organizing Secretary Sri R.K. Joshi ji, distinguished speakers who have come from different parts of the country for the seminar, delegates, members from press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Road Congress, I express my sincere gratitude to the Government of Madhya Pradesh for their support and cooperation in organizing this international seminar on road safety, current scenario and way forward in hybrid mode at Indore. And Indore is one of the cleanest city, and not only for this year but for last 6 years I think it is continuously getting the award for the cleanest city in India. So we are fortunate to see this city ourselves during our visit to Indore. I extend a very warm welcome to Honorable PWD Minister for sparing his valuable time to be with us in spite of his busy schedule and inaugurating this particular function of International Seminar on Road Safety, Current Scenario and Way Forward. In fact, I think this is the right time that we should have a detailed discussion on road safety, because from last couple of weeks we have seen a lot of road accidents are taking place in Madhya Pradesh. In fact, yesterday I was discussing with our new secretary, Madam Alka ji, that the accidents which have taken toll of more than 5 people have died in, not only on near Rewa, I think there was an accident, then Indore, Kalghat, continuously we are having accidents. So I invited her also that why don't you also come here, because it is your home state. But she had to go to attend some other important function in Bombay, so she could not come. But she was very much willing to come and discuss road safety issues. And we will have these various discussions during this seminar, and I want that some way forward we should give out of the outcome of these discussions to the government of Ministry of Road Transport, MP government, and other stakeholders, and even IRC, so that we can update our knowledge, our standards, our codes, and get benefited by the outcome of this particular seminar. As you all know that road safety is a very, very important area, not only for India, but globally. And we are seeing the deaths taking place more than 1.35 million people, 13.5 lakh million every year in the entire world. And it is injuring more than 5 crore people every year. So that kind of casualties are taking place globally. And unfortunately, 90% of these deaths and casualties are in low and middle income countries. Developed countries are already overpassed, and they are now, they have a much comfortable situation. The problem is mostly with the low and middle income countries. And road traffic injuries is now the leading cause of death for children and young adults in the age group of 5 to 29. That is the very important age group, which is the largest casualty of road accidents. And for the last 10 years, we have seen no reduction in number of road traffic deaths. That is another very, very alarming situation, that in spite of making efforts, none of the low and middle income country could reduce the deaths. Though we are having the plans for reducing, we had the last decade, 2010 to 20 as action for road safety by United Nations, and again this decade also, 2021 to 30, again we are celebrating that action for road safety. But what is the past is that no country could reduce the deaths. Forget about the reducing to 50%. So that is a kind of challenge which we have when we are talking about the road safety. And in the Stockholm Declaration 2020, all the countries, they expressed concern on the projected figure of 500 million, that is 50 crore deaths will take place worldwide in the decade 2020 to 30. That is what is the projection. 50 crore people will be affected by this road safety if we don't take any action. So this is a very, very alarming situation, and that is why United Nations declared again that 20 to 30 is a new decade of action for road safety, and the target is again to reduce by 50% all deaths and injuries. And this is a major milestone internationally. And the situation in India also is similar. We are having almost for last couple of years, 1.5 lakh people are getting killed every year, 1.5 lakh people. And more than 4.5 lakh accidents are taking place. And our death figure, that is 1.5 lakh, is 11% of the total world figure. It means more than 10% people are getting killed in India when we compare with the entire world. So this is the situation, and we have to take stock of this situation. And the more important is that our best roads, that is national highways and state highways, 60% of these deaths are taking place on these two categories. And it is only 5% of the total road. Our road network is that is 6.3 million kilometer, 63 lakh kilometer, and only 5% is national highway, state highway, and that is accounting for 60% of the death. So what is wrong with us? And these are the roads which are getting the maximum resources, maximum money from the government, whether it is a state government or the central government. So that is a cause of concern for all of us, that why we are not able to address this particular problem. So everybody, each of us is affected, and I think we have to take stock of this situation. In fact, Accident reduction and accident prevention are the two main strategies when we plan for road safety. And it is though it is a very vast subject, but Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, we have devised this strategy that there are 4 important pillars of road safety, that is education, enforcement, engineering, and environment. I think the more detailed discussions we will see when we will hear the presentations from various expert speakers. But important thing is that we have to address this situation right from the planning stage. When we plan a road network, so DPR preparation, DPR design, execution, post-execution, before opening, every stage we should see that the road is safe, that it has to be audited for the safety. So that is what we have already included the terms of reference of our DPR preparation, all these elements. And we are enforcing them. And apart from that, in fact, Indian Road Congress has also taken a lot of steps to address this situation. We have prepared a number of documents, and we have a dedicated committee in IRC which is dealing with road safety, and we have come out with more than 24 documents which are relevant for the road safety, and some of them I think you are all aware when we will be discussing in the 2 days, that road safety audit manual is very, very important document, which has been we got the assistance from World Bank also. In the first draft was prepared by World Bank by an international expert, and they wanted that it should be Indianized, and that is what we discussed for 2 years, this particular draft, and finalized in 2019. So that is the base document for the road safety audit, and that is called Road Safety Audit Manual. Then traffic calming measures are most important when we are discussing any road safety, whether it is urban area, whether it is a rural area. So this is also another important document, that is IRC 99. Then road signages, that is what should be observed by each and everybody. All of us are traveling on road. So we must observe these signages, because that is the only document for India, entire country, whether it is a rural road or urban road, or so signages. And now 2019 amendment of Motor Vehicle Act, this is part of the Motor Vehicle Act. So it is now it has to be enforced, all these signages. And recently, only last year, we updated this, and this year only in Lucknow, we have released a new document on road signages. So everything has been updated, and I think for each and every engineer, not only engineer, but everybody who is using road, whether it is on cycle, whether he is on 2-wheelers or 4-wheelers, we must observe these signages. Then road markings, that is IRC 35. Crash barrier has come out to be a very important safety instrument, and IRC 119. So crash barriers everywhere where we find high embankments are there, and where accident prone areas, we are providing crash barriers. Then for pedestrian facility also, there was a lot of demand, not only from the public, but from the courts. This High Court, Delhi High Court asked IRC that immediately you update this for pedestrian facility, and 103 was revised after that, and that also, all these documents are relatively new documents. Last 3-4 years only we have revised, so they're all up-to-date documents. Then cycle track also, the document was revised recently, and the latest revision, as you have seen in the film, that on black spots there was no document. In fact, I was asked by ministry 2 years back that why don't you take the help of World Bank in preparing this particular document, and they wanted to give a consultancy fee of about 20 crore. That ministry provided a budget of 20 crore to prepare this document through World Bank. But I realized that taking the help from World Bank, then getting everything, every document approval from the World Bank, it will take 3-4 years only. In engaging a consultant, then consultant, everything will be approved by them, it will take 4-5 years. So I took up this challenge, and within 1 year, we prepared this document from IRC free of cost, without spending a single rupee. And we have released this document in this year. So a new document on black spots have been finalized by us with totally Indian input from our 3-4 IITs have given great input, and based on our field experience, we have prepared this document. So these are some of the important documents which you will be hearing from various presentations. Then road safety audit also, we have taken a very important step in India. Earlier, different institutes were having different courses. They were not up to mark. So IRC took the initiative, and through our own, we set up a new committee in IRC that we should have one uniform standard course for teaching for road safety experts. And through that committee, where we had the input from IITs, from research institutes, from academic institutes, from field engineers, from consultants, and we prepared a standard curriculum, 15 days curriculum, that should be taught by each and every institute which is having the MOU with Ministry of Road Transport and IRC. So initially 2019 we had that first in Vigyan Bhavan, through our minister, we signed these MOU with 11 institutes, which 4 IITs and other CRI, IHE and other institutes. And that through these institutes now we have taken up this training program for road safety auditors. So this also in last 3-4 years we have trained more than 600 engineers in road safety audit training, and I think this is giving a big capacity building in this particular area. And another institutes, when we asked that, another 23 institutes have come to ministry now. They also, all India's leading IITs, IIT Bombay, IIT Chennai, IIT Kharagpur, everybody wants to sign this MOU with ministry and to come forward in this training program of road safety auditors. So that also in the coming days, because we want to have the capacity also for trainers. So that is another area where IRC's role was very predominant. So I hope that all these things, what I am telling, will be discussed in great detail in the 2 days various technical sessions. And we have the experts from not only India but from abroad. From USSR also they wanted to have MOU with IRC, and they will also be participating in this through online mode. One professor from Australia also, he wanted to participate, but unfortunately he had to travel abroad from Australia, some other country, so he is not available today, but he will be also sending his presentation. And then we have from World Bank speakers, so we have a very good galaxy of experts who will be deliberating in these 2 days, and I hope that discussion will be very fruitful and you will learn from the discussion. I think this MP government, I am seeing a lot of this participation from the local engineers, so I think this will be very helpful. We have to sensitize this issue of road safety. We have to take as a challenge that each of us has to observe this road safety. We have to follow these principles, and how to improve. Let us take it as a challenge, because our Gadkari Sahab, our minister, has been telling in different forums that he has constructed very good roads. He has, 37 kilometers, and we are continuing increasing per day construction targets. But unfortunately, this is the area where we could not do anything. So I think this we have to take a challenge. All of us should work forward, work with diligence and work with great heart, and so that we try to reduce the number of accidents. Though the target is, India is also signing, we have also signed that treaty and the United Nations declaration that by 2030 we will reduce it to 50%. So I think all of us should work towards that, and that is the way forward I am looking to. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और मैं अब उस व्यक्तित्व को बुलाने जा रही हूँ जिनका परिचय देना सूर्य को दीपक दिखाने के समान है। जी हाँ, जिन्होंने अपनी कर्मनिष्ठा कुशल कार्यशैली से पूरे विश्व पटल पर एक लोकप्रिय जनप्रिय सांसद के रूप में अपनी ख्याति स्थापित की। परम श्रद्धेय शंकर लालवानी जी को ससम्मान आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ कि आज के इस अवसर पर हम सभी का मार्ग प्रशस्त करें। आदरणीय श्रद्धेय शंकर लालवानी जी।
मंच पर विराजमान मध्य प्रदेश शासन के लोक निर्माण मंत्री, जिनके नेतृत्व में पूरे प्रदेश में रोड का नेटवर्क, मुझे याद है एक समय ऐसा था कि जब बाहर से व्यक्ति मध्य प्रदेश में आता था तो सड़क मार्ग से आता था, तो रात की नींद में अगर सोया रहता था तो उड़ जाता था, उसको मालूम पड़ जाता था कि हम मध्य प्रदेश में आए हैं। लेकिन अब जब व्यक्ति जब आता है बाहर से तो उसको इस प्रकार की सड़कें मिलती है जिस प्रकार की हम सब कल्पना कर रहे हैं, जिनके नेतृत्व में पूरे प्रदेश में रोड का नेटवर्क तैयार हुआ। ऐसे हमारे मध्य प्रदेश सरकार के आदरणीय गोपाल भार्गव जी का मैं इंदौर में स्वागत करता हूं, वंदन करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। आपसे भी निवेदन करता हूं ताली बजा के स्वागत करें। आज के इस कार्यक्रम में मंच पर विराजमान आदरणीय एस.के. निर्मल जी, आदरणीय एस.के. मेहरा जी, आदरणीय महावीर सिंह जी, आदरणीय नरेंद्र कुमार जी, आदरणीय जी.पी. मेहरा जी, आदरणीय कपूर जी, आदरणीय चौहान जी, आर.के. जोशी जी और ऑनलाइन जुड़े हुए हमारे सभी अतिथिगण और यहाँ उपस्थित इस शहर के और देश के विभिन्न प्रदेशों से आए हुए अतिथिगण। सबसे पहले मैं आईआरसी के इस सेमिनार में देश के विभिन्न प्रदेशों और शहरों से आए हुए हमारे प्रतिनिधियों का इस महाअहिल्या की नगरी में, जो कि क्लीनेस्ट सिटी ऑफ द इंडिया है, स्वच्छतम शहर है देश का, उसमें स्वागत करता हूं, वंदन करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। 2 दिन का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण यह इंडियन रोड कांग्रेस का जो सेमिनार है और जिसके बारे में अभी निर्मल जी ने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से बताया कि हम किस प्रकार 2 दिन डिस्कशन करने वाले हैं। और इन 2 दिन में लगभग जो मैं देख रहा था 17 पेपर टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन भी हैं, जिसके माध्यम से रोड सेफ्टी में किस प्रकार हम और बेहतर काम कर सकते हैं उसका प्रेजेंटेशन है। यही नहीं है, हम ये जानते हैं कि किसी भी शहर हो, प्रदेश हो, देश हो, अगर सबसे ज़्यादा विकास की बात करें तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की आवश्यकता पड़ती है और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में भी अगर सबसे ज़्यादा कोई मेन कंपोनेंट है तो वो है हमारी रोड कनेक्टिविटी। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी इस विभाग में जिस प्रकार काम कर रहे हैं, मैं पिछले दिनों लेह लद्दाख गया था अर्बन कमेटी की जो स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है उसके साथ। मैंने दुनिया की सबसे हाईएस्ट पॉइंट जो है वहां पर सड़क निर्माण होते हुए देखा। तो हम देश में बहुत ही तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और दूर दराज के, अभी हमने एक फिल्म देखी उसमें किस प्रकार हमारी सड़कों का निर्माण तेजी से हो रहा है वो हमने देखा है। और इसी प्रकार एक समय था कि सड़कें इस प्रकार की थी, मुझे ध्यान है मैं जब मुंबई में कॉलेज में पढ़ता था, जब इंदौर से मुंबई जाता था मंत्री जी, तब इंदौर से जो मुंबई की सड़कें बनी थी लगभग 17-18 घंटे हमें बस में लगते थे उस समय। और अब जो एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बन रहा है उसमें तो बता रहे हैं कि 12 घंटे में तो दिल्ली बॉम्बे पहुंच जाएंगे और इंदौर से 7-8 घंटे में पहुंचेंगे। तो इस प्रकार जिस प्रकार सड़कों का नेटवर्क पूरे देश में बढ़ा है, उसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने एक बात और भी ध्यान में आती है कि भारत वर्ल्ड का 2nd लार्जेस्ट नेटवर्क रोड का है, जो अभी बताया गया। और हमारे देश के 90% जो पीपल हैं वो सड़कों पर ट्रेवल करते हैं। तो जब सड़कें बेहतर बनती है तो स्पीड भी बढ़ती है और हमने ये देखा है कि जब स्पीड बढ़ती है तो एक्सीडेंट का भी डर बना रहता है। और इसी को देखते हुए भारत, जैसे कि अभी बताया गया कि एक्सीडेंट के मामले में, कैजुअलिटी के मामले में हम देश दुनिया में टॉप देशों में से एक है जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट और कैजुअलिटी होती है। अगर हम भारत का ही आंकड़ा देखें तो लगभग 1.5 लाख जो डेथ है हमारी वो रोड एक्सीडेंट से होती है और 4.5 लाख जो एक्सीडेंट से घायल होते हैं। तो ये बहुत बड़ा नंबर है एक्सीडेंट से डेथ होने का और घायल होने का। और जैसा कि अभी मैं बता रहे थे निर्मल जी की 11% हम वर्ल्ड वाइज में 11% हमारा एक्सीडेंट से डेथ होती है। ये बहुत चिंताजनक आंकड़ा जो हमारे सामने आया है। और इसमें चिंताजनक ये भी है कि जो 65% जो हमारी मौतें रहती है वो एज ग्रुप 18 से 45 वर्षों की रहती है, यानी यंगस्टर हमारे सबसे ज़्यादा 65% इसमें डेथ होती है। तो ये वास्तव में चिंता का विषय है। और ये भी चिंता का विषय है कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो कैजुअलिटी है वो हमारी नेशनल हाईवे और स्टेट हाईवे जो बड़े बड़ी सड़कें बनी हैं उसमें हो रही है। तो आज का ये जो हमारा सेमिनार है 2 दिन का, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है जिस प्रकार के आंकड़े हमारे सामने आ रहे हैं। और ये जो 2020 से लेकर 2030 तक का जो डिके है इसको रोड सेफ्टी के रूप में पूरा विश्व में मनाया जा रहा है। और हम भी बहुत माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी के नेतृत्व में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि रोड सेफ्टी को लेकर प्रायोरिटी भी देना है। मुझे लगता है कि 3 बातें प्रमुखता से रहती है अगर हम रोड सेफ्टी की बात करें। और इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा तो ये रहता है कि हम ट्रैफिक रूल्स को किस प्रकार से फॉलो करते हैं, क्योंकि ये बात सही है कि हमारे यहाँ ट्रैफिक रूल को जितना फॉलो होना चाहिए उतना नहीं हो पाता है। तो एक तो वो फैक्टर है कि ट्रैफिक रूल को फॉलो करना चाहिए, उसके लिए अलग अलग स्तर पर सरकारें, केंद्र सरकार हो, राज्य सरकार हो, हम लोकल लेवल पर भी काम तेजी से कर रहे हैं, पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। और उसका दूसरा कारण है हमारा ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग। ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में भी एक बड़ा फैक्टर है कैजुअलिटी का, क्योंकि हमारी जो मानसिकता है, जैसे कोई भी हो, आम व्यक्ति अगर गाड़ी खरीदने जाता है तो सबसे पहले वो देखता है कि उसका मॉडल कैसा दिख रहा है, और फिर वो जाता है कि उसका गाड़ी का एवरेज कितना है, और तीसरी बात वो देखता है कि क्या कॉस्ट है उसकी। तो वो तीन बातों पे ज़्यादा देखता है कि एवरेज कितना है, कॉस्ट कितनी कम है और दिखने में मॉडल कैसा है। सेफ्टी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हम कभी ध्यान ही नहीं देते हैं कि इस व्हीकल में कितनी सेफ्टी है। पर अब माननीय नितिन गडकरी जी ने पिछली बार कहा था कि जो बलून है वो हर सीट पे होना चाहिए, और वो लगातार इसमें काम भी कर रहे हैं। तो ये रोड्स जो ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग है ये भी एक बड़ा काम है। लेकिन आज जो हम सब यहाँ बैठे हैं वो बैठे हैं कि रोड इंजीनियरिंग सेफ्टी को लेकर, और जिस प्रकार बताया गया कि जिस प्रकार ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी हमारी रोड, नेशनल हाईवे और स्टेट हाईवे में हो रही है, ब्लैक स्पॉट इसका प्रमुख कारण है। और जैसे कि आपने बताया कि ब्लैक स्पॉट को लेके जो वर्ल्ड बैंक के वो जो काम कर रही थी वो IRC निशुल्क करके दे रही, तो मैं IRC को ताली बजा के स्वागत करें कि उन्होंने निशुल्क सेवा देने के लिए काम कर रही हैं, और उन्होंने कहा है कि हम इसका जल्दी ही एक ब्लूप्रिंट बना के सरकार के सामने पेश करेंगे। वैसे ब्लैक स्पॉट जो हैं वो चाहे नेशनल हाईवे हो या स्टेट हाईवे हो, पिछले माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार में इस विभाग ने 25,000 करोड़ खर्चा किए ब्लैक स्पॉट कम करने को, और माननीय मंत्री जी ने तो ये पावर नीचे तक दे दी है कि अगर 50 करोड़ तक के ब्लैक स्पॉट सुधारने के हों, जायसवाल जी ठीक बात है ना, 50 करोड़ की पावर आपके पास है ब्लैक स्पॉट ठीक करने के। तो ये सरकार ने पावर डेलीगेट की है कि जहाँ जहाँ ब्लैक स्पॉट हो वहाँ ठीक करना है। आज हमारे मंत्री जी यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनसे मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि मध्य प्रदेश की स्टेट हाईवे जो है, क्योंकि अभी बताया गया है कि इंदौर में सबसे ज़्यादा कैजुअलिटी होती है, चाहे नेशनल हाईवे हो चाहे स्टेट हाईवे हो, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करूंगा जो भी हमारे यहाँ ब्लैक स्पॉट है उसके निदान के लिए आप अलग फंड दें ताकि कैजुअलिटी कम से कम हो। एक सर्वे हुआ था, वर्ल्ड बैंक ने तमिलनाडु के साथ मिलकर किया था कि किस प्रकार ब्लैक स्पॉट हम कम कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि तमिलनाडु लार्जेस्ट एक्सीडेंट होते हैं। पर मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि जो वर्ल्ड बैंक के साथ उन्होंने टाई अप करा था उसमें 50% कम एक्सीडेंट हुए हैं और 50% कम कैजुअलिटी हुई है। तो एक बड़ा फैक्टर है इस ब्लैक स्पॉट को लेकर, और मुझे लगता है ये रोड सेफ्टी के जिस प्रकार से कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए आने वाले दिनों में किस प्रकार हम और कम कैजुअलिटी कर सकते हैं, ये बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है हमारे सामने, और इस चुनौती को पूरा करने के लिए आप सब आज 2 दिन बैठे हैं। मैं फिर से आप सबका स्वागत करते हुए अपनी बात खत्म करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और मैं अब उस व्यक्तित्व को बुला रही हूँ जिनके नाम में ही कृष्ण का सामर्थ्य भव्यता के साथ समाहित है, और जिन्होंने कृष्ण स्वरूप सारे दायित्वों का बीड़ा अपने कंधों पर उठा रखा है, और उनके कार्यकाल में लोक निर्माण विभाग विकास की बुलंदियों को छू रहा है। ससम्मान आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ परम श्रद्धेय गोपाल भार्गव जी, मिनिस्टर मध्य प्रदेश शासन लोक निर्माण विभाग को।
आज की इस महत्वपूर्ण परिचर्चा में मंच पर विराजमान हमारे इंदौर संसदीय क्षेत्र के बहुत ही लोकप्रिय और कर्मठ सांसद श्री शंकर ललवानी जी, श्री S.K. निर्मल जी जो डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं मार्च के, श्री महावीर सिंह जी जो टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट हैं, प्रणव कुमार जी जो IRC के उपाध्यक्ष हैं, R.K. मेहरा जी जो इंडियन रोड कांग्रेस के सेक्रेटरी हैं, हमारे विभाग के भी सेक्रेटरी हैं, नरेंद्र कुमार जी जो मेरे विभाग के ENC हैं, CGP मेहरा जी जो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर हैं, RK जोशी जी, BK चौहान जी चीफ इंजीनियर, उपस्थित सभी अधिकारीगण, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े दूर दूर तक जो इसको सुन रहे हैं वो सभी मित्रगण, पत्रकार बंधु। इंडियन रोड कांग्रेस ने एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय को लेकर, जिस पर शायद पहले कभी चर्चा हुई हो अथवा नहीं हुई हो, मुझे बहुत जानकारी नहीं, लेकिन आज की ये चर्चा जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और सामयिक है। इसलिए भी जैसा हमारे MD साहब ने भी कहा, हमारे सम्मानित सांसद जी ने भी कहा, वाहन भी बढ़ रहे हैं, सड़कें भी अच्छी बन रही हैं। आप सभी वरिष्ठ लोग हैं, मेरे सामने की पंक्ति में हमारे चीफ इंजीनियर्स बैठे हैं, रिटायर्ड ENC भी हैं और भी हमारे अधिकारी हैं। 20 साल पहले मध्य प्रदेश की सड़कों की क्या स्थिति थी, मैं तो कहूँगा कि देश की सड़कों की क्या स्थिति थी, आप सभी लोगों को जानकारी है। मैं अपनी सरकार की प्रशंसा तो नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन मुझे ये कहने में कोई संकोच भी नहीं है कि श्री नितिन गडकरी जी के आने के बाद से भारत में सड़कों के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में एक क्रांति आई है, इसे सारे लोग स्वीकार करते हैं। हमें उन पर कभी कभी गर्व होता है। इसी कन्वेंशन हॉल में 2 बार उन्होंने, माननीय सांसद जी भी उसमें थे, मुख्यमंत्री जी भी थे, बड़ी उदारता पूर्वक मध्य प्रदेश के लिए उन्होंने, चाहे वो NHAI से हो, चाहे CRF हमारे हो, राशि और काम स्वीकृत किए। नया कंसेप्ट उन्होंने दिया ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फ्लाईओवर बनाने का, ताकि सड़कों में जो हमारे अभी सड़कें प्रचलन में हैं, उन सड़कों में जो यातायात का दबाव है वो कम हो और दुर्घटनाएं कम हो। अनेकों चिन्हित स्थानों के लिए उन्होंने रोप वे का भी उन्होंने एक नया कंसेप्ट दिया है। ये सिर्फ इसीलिए कि दुर्घटनाएं कम हों। मैं मान के चलता हूं कि आज की जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है, इसके साथ ही एक दूसरा पक्ष भी है, वह पक्ष है ट्रैफिक पुलिस का, वह पक्ष है ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट का। जैसा कि एक मोटे तौर पर आंकड़ा है कि लगभग 1.5 लाख लोग प्रतिवर्ष मध्य प्रदेश में सड़क दुर्घटनाओं के कारण मृत्यु को प्राप्त होते हैं, और इससे 10 गुने ज़्यादा लोग, बल्कि उससे भी ज़्यादा लोग एक्सीडेंट में बहुत ही गंभीर रूप से घायल होते हैं और वो अपनी शारीरिक क्षमताएं, शारीरिक अंग खो देते हैं। लगभग 16,000 करोड़ रुपया, 16 लाख करोड़ रुपया, 16 लाख करोड़ रुपया इसमें हमारा अपव्यय होता है, बर्बाद होता है, अस्पतालों में भी होता है, और विकलांगता के कारण जो कुछ भी क्लेम लेम इत्यादि होते होंगे उनमें सब में होता है। यह स्थिति कम हो, हम नगण्य तो नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन कम हो यदि, तो आज की इस सेमिनार का इसकी बहुत बड़ी सार्थकता होगी। मित्रों, आप सभी लोगों को जानकारी है कि भारत में यातायात का प्रचलन कैसा है। कभी आप बहुत से लोग यूरोप भी गए होंगे, US भी गए होंगे, UK में वगैरह सभी देखा होगा। जो थोड़े विकसित देश हैं, हम अभी विकासशील हैं, विकसित देशों में क्या ट्रेंड है सड़क दुर्घटनाओं का, तो यदि हम चार्ट देखें, प्रतिशत देखें, तो हमारे भारत में चिंताजनक स्थिति है। वाहन काफ़ी बढ़ गए हैं और निरंतर आप लोग देख रहे हैं कि ऑटोमोबाइल सेक्टर काफ़ी प्रगति कर रहा है। सड़कें भी बहुत बेहतर बन रही हैं। मजाक में एक व्यक्ति मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र में घटना हो गई। मोटरसाइकिल पे दो लड़के जा रहे थे नौजवान, सामने से मोटरसाइकिल आ रही थी, दोनों की टक्कर हुई। कुल मिला के 3 लोग काल कवलित हो गए, मृत्यु को प्राप्त हुई। मैं जब बैठने गया दुर्घटना में परिवारों के यहाँ, उन्होंने कहा कि भैया आपने ऐसी बहुत अच्छी सड़कें बनवा दी, इस कारण से हमारे लड़के खत्म हो गए, नहीं तो वो मृत्यु को प्राप्त नहीं होते। बड़ा मजाक का विषय था, लेकिन ये भी सही था। तो मुझे वो स्मरण आता था, क्योंकि मैं 40 साल पहले जब विधायक बना था, तो मुझे स्मरण है कि नाम नहीं लूँगा, लेकिन तत्कालीन जो सरकार थी, मुख्यमंत्री थे, जब सड़कों के बारे में चर्चा होती थी तो 1-2 किलोमीटर यदि सड़क किसी विधानसभा क्षेत्र में बन जाए तो हमारे लिए बड़ी उपलब्धि की बात होती थी। सन 2093 के हमारे 1993 के बाद भी ये स्थिति हुई, लेकिन आज हम बहुत बेहतर स्थिति में हैं। नहीं तो पहले जब मैं सागर से भोपाल आता था तो हम सारे विधायक बाई ट्रेन आते थे और बीना में हम अपनी ट्रेन बदल लिया करते थे, फिर भोपाल तरफ आते थे, क्योंकि सागर से भोपाल का 200 किलोमीटर का रास्ता तय करने में हमें कम से कम 6 घंटे लगते थे और उसके बाद 6 घंटे हमें आराम भी करना पड़ता था। ये सत्य है, ये स्थिति है कि काफ़ी हमने प्रगति की है, तरक्की की है, विकास किया है, लेकिन हमने कभी ये नहीं सोचा कि हम इन मौतों के लिए कैसे कम करें, दुर्घटनाओं के लिए कैसे कम करें। ब्लैक स्पॉट की बात आई तो मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि सांसद जी ने भी कहा, एमडी साहब ने भी कहा, और भी हमारे अधिकारी शायद बताएं। ब्लैक स्पॉट मध्य प्रदेश से समाप्त करने का हम 1 वर्ष के अंदर काम कर लेंगे, ये हम कहना चाहते हैं। इसके बारे में हमारा काम चल रहा है, लेकिन इसके अलावा हमें परिचालन जो है उसके बारे में हमें निश्चित रूप से विचार करना पड़ेगा। इसके बारे में मैं तो ये भी मान के चलता हूं कि इंडियन रोड कांग्रेस अगली बार जब सेमिनार करे तो इसमें जो भी संबंधित विभाग है, इन विभागों के अधिकारियों के लिए, संभव हो तो मंत्रियों के लिए, संभव हो तो सेक्रेटरीज के लिए, उनको आप आमंत्रित करें, हम परस्पर संवाद करें, और संवाद के बाद में जो निष्कर्ष निकले इसके बाद में उसकी रिपोर्ट तैयार हो, और जो कि भी उसकी फाइंडिंग्स हों उनके लिए हम समेकित करके और भारत सरकार के समक्ष और राज्य सरकारों के समक्ष हम उसके लिए रखें, तो वो और ज़्यादा प्रभावी होगा, परिणामदायक होगा, उससे हमें लाभ होगा। तो वाहन भी काफ़ी सोफिस्टिकेटेड हो गए हैं, स्पीड भी काफ़ी हो गई है। अब एक दिन में अभी 15-20 दिन पहले का अखबार पढ़ रहा था, बहुत महंगी गाड़ी थी और वो वीडियो भी बना रहे थे, 200, 220 और 250 पर जैसी पहुंची और गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हुआ। और गाड़ी में जितने लोग बैठे थे, तो वीडियो बनाने वाले भी और जिनका स्पीड का वीडियो बन रहा था वो भी सारे के सारे लोग समाप्त। आप लोगों ने भी शायद अखबार में वो घटना पढ़ी होगी। तो मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि ये भी एक बड़ा कहना चाहिए कि जोखिम का विषय तो है ही, लेकिन वो जिसको कहते हैं ना रिस्क, वो रिस्क भी लोग उठाना चाहते हैं। तो हम ऐसा सिस्टम तैयार करेंगे जिसमें है भी, लेकिन अभी सभी जगह इतना व्यापक नहीं है, हो सकता बजट के कारण या फिर अन्य कोई हमारी व्यवस्थाएं हों। मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि रोड पर गाड़ी चलाने के जो नियम हैं उनका सख्ती के साथ में यदि हम पालन करेंगे तो इस प्रकार की दुर्घटनाएं नहीं होंगी। फाइन इत्यादि हम करते हैं तो जो बड़े लोग होते हैं 1 करोड़ की गाड़ी में चलें, 1.5 करोड़ की गाड़ी में चलें, 50 लाख की गाड़ी में चलें, तो उनके लिए 2-5 हज़ार रुपया कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती। उनके लिए ये एक प्रकार का मनोरंजन है, लेकिन जब मृत्यु होती हैं तो निश्चित रूप से तकलीफ भी सभी के लिए होती है और हमें एक कल्याणकारी सरकार के लिए सोच का ही विषय होता है। तो टोल प्लाजा और जीपीएस पर उपकरण पर नीलामी उपकरण तो लगाकर मूवमेंट पर निगरानी की जाती है, लेकिन अन्य हमें कोई विषय के बारे में भी हमें इसके सुधार के बारे में सोचना है, सोचना चाहिए। आज मैं बहुत कुछ न कहता हुआ इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि यदि हमने यह परिचर्चा आयोजित की है तो इसे परिणामदायक एक मुकम्मल स्थान तक पहुँचाने के लिए ज़रूरी है कि हम यहाँ से कुछ जो भी हमारी रिपोर्ट तैयार होती है, जो भी निष्कर्ष निकलते हैं आज की चर्चा के, उसको समेकित रूप से आप हमारे राज्य सरकार के सामने, और एमडी साहब भी बैठे हैं, भारत सरकार के सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे। और भी जो जैसा मैंने कहा प्रारंभ में, जो भी संबंधित विभाग हैं, क्योंकि दुर्घटनाएं सिर्फ मैं मान के चलता हूं कि हमारी पीडब्ल्यूडी या भूतल परिवहन विभाग जो भारत सरकार का है, ये अकेला रोकने में सक्षम नहीं है, रोका भी नहीं जा सकता। इसे अनेकों विभागों के लिए मिलकर काम करना होगा, तो निश्चित रूप से इसके बड़े अच्छे परिणाम होंगे। बड़ा चिंताजनक विषय है कि 1.5 लाख मौतें मध्य प्रदेश में यदि एक साल में होती हैं तो इतनी तो हमारी कोविड काल में नहीं हुई। और एक सबसे बड़ी एक जो फिगर है, ये बड़ा चिंताजनक है कि जब हाहाकार मचा था पूरे देश में और हमारे राज्य में, उस समय इतनी मृत्यु नहीं हुई जितनी मृत्यु दुर्घटनाओं के कारण, सड़क दुर्घटनाओं के कारण हुई है। और इस कारण से ज़रूरी है कि इस पर हम विचार करें, क्योंकि जिनके परिवारजन मृत्यु को प्राप्त होते हैं उनकी तकलीफ निश्चित रूप से चिंताजनक है। और ये फिगर यदि विदेशों के लोग देखते होंगे तो वो हमारी एक प्रकार से सड़क परिवहन की दुर्गति के बारे में सोचते होंगे। मैं व्यवहारिक रूप से आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि अधिकतर लोग गाड़ी की फिटनेस नहीं होती, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस नहीं होता, कुछ नहीं होता। हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में तो और तो नगरीय क्षेत्रों में भी थोड़ा सा स्टीयरिंग पकड़ना और ब्रेक लगाना और सिर्फ गियर बदलने यदि कोई सीख गया तो वो अपने आप में सफिशिएंट माना जाता है, इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं होता। बैलगाड़ी चलाने वाले ट्रैक्टर चलाने लगते हो, ट्रैक्टर चलाने वाले कारें और जीपें चलाने लगते हैं, ये स्थिति है। तो हमें परिवहन विभाग से भी ये कहना पड़ेगा कि वास्तव में वो टेस्टिंग करें, वास्तव में उसको देखें कि ये हैवी ड्यूटी या चलाने लायक है अथवा नहीं है। तो अनेक विभागों से जुड़ा हुआ मसला है। मैं अपनी शुभकामनाएं आज के दिन आप सभी के इस परिचर्चा के लिए देता हूं, और मुझे लगता है कि मुझे विश्वास भी है कि यह परिचर्चा जो है एक बहुत ही प्रभावी भी होगी, परिणामदायक भी होगी, और हमारे देश के नागरिकों की सुरक्षा के लिए बहुत लाभदायक होगी। सभी के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने आयोजन किया और जो यहाँ पर पधारे हैं। सर,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और कार्यक्रम को अंतिम सोपान पर लिए चलते हैं और सभी के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए आमंत्रित कर रही हूँ आदरणीय प्रणव कपूर जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट IRC को कि वे आएं और कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करें।
Honorable Minister PWD Government Madhya Pradesh Shri Gopal Bhargav ji, Honorable Member of Parliament Indore Shri Shankar Lalwani ji, DG Road Development and Special Secretary Morth and Secretary General Shri SK Nirmal ji, the beating heart and soul of the organization, sir, Vice President Shri R.K. Mehra ji, Engineer-in-Chief MPPWD Shri Narendra Kumar ji, Member Technical NHAI Mahabir Singh ji, Project Director PIU PWD MP Shri GP Mehra ji, Chairman Local Organizing Committee Shri BK Chauhan ji, Local Organizing Secretary Shri R.K. Joshi Sahab, distinguished speakers of the seminar, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Roads Congress, it is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of International Seminar on Road Safety, Current Scenario and Way Forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a pre-prepared speech here, but I was moved by the comments of those before me. We discussed a number of statistics. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was 1.5 lakh deaths in MP in India due to roads. In India due to roads, I misspoke. But for me personally, the importance of road safety was brought home about a month and a half ago. One of our senior most employees in the Chandigarh territory, who works out of Chandigarh for us, a gentleman by the name of Varun Sharma, who is my age. I'm 37 years old. He was 37 years old. He has left behind a wife and a young child. I have a young child on the way. And it brought me great sorrow to have to go to their house and condole with the family because Varun had slipped on a hill road while traveling for work, which did not have the appropriate protections at the side of the road. Therefore, before I go back to my pre-prepared speech, I'd like to thank the IRC for hosting this extremely important seminar, which definitely should be our focus going forward. So thank you to the IRC. I thank the government of Madhya Pradesh for hosting this international seminar. Today we feel blessed and honored to have Honorable Minister PWD Government of MP, Shri Gopal Bhargav ji, who spared his valuable time from his extremely busy schedule and for giving guidance to us all to take the road sector and the IRC towards greater heights. Sir, we assure you that with your good wishes during the coming time, the contribution of the IRC to the road sector and to the economy will be more visible. I sincerely thank Honorable Member of Parliament Indore, Shri Shankar Lalwani ji. Sir, thank you for sparing your valuable time from your extremely busy schedule once again, sir, and for your guidance and for your illuminating address earlier. Thank you, sir. Of course, as I said, the beating heart of our organization, Shri S.K. Nirmal ji, as we heard his passion for road safety during this address. Sir, without your guidance and support, it would have been much more difficult for all of us in the IRC to organize this important international seminar. I sincerely thank him for his guidance and support and meticulous planning of this seminar and for highlighting the importance of road safety. I also thank Shri R.K. Mehra ji, Vice President IRC, for gracing this inaugural function and for his efforts in organizing this event. I thank Shri Narendra Kumar ji, Engineer-in-Chief, MPPWD, for gracing this inaugural function and for his help in organizing this event. Mahavir Singh ji, sir, thank you for gracing this inaugural function, for his help in organizing this as well. Shri B.K. Chauhan ji, Chairman of the Local Organizing Committee, thank you for gracing this inaugural function and for help in organizing this. Shri R.K. Joshi ji, who I was sat next to, the Local Organizing Secretary, thank you for gracing this inaugural function and for help in organizing this event. Even while we were up here, I noticed maybe 3 or 4 times Joshi Saab was still trying to coordinate, on behalf of everybody here, to help everybody here organize this great event. I again am going a little bit off script here, but if I can indulge everybody's attention for a minute, I would like to thank the local organizing team. Khande Saab said to me earlier when I said that this is spectacularly done, brilliantly planned, brilliantly executed so far. So thank you, sir, for your fantastic work. The other thing, again, I am deviating from my speech, but once again, I would ask you to give a round of applause to people who help us at every stage but are unseen. The staff at the Indian Roads Congress office. I'd please ask you to join me in giving them a loud round of applause for all their help. Thanks are also due to the impressive galaxy of eminent speakers, distinguished guests, invitees, and all the participants for their gracious presence, both offline here and online. And I would, of course, like to finally place my record on record my thanks to the print and electronic media for giving adequate coverage to this extremely important international seminar. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
थैंक यू। सम्मानीय मंच और सभागार से अनुरोध है कि राष्ट्रगान की प्रस्तुति के लिए राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में सभी अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। हम सभी एक साथ राष्ट्रगान शुरू करेंगे। जन गण मन अधिनायक जय है भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप सभी हाई टी के लिए सादर आमंत्रित हैं और हमारी सभी महिला शक्तियों के लिए हाई टी के बाद जामदार हॉल में आपके लिए एक सांस्कृतिक पर्व का आयोजन किया गया है, तो हाई टी के बाद आप सभी उस हॉल में सादर आमंत्रित रहेंगे।
are lifeline of economy and nerves of society. The connectivity a road network offers is directly proportional to the growth and development of a country, also the degree of cultural exchange. In current scenario, with tremendous development in technology, economy and culture, we have grown manifold in road networking. Along with that, our concern in road safety has also increased. As per Ministry of Road Transport and Highways report in year 2014, number of people killed in road crashes was 1,39,671, with respect to those killed by malaria just being 535. Honorable Supreme Court has also acknowledged the seriousness of the matter and has issued direction for the implementation of road safety laws. The World Report on Road Traffic Injury Prevention of the World Bank and World Health Organization in the year 2004 stated that road traffic injuries are a major but neglected global public health problem requiring concerted efforts for effective and sustainable prevention. In current scenario, each and everyone being a road user, road safety is a shared, multi-sectoral responsibility of the government and range of civil society stakeholders. In these changing times, we have a very long way forward to ensure a happy road journey according to WHO slogan of road safety is no accident to every enlightened user. With massive investment in roads and the exponential growth in the number of vehicles, it has become necessary to have a system which integrates all disciplines that influence road safety and which at the same time would have linkage with established institutions that cater to different aspects of road safety. It is an integration in the areas of engineering, enforcement, education and emergency. Among these four E's, engineering roads has more scope to go an extra mile in enhancing safety. On this international platform for sharing knowledge, we have experts from all concerning stakeholders to guide us the way forward. In today's session, we are having expert views on Indian scenario, global strategy, initiatives, high-speed corridor, design approach, application of ITS, audit, pedestrian traffic, data analysis, trauma care and work zone safety. Our first session is being chaired by Mr. S.K. Nirmal, Director General Road Development and Special Secretary to Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and is being co-chaired by Mr. Vivek Jaiswal, Chief General Manager and Regional Officer, National Highways Authority of India, Bhopal. I request Mr. S.K. Nirmal and Mr. Vivek Jaiswal to please take their seat on the dais. Now I please request Mr. G.P. Mehra, Project Director, PIU, to please felicitate Mr. S.K. Nirmal, sir. Sir, I again request Mr. G.P. Mehra, sir, to please felicitate Mr. Vivek Jaiswal, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, may I please request the presenters of this session to please take their seats on dais. Professor P.K. Sikdar, Retired Director, Central Road Research Institute, and Mr. H.M. Naqvi, Chief General Manager, Road Safety, National Highway Authority of India. I request Mr. Sanjay Khande, sir, to please felicitate Professor P.K. Sikdar, sir. I again request Sanjay Khande, sir, to please felicitate Mr. H.M. Naqvi, sir. Thank you, sir. Without any further ado, I invite Professor P.K. Sikdar, Retired Director of Central Road Research Institute, to start the session with road safety scenario in India and global strategy for managing road safety.
Mr. S.K. Nirmal, Chairman, sir, and Vice Chairman. क्या कुछ बाकी रह गया? ये सब जरूरत नहीं, ये formality ये सब. And the fellow delegates. The topic given to me is road safety scenario in India and global strategy for managing road safety. Mr. Nirmal, during the inaugural session, has given you a brief of the scenario. So my task is little simpler. Also, Honorable PWD Minister, he seems to have quite a deep understanding of the road safety problem. He has given you some cues. I will dwell with that during the presentation. Now, this story, till the road safety problem directly hits or impacts a person, he or she is indifferent to it. This fact has been proven by the story given by Mr. Pranab Kapoor during the valedictory address. Sorry, not valedictory, it is vote of thanks. In the vote of thanks, he said that he lost a good friend, and that is due to road accidents. So this fact is very, very true. Till it doesn't touches you, you don't feel for it. This is like this sinking boat. This sinking boat, you look here, the two persons are fishing out the water frantically, trying to save the boat. The other two are laughing, not realizing they are also in the same boat. Road safety is basically misunderstood in a broad sense. It is task for all. That's what Honorable Minister said. Sanshad also said. It is the collective responsibility, not for the victims alone. He is not the only one to be blamed. Managers or the providers of the road network, they are equally responsible for that event. This is to be proved.
So last year, 200 people
Sound.
died on our roads. What do you think would be a more acceptable number?
Acceptable? 70 maybe? Probably 70.
Can you send 70? Actually, this is what 70 people looks like.
family.
So now what do you think would be a more acceptable number?
0. 0.
This gentleman was asked by a reporter. There were 249 people died in road accidents in New South Wales last year. What do you think? This is too much. What do you think is appropriate number? He said maybe 70. And then this reporter collected all his family members, wife, child, mother, father, brother, everybody, together 70 people, and brought in front of him. And he said, now what do you think should be the number? Then he said, it is 0. This is what it is. When it impacts you, you feel for road safety. Till that time, you don't feel. It is really a public health crisis. We have crossed malaria, tuberculosis, like dreaded diseases. We are just behind HIV/AIDS. Any day we will cross that as well. That's the situation of road safety in the world today. Now, this has been already stated by Mr. Nirmal or many other VIPs. It is the first cause for children and young adults. And more than 50% are to the vulnerable road users, highest being for two-wheelers. I will deal with that in a little more detail later on. This is what it is. During the last 150 years, some 60 million people have been killed in road accidents. And remember, in next 30, 40 years, if we don't take any action, we will kill something between 90 and 100 million people. In next 30, 40 years alone, that's the kind of gravity of the situation. I try to call it a silent disaster. Let us compare it, the road safety situation, with all the known natural disasters in our lifetime. Whether you call it Bhopal gas tragedy, Orissa super cyclone, Asian tsunami, you name anything, list out them. Your road safety is not comparable. Even tsunami didn't kill so many people in 7 countries. Coronavirus, we are suffering from that since last 2-3 years. Look here, the numbers till day before yesterday. That's the number. 3 years. Every year we kill 150,000 people. It is equivalent to corona. The kind of response created by corona is required for road safety as well. It has gone to that level. What's happening in our incredible India? Let us have a look. Now, last March, the data for 2020 was published. It shows 2019 to 20, everything has reduced. Number of accidents is reduced, number of person killed reduced, number of injury reduced. Well, this is not our contribution. This is Corona's contribution. Half of the year was under lockdown. But look at the last line. That is our contribution. The accident severity has increased from 33.7 to 36. That's the crux of the problem. We need to tackle it in a different way. National highway, state highway, it has been already said, 61%, more than 61% death out of 151,000 is in 5% of the network. We know the problem. As it has been said, these are more funded roads, national highway, state highway. Only 320,000 kilometers out of 6.3 million kilometers. What are we waiting for? Let us pave them with gold so that no accident takes place. Let us do that. We have to make it totally safe. Both national highway and state highway, they carry something like 80% of the traffic. Look here, in this 2020 data, the pedestrian, bicycle, two-wheelers, all of them have increased in terms of proportion in the total fatality. And two-wheelers, my God, alarming. 37 to 43% of all deaths. Out of 131,000, 43% to only two-wheelers. It is scary. Who is next? It is really scary. Look at this. The cause, again, as well known. It is branded as more than 70% of all these are happening due to overspeeding. Maybe we are not doing something right, and that's what has been said time and again. Let us see 2019 data, which is more reliable, which is trendy, which we know that how we have reached to 2019. So we must look at 2019 rather than 20 data. I would love to see 22 data, 2022, and relate it to 2019. I'm afraid it is likely to come 180,000 fatalities in 2022. That's my worry. I mean, I want it goes below 131, but my worry is that it will come beyond 180. That's what is the situation. Now, 2019 story was like this: 417 deaths in a day, 17 deaths every hour. It's shocking, shocking. We can't accept it. We must change ourselves. Look at this right-hand side bars. We are at the top, the red bar. In the world, we are number one. It has been said already, with 1% population of the vehicles, we kill 11% of the all fatalities in the world. But on the left-hand side, per 100,000 population, obviously our denominator is huge, 1.38 billion people, and that's why we are 9th on the left-hand side bars. But in terms of absolute number, we are number one. Let us compare with the rich nation. What happens? Why it is happening? This fatality rate per 10,000 crashes. In the United States, it is only 66 people get killed out of 10,000 accidents. But in India, 3,370 people get killed. Every 3 accidents, there is somebody dead. Reason? Our network is not forgiving. Accident doesn't happen in USA, it's not that. Accidents happen there as well. But people don't get killed. They are saved by forgiving infrastructure. Now, if we compare across all the states in India, 2019 data, look at this top 2 bands are 10,000 and above, 5,000 and above. These 13 states, more than 5,000 fatalities, contribute 85% of all fatalities, 85% of 151,000. So, therefore, we know the problem, where the problem arises. Attack the problem with great seriousness in those states. It is only 13 states. Ministry has taken a very interesting project of state support system in the 14 states which are shown with the blue arrows. Jointly with the state, they want to tackle this problem during this second decade of action. Now in 2019, look at these. The car, truck and buses contribute only 30%. Rest all is vulnerable road users. Two-wheelers, bicyclists, pedestrian, e-rickshaw, other non-motorized vehicles, auto rickshaw. They contribute 70% of the fatality of 151,000. What are we doing? Our infrastructure doesn't reflect anything for them. Practically nothing for them. Suiting to their requirements, those 70%, those which are being killed in the network. If you look into the proportion of fatalities, VRU fatalities in the total fatality in the states, all the states are given here. As you can see in some of the states like Chandigarh, Andaman, Goa, Kerala, these are all 80-90% of all of their yearly fatality is to vulnerable road users. What are they doing? What are they waiting for? They are to be saved. These are the poorer people in the society. They are not having a cage of steel around them when they are moving on the road. They are exposed to all the traffic, and that's why they get killed. And that's why they are called vulnerable road users. Looking into the vehicle population, the blue curve is the total motor vehicle population. More than 300 million motor vehicles in India. And red curve is two-wheelers. Nearly 80% of the motor vehicle population is two-wheelers. Now, two-wheeler is a very, very dangerous vehicle in so many ways. I'll show you that. 6 states on the right-hand side of the red bar, they contribute 55.8% of fatalities of 151,000. Sorry, not 151,000. It is out of the total of two-wheeler fatalities, which is 58,265, which is 38% of 151,000. Now, this is the trend. I tried to look into the trend since 2012, how the two-wheeler fatality is growing. It's systematically growing, and 2020 has crossed all understanding. It has gone to 43%, 43.2%. In next 2-3 years, it may become 50%. I mean, it's scary. Those who are moving on the motorcycle on the road, when I see, I try to close my eyes. I may not see me again. I'm scared really. What are you doing for them? There is no separate lane. There is no infrastructure catering for them. And of course, they are also unruly. Look at this. Road is congested. They have gone into the footpath. They are moving on the footpath.
कहाँ गई थी? मौसम का हाल लेने. The all new Hero Pleasure. Why should boys have all the fun?
Yes, girls also should have fun. After all these statistics, what I have shown you, they still want to sell more and more motorcycle. Girls also should have fun. Policies need to change. There are many challenges in road safety. Multi-agency coordination is grossly missing. Road safety management capacity is also grossly lacking in all the agencies who are involved in this. Accurate, reliable, and complete crash data is still, we don't know when it will be available. IRAD is created. It is in the testing phase. Hope it will change the situation over time. RSA is not compulsory for all roads. If at all it is done, recommendations are not implemented. No money. पैसा नहीं है, recommendation रख दो, रख दिया गया. This is large two-wheeler population, which I have shown you 80%, and poor infrastructure for them. Enforcement using technology is still not there. Police would like to catch them physically. What is this? Is there any NH or SH where advanced traffic management system catching everybody electronically? None. Not a single road till date ATMS or HTMS is working. Better emergency care is required. We have improved a lot, but a long way to go. Funding, of course, road safety is still coming, but is not enough most of the time. It needs much more than what we are able to do at this moment. Now, this is the story of road safety management. Who are supposed to look after road safety? By what? These are the actions required. For safe road user, we have to have all these: road safety education, driver training, driver licensing, awareness of traffic laws, enforcement, all these will make safe road user. Safe roads, obviously visibility, speed control, junctions, side protection, these signs, markings, everything. All these are to be perfect, then only road will be safe. Emergency care, obviously there has to be enough ambulance, trauma care, emergency practitioners, everybody should be there. Safe vehicles, obviously brake, tires, lights, all these impact protection and in-vehicle safety devices should be there. Then only the vehicles will be safe. All these we know. It's not that we don't know this. We know this. And there are organizations for taking care of all these. For all these, there are appropriate agencies provided. There are 10 to 12 agencies who are directly and indirectly involved with road safety. As Honorable Minister said, all of them should be brought here in this forum. We have to talk to them, discuss with them, find the strategy how to go about solving this total problem, not just solving the road engineering problem. We all here are responsible for, largely for road engineering, building roads, making roads. But what about healthcare? What about enforcement? Whole lot of other things. Vehicle safety. Honorable Minister said that many of them don't have license. Yes, that's right. Driver testing and all other things are also to be stringent, the way it is required to make road safety realistic. Now, road safety management system, in that list of the challenges, I will be able to handle only one or two within the time given. Institutional management capacity is required, planned interventions required, and we should seek targeted results from every action that we do. Everything that you do, there must be a result out of it. We never do that. Hardly we do that. Common discussion generally will find that, let us do something now. अभी कुछ करके दिखाते हैं. This philosophy will not solve the road safety problem. It should be always planned with targeted results. मैं क्या करने के लिए क्या कर रहा हूं, वो चीज जब समझ में आ जाएगी, we'll be able to solve our problem. Till that time, there will be no difference. Last 10 years, we have about 15 lakh deaths in our roads. We have not changed anything. It's continuously happening like that. We need to adopt a safe system approach. The system has to be safe, the total thing. What Honorable Minister said, call all of them, all these 10, 12 agencies, discuss with them, make the difference in road safety. The World Bank has developed a very interesting methodology for road safety management capacity review through a study they did in long back. And from that study, it was very clear that road safety management capacity will be through institutional management functions, all that which is written at the bottom of that triangle. Then all interventions must be planned. It has to be planned, and each of that intervention must have a result sought for. That I am doing this for this result, this benefit. Even if I am doing enforcement of helmet, have I changed anything in terms of helmet wearing? Is everybody wearing helmet? Like that, every action, even in enforcement as well, design, construction, everywhere there will be a result-oriented action. Therefore, in everything, you need a road safety management capacity. The second thing is also a road safety management capacity, and even the third thing is even bigger road safety management capacity is required. So if you have road safety management capacity, then only you will be able to solve your problem. And how does that come? You have to understand the safe systems approach. Safe systems approach actually is based on the resilience of human body. A road user will not be able to take any impact, So therefore, to save him, we need safer vehicles, safer roads, a conscious, alert driver moving at a desired speed. All that is required. Then only the person using the road will be safe. Now for that, obviously, we'll have to educate him. Entry of drivers to the driving population has to be very strict. Driver testing, understanding of the accidents, that is not there till date in our country because we don't have proper data. I don't know when we will get the IRAD data appropriately, completely collected, satisfying all the requirements which will tell us why the accidents happen and how we need to correct it. Legislation, we have plenty of them. We have plenty of them, but, well, you know. And then, on top of everything, political commitment. I'm not sure there is. Often it looks political commitment is there, and when we see the statistics, it seems it is not there. When we see the statistics, we feel that commitment is not there. Otherwise, why it is growing and growing? Safe system, mobility should not be at the cost of road users' death and injuries. That's first requirement. Safer roads, they should protect road users from death and serious injuries even when an error is committed by the road user. Safer vehicles, it should be equipped with all enabling technologies, in-vehicle safety device as well as out-of-the-vehicle safety device on the roads. And safer road users, obviously it will take generations to change the culture of road safety in the society. But still, we should keep trying. But all the other things can be done immediately. There is no change in law required. Everything is in place. Only thing is that we have to do it sincerely. We have to do it sincerely, correctly, accurately, and then we will achieve. Last one, it will take long time. This is another way of presenting safe systems approach. Human tolerance of crash to impacts is the center, and that is to be protected by safe road, safe speed, safe road users, safe vehicles. And these things we will get out of the work done as described in the white circle. That's how we get the safe system. Unless we go to the safe system, doing one thing at a time will not correct the situation. At the moment, situation is the fallout of that action, that we are doing one thing at a time, which is not doing this. Safe system, it is a framework to assess, guide, improve road safety. System that allows for human error, and result will be safe and forgiving network. And as I said, responsibility for reducing risk is not only for the victims. It is to be shared by the road user who becomes the victim of the accidents, and also the providers and managers of the road. Vision Zero was introduced by Sweden in 1997 itself by a resolution in the parliament saying loss of human life in traffic is not acceptable anymore. And that's what they did. A few years back, 43 people died in Sweden, and all these top guns were called to the parliament. We told you in 97, what are you doing? Even now, 43 people are dead. They begged pardon and said that we will work harder and make things happen in the way you are suggesting. Streets and vehicles must be adapted to the human tolerance so that nobody dies even when he makes a mistake. And reciprocal rights and responsibilities, both user as well as provider have to be equally responsible. There is an interesting research from Johns Hopkins University. It says that we are talking of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. We can't reach there. We have to first strengthen the road safety pillars. That means develop management capacity. First thing, you develop management capacity in all the institutions. Then implement the safe systems approach, 5 E's of road safety. And then only talk of SDGs. SDGs far away from us. How can we go there? We don't have the bottom step even. Second challenge is crash data. As I said, IRAD is trying to do something. Pilot was done in 14 states. More states are included in that now. We don't know when we will get the true data. Really, the data-driven strategies are completely missing in our road safety actions. All actions that we do, it's not data-driven. Wish, whims and fancies, and non-technical understanding of the story. Actually, if we look into the existing data system that we have, which I have presented, probably we know a very small fraction of our road safety problem. I'll prove to you that statement in a minute. In management, they very clearly say what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. And that is absolutely true in road safety. We have not been able to measure our road safety till date. What is the road safety and how dangerous it is? We say 150,000. World Bank and all says that it is more than 300,000. What are we doing? I mean, it could be even more than 500,000. Who knows? Data-led investigation only can direct evidence-based action plan. We need that to happen. Till that day, we'll not be doing the right thing. So what I said, I want to prove that. Here is a beautiful photograph of iceberg. Fantastic. Only 5 to 10% of it is visible on top of water. 90% below water, you don't see that. I have tried to simulate that in that little round thing here, 5 to 10% above the water level. Now, in the developed countries, rich countries, the way they collect the traffic accident data, they have established that one death is to 15 major injuries is to 70 minor injuries. That is the kind of proportion they have observed in their accident data. That means one death is 85 injuries. In our 2019 data, 151 death, 451 accidents. They don't say injuries, but I assume that there is one injury in every accident. So I call that injury. So what is this? 1:3. 1:3 and 1:85. How little we know about our road accident problem. We hardly know anything, practically. We need to collect the data in much different way and a better way. I'll prove that fact with little more things after 2-3 slides. This is an accident. Well, the truck didn't see this. In the night, it climbed over the service road separator. The service road is separated by a kind of raised curb. So it climbed over it. Here is another one. This has climbed on the railing of the flyover. Now, police comes and books the driver with all these offenses. So simple. So simple. He doesn't have to understand road accident. He doesn't have to understand traffic. He doesn't have to understand anything. Except the last one, drunken driving, where you can test and prove whether he is drunk or not. Rest all is just wish. Passing the buck to road user. And that's what happens. And that's why more than 70% of accidents which I showed are due to overspeeding in the data. I find difficult to believe that. That cannot happen with our kind of road network. That cannot happen. Because these two accidents which I have shown you, that proves that. All these are based on incomplete, inaccurate data or inaccurate understanding of an accident. And that's why we are branding them overspeeding, just blindly. So let us stop blaming the road users for everything. And that's what I showed you earlier. More than 70% are due to overspeeding. Every road accident is branded like that. Now, I want to prove about the data. Punjab, they say India begins there. Okay? It is 11.9 million motor vehicles in that state. 90% of their accident, these are all 2019 data. Fatal and grievous injury is 90%. Now, I would like to see fatal and grievous injury accidents together, because our follow-up of the grievous injury is never there. We don't know how many of them have died later on. So, better we look at both of them together. That's very serious matter, and that's why I'm looking at them. 90% fatal and grievous injury accidents. And look at this. Accident severity, 71.3. Every 100 accidents, more than 71 people die. Let us go somewhere else. Our unforgettable Himachal, the land of gods. 1.77 million motor vehicles. 65% fatal and grievous injuries. Here, 40 people die every 100 accidents. Now, this is a hilly strait, one bus falling in the gorge, all will be dead, or at least 70-80% of them will be dead. Now, this is understandable somewhat. Look at Kerala, God's own country, they say. 13.8 million motor vehicles in that state. 82% fatal and grievous injuries. This is shocking. 10.8 fatality per 100 accident. Looking together, how does it look? It looks funny. Funny in the sense that the accident data is collected completely with different intention, different kind of understanding. That's what is proved by this data. It's not my data, it is published data. So this proves that accident data is not collected the way it should be collected uniformly across the whole country. It is sad. I mean, when shall we do it right? When we will correct our road safety situation, if this is the situation going on? Looking into all these, United Nations in 2010 adopted resolution based on which this first decade of action was pronounced. They wanted to save 5 million lives by reducing it from 1.9 million, which is the projected figure up to 2020, to 0.9 million. Now, they didn't say only that it is a decade of action for road safety. They gave suggestions what is to be done. They gave 5 pillars, 5 action plans. Road safety management, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and post-crash response. What exactly is to be done by every country that was described? It is not simply announced a kind of decade. And they knew that the poorer countries, smaller countries, poorer countries will not be able to generate the knowledge and ideas how to implement all these, because they don't have resources. So therefore, through WHO, they prepared all the manuals for doing everything related to road safety of all 5 pillars and distributed them free across all the countries. And as it has been said during the inaugural session, no, LMICs, low and middle income countries, couldn't make a change in their road safety situation. By middle of the decade, WHO was asked to study again, and they found it has grown up to 1.35. I tried to project it to see what might have happened by 2020. I found it 1.45. We are not talking about 1.45, but most probably it is 1.45 now. We don't know. Third time global ministers met in Stockholm. Mr. Nirmal has already mentioned that. This is that meeting. The circle shows our minister being signatory. United Nations accepted that 18 September 2020, they ratified this second decade of action, which demanded 50% reduction in the fatality as well as injuries. This time it is more strict. Fatality and injuries to be reduced at least by 50%. These are the 5 things to be done, 5 pillars. This time, the first pillar has changed because the road safety management capacity is the prerequisite to do everything else. So therefore, they changed it saying that it is multimodal transport and land use. You plan your network in such a way that all road users are safe in the road network. And that's what that means, saving the vulnerable road users. They have given a detailed account of the things, what to do, how to do, and who should do what. Everything has been provided in detail. These are the 5 pillars, which I have already mentioned. These are how to do it, financing, legal framework, speed management, what all things to be done. These are detailed out in the plan. And who to do it, that's very interesting. Government, academia, civil society, and particularly, they addressed youth. Youth has to be included in management of road safety, then only you will get things right. The private sector, funders, of course, the multilateral funding agencies, United Nations obviously will have overarching requirement. How this public health crisis was tackled by road crisis tackled by the rich nations.
Sir, please.
Yeah, in a couple of minutes. This is the trend. They had the growing trend. 1970 onwards, they contained it and it started falling. It's still falling. What they did these 5 things. They said that these are the vaccines of road. And the first 2 are concerned about all of us. Management of speed and improving roadway design. Now, this is very interesting. This is interesting in the sense that, as you can see on the right-hand side, this curve is of rich nation. The red curve is the vehicle ownership. And it was growing, and they reached to 400, 500 vehicles per 1,000 population. And at that stage in 1970, they turned the curve down. The black curve was their fatality curve. Now, in our situation, case of India, on the left-hand side, as you can see, Indian vehicle population is something like 220 or so per 1,000 population. Red curve is the fatality curve. Now, should we go up to 400, 500 vehicle ownership? Then we will be killing probably 900,000 people every year. We don't need to go there. We can turn the curve here itself, where it is. Now, these are all fine. I mean, okay, I'll go little forward. Now, we seem to be concentrating on black spots. Since last 7 years, we have been tackling black spots, but there is no change. There is no change because we are building black spots. We are building black spots and correcting them. And that's why there is no change. It's not correction of black spot alone. The reasons for creation of black spots are also to be tackled simultaneously. Then only will improve road safety. You see, it's not that developed world. This is an example of Australia. They also did black spot, but they did it for 1 year only. They did it for 1 year only. Now, consequence of not doing things correctly. Ministry's list 2015, 789, 2019, 8014. Maybe based on the trend, I listed 2023 will be the next list. And this is again my projections only. It may come 80,000. Next list. Now, this is interesting example. New Zealand was not in that list of rich nation who contained their road safety problems since 1970. They were also growing like ours. And 1989-90, they woke up. They said that nothing doing, we have to correct it. And 1990 onwards, they took up the exactly similar steps like all other countries. And they made the difference. They are better than many other countries. The red curve is of New Zealand. 87, 90, it was continuously growing. And after that, today, they are one of the best countries in road safety. Here is a glaring example of road safety solution. Japan was in that list. The blue curve is the pedestrian accidents and fatalities in Japan in 1970. And they started building footpaths on their roads. The green bars are footpaths. Cumulative length of footpaths grew, and that blue curve fell down. Just see this targeted action, and it made a difference. That has to be done. There's plenty of knowledge in our country, but all that seems to be being used in an unscientific way. We need to do better. This is what is required. Delivery of road safety must be managed differently. Road safety is a public good. Free market will not deliver it. Delivery of public good requires collective action, and collective action from all of them, not only government, non-government organization, private citizen, private organization, civil society, everybody has to be conscious about it, and then only road safety will be corrected. We need to learn road safety from anywhere. Wherever there is an opportunity, let us learn. Learn from this big elephant. He has huge power, but no electric power. So he has to depend on the reflectors. Let us make such changes. Thank you.
So thank you for your passion for road safety. We have seen that, and it's really excellent presentation, and in a detailed analysis of different countries' best practices we have seen. So we have overshooted time, but it was really very interesting and educative for all of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next, I think, Mr. Naqvi. So he has more than 30 years of experience in traffic and transportation, and he has also done PhD in road traffic safety from IIT. Mr. Naqvi, please.
Respected Chair, Vice Chair, and Professor Sikdar, and the dignitaries of the dais. I am very happy to be here, part of this International Road Safety Seminar organized by IRC. I really thank them for hosting such event. Friends, this session is on road safety scenarios for national highways in India. My focus is mainly on national highways, in particular on with NHAIs, and safety measures at hazardous spots. We also call them as black spots. So the content of the presentation would be on accident fatalities, then safety measures at accident spots, then moth notified black spots, not moth notified black spot, and what is the way forward. Of course, there are other activities which we are doing in NHAI,
but in this presentation it is restricted to these two aspects. If you look at this first slide, wherein I have presented 20 years accident, fatalities, and persons killed on national highways in India, right from 2000 to 2020. Of course, as Professor Sikdar was saying, 2020 data may not be very reliable because of the COVID. So we have to wait for 2021 data. But these three slides very clearly depict these three graphs. If you look at, first one is showing you the fatal crashes, the second one is showing the persons killed, and third one is showing the fatalities on national highways. First two are basically all India, and the third graph, which is shown with the violet color, is showing fatalities on national highways. I have not taken accidents and grievous injuries here. It is purely based on fatalities, because fatal data is considered to be more reliable. What we find here at roughly, you can see 47,000 or something like that, 48,000 fatalities took place on national highways in India, which is very, very high figure. Definitely it is a very high figure. When we look at the quantum of the national highway, which is 2%, then in that respect it is very high. Of course, we all know that it carries 40% traffic, but still our effort should be to minimize it as much as possible. Despite implementation of NHDP, Bharatmala, we still find in Indian that there are roughly 3/4 roads are less than 2 lane or 2 lane. So that still is a huge number. When we analyze the accident, we also have to look what kind of roads we have. Then share of fatalities on NH, as I mentioned, or you can see in this graph, is roughly to the tune of 34 to 39% during the 20-year period. So this is showing that roughly on national highways, fatalities trend is to the tune of 35–36%, even if when you have the COVID and all. So we have to minimize it, as I mentioned, as much as possible, because large number of fatalities is a very serious concern for all the highway professionals and other stakeholders who are dealing with the road safety. And as we all know, road safety is a multi-stake responsibility where multiple stakeholders are there. We at National Highway Authority of India are dealing with mainly correcting the road engineering issues. Now, estimated socio-economic cost, which IIT Delhi has done recently, some time back, and they found roughly to the tune of 1%, but if you read the other report, they are stating 2 to 3% or even up to 4 to 5%. So this is a huge loss when we look at the GDP in terms of road accidents or fatalities in India, our country. Now let us look at this two pie charts. I have drawn one for 19 and one for 2020. And if you look at the pattern, more or less same pattern is there. And these particular, what you see here, various modes are depicted in both the pie charts. These are showing that these are the fatal modes when the vehicles are, meeting with fatal crashes, which are the modes which are, found to be at the site. So you find that vulnerable road users on national highways are to the tune of 60%, whether you look at 19 chart or 20 chart. It very clearly emphasizes there is some sort of deficiencies on part of our design consultants or those who are preparing the DPRs, that they are not adequately focused on infrastructure requirement for VR use. You see, wherever you find two-wheeler movement is adequate or heavy, we must have a separate lane, dedicated lane. But unfortunately, in our system, as of now, we hardly find such kind of system where you have a dedicated lane for bikes or bicycles, or adequate provisions for safe crossing for pedestrians or safe crossing movement along the road. So this is where the problem is. We think that VR use crashes are happening on urban areas. No, it is not true, because you can see here, even on national highways, and this is all India figures I am showing, this is not a particular state or particular district. All India figures shows that 60% of the fatal crashes are occurred of vulnerable road users. And when I say vulnerable road users, the vulnerable road users comprises of non-motorized vehicle, pedestrians, bicycles, and motorized two-wheelers, which I have colored with red color. You can see here. And this is what is the requirement from the safety consultants when they are doing the DPR, when they are DPR consultants who are preparing the upgradation or greenfield highways on our network. Either we have a complete segregation or we must have adequate provision. Now look at this slide, as Professor Sikdar was also showing, that these figures, this particular chart figures may not be depicting the correct picture. This is again of National Highways NHAI. So when I say National Highways NHAI, that means majority of our roads are 4-lane and 6-lane. And of course the problem is when the person, the poor constable or the police person is writing these cause of the accident, he is many times not fully familiar with the road engineering aspect. As a result of that, when you find that overspeeding is contributing to roughly 70 to 75% or something like that. If the people who are writing the report are also well groomed with respect to the identifying the causes and then mentioning the cause in the FIRs and all, then you will find the results would be little different. But it is showing that overspeeding is 70%, driving wrong side is also one of the problem. Many places we find median cuts are there, many places we find places, proper locations where median is to be provided authorized cut have not been provided by the design consultant, and that leads to unauthorized median cut. And once this unauthorized median cut starts, then we find this becomes a black spot. So as a result of that, large number of places we find crashes are occurring. So driving wrong side is one of the engineering defect in my opinion, and this need to be very seriously examined by the design consultant or the safety consultants who are doing the safety audit. Unless they correct this issue, whether it is an improper median cut or non-providing the safe merging or diverging at a proper location, it is going to create black spots. Other, of course, are jumping red light, mobile usage, and other causes are there, which I am not going to discuss it here. Friend, this is one very important slide. I tried to prepare 3 years data. I analyzed this data, and you can see here that when you look at the pie chart, this bar charts, which states are doing better over the last 3 years period. So as you know, many people have been discussing, and this has been, data has been used from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways booklet. It is very clearly depicting, and I have used only the fatalities per kilometer data. Basically what I did is I collected the fatalities and also tried to rationalize with kilometer length of the national highways in that particular state during that particular year. And you can see here, Tamil Nadu is found to be one state where you can see that the fatality per kilometer has dropped down from 0.97 to 0.69. That means Tamil Nadu government, all the stakeholders, whether the NHAI or PWD or police or the trauma care, perhaps they are working in tandem, and as a result of that, we can find drastic difference in Tamil Nadu. Similarly, there may be 1 or 2 more states, but other states, if you look like Uttar Pradesh, it is 1.15 in 2017, and fatality per kilometer, that means 1 kilometer if you travel in Uttar Pradesh, but perhaps the chances of 1 person meeting with fatal crash is there, which is very high in compared to the international data, and it has increased to 1.36. So this is giving an alarming signal. So this is how I feel that each state can do analysis for their own roads, whether you are having the PWD roads or you are having the national highways. Even the project directors, PIUs, can do the analysis for their different roads and then analyze how the performance of different PIUs is found. In fact, I discussed this issue with Mr. Jaiswal Sahab during one of the review meeting, and he also promised that he will be carrying out. So now you can look at Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, the chart is showing more or less static. It is not neither increasing nor decreasing. So perhaps lot need to be done to make it down. And this is how each state can be verified and checked where they are with respect to the safety fatalities in their respective state. Now what we are doing with respect to accident spots on national highway, as I mentioned in my first slide, this is the topic we are going to discuss in detail. Basically, we find large number of places accident spots, and accident spots can be categorized into 2 categories. One is MORTH notified accident spots or black spots, where MORTH has given clear definition that during the last 3 consecutive years, if number of grievous or serious injuries crosses more than 10 and fatalities more than 5, then it is declared as black spot. And rest of the spots are also there, but they are non-notified accident spots. So in these non-notified accident spots also, NHAI is taking action. I will discuss in detail. Now let us look at this slide. In this slide, you can see here, as Professor Sikdar was saying, 789 is the cumulative figure for all India. Out of 789 black spots, which MORTH has identified in the year based on the accident data of 2011 to 14, 503 black spots were found on NH with NHAI. So now, we started working sometime in 2015 onwards when the data received by us, and I am sure, I am happy to say that almost all these black spots have been addressed with respect to short and long-term measures or permanent measures. Again, using the accident data of 2015 and 18, MORTH has again notified black spot to the tune of 8,000, and this time 4,000 black spots were falling on NH with NHAI, and we have taken short-term measures at all these black spots and long-term measures at many spots, almost 2,000 something we have completed, and the remaining locations work is in progress at various stages. The third list ministry has shared with us is of 2017 to 19, and this list is only showing at the moment 300 spots, but this list is not complete as it is only referring to 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Punjab and Goa. So I am hopeful that in the coming time they shall be sharing this list with us when the data is compiled, and then we will start short and long-term measures at these locations. Now this is how, as I was telling you, 2015 and 18, 2,600 black spots have already been rectified, and under implementation is to the tune of 774, which is roughly 20%, 67% we have completed the task. And similarly, award stage is 9% and DPR stage is about 5%. So these are the things we are carrying out, and we are regularly monitoring using our data lake software. Now, for each of these black spots, when we collect the data, we also collect the latitude and longitude, and we do the plotting of these black spots on GIS map. So, and you can also see there are 4 or 5 colors, and this is how green color is showing the black spot got rectified. The other colors are showing work in progress and under approval, etc. So this is how pictorially we can see what is the status of black spots in various states in our country. And this is being done using the data lake portal, which is also having the GIS features. These are the attributes we are collecting when we do the black spot data collection from our respective PIUs. And friends, as some of you may be aware that NHAI has delegated powers to our regional officers and field units in order to expedite approval or avoid delay in processing of files and processing of correspondences and papers. And some of the things, I think one of the things is that, as Honorable Minister was also referring, is 50 crore per black spot. MORTH notified black spot we have delegated to our regional officers, and they have, number of regional officers have utilized this delegation. Similarly, now in the recent past, we have also delegated 25 lakhs per black spot, MORTH notified, to our respective project directors. And they can also, take, once the black spot is notified and identified by them, they can immediately take short-term measure using this delegation of the power. Similarly, for construction of, underpasses, we have again given separate powers, which is to the tune of, you can say, 25 crore. Similarly, we have also, given recently, enhanced the delegation for foot-over bridges, which is to the tune of 2.25 crore for 4 lane, 2.75 crore for 6 lanes. So these are the recent delegations which we have given to our project directors and field units. And I am happy that with this delegation, we are hopeful that the rectification of black spots work would be expedited in much faster manner. Now, how we are monitoring the rectification of black spot, as I mentioned, first of the thing is that as and when the black spot is notified, we collect the data from the field, and this data is also uploaded on our portal, which is called Data Lake Portal, and this also has GIS features. So once the data is uploaded, automatically we are monitoring the status of various black spots using the web-based portal Data Lake. Second is updates of black spot is also done, by the respective POs time to time. As I mentioned, GIS features are already there in this. We also hold periodically video conferences with our regional officers and, discuss with them what are the issues so that these problems are rectified as early as possible. And the last thing is that for rectified black spot, we have to monitor the effectiveness of those black spots. So for that also, once the black spot is rectified, we are expected to monitor accident and fatalities of that at that location for next 3 years. And for this also, we have the feature in our Data Lake portal, and data is being captured, and accordingly work is going on. These are some of the photographs where you can see short-term measures have been taken at a particular site, which is in Kasara Ghat in Maharashtra, PIU Nasik, and you can see how the short-term measures have been taken place as and when the black spot is notified. So you have the warning signboard, you have the transverse bar marking, you have the lane marking, you have the roadside this crash barrier. All these things are placed over there, and this basically gives very alarms to the driver as and when they moves along this particular stretch, that this is an hazardous location and they need to be careful. So this itself solves the issue significantly. In case if you find that this is not found effective, then long-term measures need to be taken. In long-term measures, you can see here, like in one particular, this is another black spot in Maharashtra, Mahabulumra, MH013. So earlier it was the National Highway was passing through the town, and now this town has been bypassed. So once you bypass the town, we find difference in accident also. Earlier at this location, 22 accident took place, and now 0 accident. So this is how one can do long-term planning of black spot rectification. These are some other photographs. Now for non-notified accident spots, because there are 2 kinds of spots as I mentioned. Again, we have from this year itself started preparing an annual road safety action plan, and we are requesting all the regional officers and project directors to analyze their project reaches under construction and OM stretches based on safety audits, inspection, authentic accident data for last 2 to 3 years. Generally, each state police collects the data of accident on national highways, and many a time these accident spots are not notified. So the idea is that as and when the state police identifies and passes it to the National Highway Authority of India, our engineers should immediately start working on it, and without waiting for declaration of them as MORTH notified black spot, they must start act. And that is how this annual road safety action plan, as I mentioned, has been now, we are requesting all the project directors and the regional officers to submit the list to the respective technical divisions for approvals if required, and take the measures without waiting. So this is how we have started this work. I am hopeful that in the coming time, this will basically arrest the accident spot becoming as black spot in future. So as of now, we have received a list from the various states, and we find that 3,000 number of spots, accident spots, in addition to the black spots, have been identified by the regional officers, and they are working on these approvals, etc. at these spots. Friends, I just briefly touch upon the incident management aspect. Recently, as you all know that in NHAI, all the toll plazas are provided with the ambulance, tow-away crane and patrol vehicle. And now we are trying to introduce a concept of, command center, wherein this similar kind of facility as you find in Uber and all, whichever vehicle is available at the nearest to the accident spot shall be dispatched, and this will basically facilitate making use of the golden hour time. And we are hopeful in the coming time, this concept wherein the command center will be established, and they will analyze the calls as per the location of the vehicle placed these vehicles, and accordingly the vehicles will be dispatched, and this will resolve the issue of long time in dispatching the vehicle, etc. And 10333 is one of the helpline number which is also multilingual, and it is capturing various data including the incident management vehicles. So road users can make use of this. The way forward from National Highway Authority of India side, what we are working on road engineering is, as I mentioned, is one is the thing is annual road safety action plan. So this annual road safety action plan is basically trying to capture the data of non-MORTH identified or notified accident spots to be rectified as early as possible. The idea is that once these spots are rectified, once these spots are identified by the state police and rectified, perhaps these spots will not convert to the black spot. That is one of the things which we are working. And second is we are also working on model safe road, wherein we are requesting each project unit to identify the roads which are to be developed as model safe road, where you find least number of fatalities or accidents, so that this can be replicated in other roads also. Another important thing what NHAI has done is made mandatory 15 days road safety audit training for all the deputy managers and manager levels, and this has also been made it mandatory in such a manner that their promotions will be linked with this training of 15 days. So now as a result of that, we are able to have large number of young engineers who have this 15 days training on road safety audit. Then third thing is advanced traffic management system. In fact, Professor Sikdar was mentioning that he has not seen, but I myself, because I am handling Chhattisgarh state also, and I have visited Bilaspur Phatrapalli project, which recently has got PCOD. There, this particular project has introduced advanced traffic management system. Not only Bilaspur Phatrapalli, there are many other projects like Delhi Meerut has advanced traffic management system, and many other projects are there in NHAI where this system has already been installed. And only thing is, as of now, the data capturing has yet, they have just recently installed these things. So data analytics have not been done to great extent. So I have requested the PD to analyze the data, and once they analyze the data, perhaps we will be in a position to make use of ATMS. This has all the features. Command center is there, VIDS, vehicle incident detection, all the cameras, etc. are available. So I am happy to share with you that ATMS is already, in fact, all our new projects of National Highway, ATMS feature is part of the project, and it will be there in all the projects. Apart from this, as I mentioned, in the incident management side, computer-aided dispatch system is already under advanced stage. You will find in the coming time, you will have such kind of systems on our national highways. We also have deployed additional 120 ambulances, and there is a work going on regarding cashless insurance. So this scheme is also in pipeline. We are hopeful that in the coming time, these things will be implemented on national highways in NHAI. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Naqvi, for bringing out the various measures which has been taken by NHAI for national highways. Before I ask my co-chairman to sum up, I think we can have a couple of questions from these two experts. Yes, please.
I have two specific questions. You talked of incident management, and your recent circular of 26th October from NHAI also shows that the primary responsibility of providing first aid and ambulance cover, etc., has been assigned to the concessionaire or the contractor. Mind you, all of us know that who is the best person having equation with the state government, the state hospital. It's a government officer. Government officer, why not specifically the project director or the MORTH officer? Because the problem that people face is the specialization which goes into the aspects of ambulance and technology of that nature is always better controlled by the NHAI rather than the concessionaire contractor, whose primacy is building road rather than, getting into the technical medical aspects which often keep changing in technology. I made this request in some seminar in the last time also, and member Pandey Saab said, yes, we are doing something from NHAI, adding on to some ambulances. But then when we say that there are so many fatalities, why shouldn't the government go a mile extra for the purpose of taking on this responsibility in the rule position itself, rather than you are putting fines on those who are not providing ambulance in time? So that kind of situation is worse scenario when you have so many fatalities. This was specific to that issue, but when we talk of so many fatalities of human beings, we seem to have forgotten about the animals. The stray animals which we have on various highways. I believe the Parliamentary Standing Committee a few months back did highlight that what the crash barriers and the measures to that effect can be introduced for the purpose of ensuring. But yes, the implementation part comes into a more important. Whether you have issued any specific instructions after that observation of the Parliament Standing Committee, I believe in September, for the purpose of having crash barriers and reducing the menace of stray cattle. We don't have any statistics of the animals dying because they are quiet people. We have a lot of hue and cry for human beings dying, no doubt, but the fact remains that the accidents occur, quite a few, because of the stray animals.
The NHAI would you like to respond?
Sir, the issues that you raised about the ambulances, I would like to inform you कि particularly in Madhya Pradesh, if I say, out of 53 toll plazas, 43 ambulances have been installed, और वो भी वो ambulances हैं जिसमें कि double stretchers हैं, और उसको सारे PDs और एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स PWD में और MPRDC में जो हमारे DMs हैं वो सब उसको मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, और जहाँ पे भी एम्बुलेंसेस इंफीरियर क्वालिटी की दिखती हैं तो उसको लिए एक्शन भी ले रहे हैं. इसके अलावा कुछ एक जगहों पे ऐसा भी पाया गया कि हम एम्बुलेंसेस स्पेसिफिकेशन की नहीं ले पाए थे, तो वहाँ पे NHAI ने हेड क्वार्टर से 200 एम्बुलेंसेस ऑलरेडी एक इसके पार्टी के थ्रू डिप्लॉय करी हैं, और वहाँ से भी हम लोग एम्बुलेंसेस को ले रहे हैं. दूसरी बात सर जो आपने बताई थी इसकी रिगार्डिंग स्ट्रे एनिमल्स, तो स्ट्रे एनिमल्स भी अभी लास्ट बरसात में अगर हम देखें तो हमने बहुत फेस किया हुआ है कि स्ट्रे एनिमल्स की वजह से एक्सीडेंट हो रहे थे. तो इसके लिए भी एक SOP हमने बनाई है, अपने PDs को सर्कुलेट किया है, दैट इज़ इन द प्रोसेस. उन लोगों ने इस पे भी काम किए हैं, लेकिन आपने जो इश्यूज़ बताए हैं तो बड़े ही इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यूज़ हैं और हम उनको एड्रेस कर रहे हैं सर. थैंक यू सर.
Just one question. It's not basically a question. Let me just introduce. My name is Akhilesh Srivastav. Earlier I was with NHAI Chief General Manager. Now I have switched. I am working with the World Economic Forum on next generation road safety called Road Safety 2.0. So my question is, not the question, rather suggestion. I was looking at the figures projected by Professor Sikdar, the horrific figure that 80,000 black spot may be there by 2023 end. I do not know how truth it is, but let's say if it is correct, then it's going to be something very serious. There are many softwares available which in fact simulates at the planning stage, and what Mr. Naqvi said, there is a fault in the DPR itself. So we are creating DPR, black spots rather than solving. So why don't we use it at the beginning itself when the DPR is submitted, let it to pass through that software, and simulations is done, and it gives you here the black spot, or this stretch which has been planned is a you can say there is no black spots. There won't be black spots even after 10 years when traffic is increased. All kind of VRUs are added and decided. I think some policy or these can be explored. It is happening in many countries. Just suggest.
Okay, I think these IT solutions are definitely welcome, and if we inbuilt, if the IT solution provides that what is the scenario, it's a kind of simulation system where we can see that the improvement, what it will bring, it will, because most of the accidents which as per the present data, what is given in the data, ministry's accident data, is due to overspeeding, and the improvement of our roads or even giving access control road and all these things are further improving the speeds. So speeds are increasing, and the lane disciplines are not there. So I don't know how this particular IT solutions will address to those human factors, because there are many human factors involved in these kind of situations. But they are most welcome, any IT solution. But I hope that when we are taking up the road safety audits in different stages, right from the planning, design and construction and pre-opening, I think they should also, they are checklists, because in the manual we have given the checklist for all these things. So if they are properly addressed, I think to some extent they should address the situation, that whatever situation he is predicting, I don't know what is his assumptions, that 80,000 black spot in 23. But I think I will ask Professor Sikdar only to elaborate on that.
No, I don't have any clue to that. Only thing is that first was 800, next was 8,000, so I made it 80,000. so it is just geometric progression the way I just predicted. Now regarding that solution, not allowing things to develop to black spot, what Mr. Srivastava has mentioned, I am in a WhatsApp group. I tell you a fact of the matter. One fine morning, I found that one RO has sent a message to his member technical, what is the, below RO is the PD. PD. PD has sent, to PD he has sent that, look here, the state government has sent a list of 14 black spots. And in that 14 black spot, 84 people have been killed in last 1 year. Please check whether these are in our network or not. So PD, after half an hour, replies, sir, 9 of them are in our network, but all of them are junctions. All of them are road junctions, and we have planned long-term solutions of providing grade separators. Now, these junctions, how they became the black spot? Because these junctions were not properly designed at the first place when the road network was built. Now, why it was not built or why it was not designed properly? Because there was no land. There was no land. Land constraint made them as they were, they left. And in that land constraint junctions, they have planned flyovers. And these flyovers are grade separators. Without land acquisition, it will be even more black spot. So this is not the way the black spots to be corrected. What IRC has prepared, IRC 131, that should be the way black spots should be corrected. No ad hoc solution. It has to be formalized. The black spot rectification must be formalized the way it is suggested in 131. Unless it is done that way, black spot will never be corrected. And the cause of creating black spot, I couldn't present the black spot related thing. There is a full presentation on black spot that need not be given. But you understand that black spot, the cause of creating black spots must be corrected, not only the black spots. Otherwise, you will be creating black spot and correcting them. That should not happen.
Thank you, sir.
सर नमस्कार सर। सर मैं सुदेश सिंह डीएसपी ट्रैफिक छिंदवाड़ा हूँ सर। जो एक्सीडेंट्स हैं सर, मैं अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट के बारे में बात करूँगा, शायद उसमें पूरा एमपी उसमें कवर हो। मेरे यहाँ लगभग 418 किलोमीटर की सर नेशनल हाईवे है, उसमें 4 टोल हैं और 4 एम्बुलेंस और 4 क्रेन हैं, सही है। बट सर मैं ये कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि जो रिक्वायरमेंट है उस सड़क पे वो प्रॉपरली नहीं है। उस रोड पे ट्रैफिक चलता है 30 to 50 टन, लेकिन हमारे पास जो क्रेन है सर वो 8 to 12 टन का लोड उठा पाने वाली। यदि कोई व्यक्ति उस गाड़ी के नीचे दबा है किसी एक्सीडेंट में, तो जब तक हमारी क्रेन पहुंचेगी या जब तक हम 2 या 3 क्रेन कलेक्ट करेंगे तब हम उस व्हीकल को उठा पाएंगे। ये एक प्रॉब्लम है सर। दूसरी चीज़ ये है सर कि जो संवेदनशीलता होनी चाहिए एक्सीडेंट्स के बाद में, पोस्ट एक्सीडेंट जिसको मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि एक्सीडेंट के बाद में हमें और क्या करना होगा, वो एजेंसीज प्रॉपरली सर अभी उतने सेंसिटाइज नहीं हुई हैं और उसको बहुत किए जाने की ज़रूरत है सर। मेरा एक निवेदन और भी है सर कि हम जब ब्लैक स्पॉट जब हम बनाते हैं तो उसको उसके मेजरमेंट को सिर्फ और सिर्फ पुलिस उसको देख रही है कि 5 एक्सीडेंट मतलब 3 इयर्स में 5 बड़े एक्सीडेंट या 10 से ज़्यादा मौतें 500 मीटर के रेंज पे। मेरा निवेदन यह है कि जब हम उसको उसके सॉल्यूशन की तरफ जाते हैं उस पर सारी एजेंसियां बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान से आएँ और उसके बाद में उसका सॉल्यूशन निकालें कि वहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट्स क्यों हो रहे हैं। एक चीज़ और है सर कि ब्लैक स्पॉट बहुत बड़ा कॉज नहीं है सर एक्सीडेंट के लिए, जितना अवेयरनेस का है। पोस्ट एक्सीडेंट सर और जो सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट्स है वो हमारे पास प्रॉपर नहीं है सर। इन सब में भी हमको सारी एजेंसियों को, जो हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट सड़क सुरक्षा समिति है, उस पर जब हम डिस्कस करते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि 1 या 2 ही एक मेज पे आ रहे हैं। अगर वो 12 के 12 स्टेक होल्डर्स एक मेज पे आएंगे सर, एक टेबल पे आएंगे, तो ही सर रोड एक्सीडेंट्स कम होंगे और उसके बाद में ये मृत्यु के जो आंकड़े हैं सर कम हो पाएंगे सर। NHI से मेरा निवेदन था सर कि इसको जरूर देखें कि वो जो क्रेन की कैपेसिटी है सर वो बहुत कम है। मैं 8 to 12 बता रहा हूँ 10, और एक जो ट्रैफिक चलता है वो 30 to 50 चलता है सर। एम्बुलेंस में प्रॉपर स्टाफ नहीं है सर, उसको भी बहुत ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। एक्सीडेंट के बाद में एक्सीडेंट होते हैं लेकिन उसके बाद में यदि उनको प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट मिल जाएगा तो मौत का आंकड़ा कम होगा सर। थैंक यू सर।
I think this is a very important feedback which you have given, and this is further strengthening to the fact that as earlier we have seen the statistics that in United States there are 5 times more accidents than India. India we have 4.5 lakh and they have 5 times more accidents, but the number of people killed are 4 times less. We have 1.5 lakh, they have 37,000. So what is really required is post-accident care. That is what where we are lacking totally, and that is an area we also should involve all the stakeholders. That is why we have in this particular conference also we have invited all the for the post-accident care the stakeholders associated with trauma care, with the vehicle engineering, and with the, so NGOs. So how to take care after the accident, and that crane statistics and ambulance, because if you have ambulance and it is not equipped properly, then how to save the lives of the accident victims. So I think this also this kind of feedback I would request if any other you also can give us in writing, and we will definitely take this on record what is further needed to improve our this particularly the ambulance system or crane system, and if you can give any other.
सर बिल्कुल आपने जो बात कही है छिंदवाड़ा के लिए, मैं आपसे मतलब इस हॉल में मौजूद सभी हमारे असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर्स, हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स, हमारे प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर्स, हमारे डीएम्स, इन सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो अभी उन्होंने बात उठाई है उसमें क्रेन की कैपेसिटी, अब क्रेन की कैपेसिटी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में हमने अगर डिफाइन कर रखी है 20 टन तो वही आएगा। इसलिए मैं सारे एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स और इवन मैं माइसेल्फ खुद को भी प्रतिबद्ध करता हूं कि जब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डॉक्यूमेंट को मैं लिख रहा हूं उस समय उसकी कैपेसिटी 30 टन को लिखूं और उसको एंश्योर करूं उस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को लिखते समय। दिस इज व्हाट हम यहाँ पे हॉल में जितने भी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स हैं इस बात का हमको ध्यान रखना है। यहाँ पे अगर हमने ठीक कर लिया तो उनकी वो जो प्रॉब्लम है आज जो छिंदवाड़ा में क्रिएटेड है वो सॉल्व हो जाएगी। इसके बाद अगर सपोज कीजिए कि वो 18 टन की या 20 टन की या 15 टन की वहाँ पे है, कोई बात नहीं, उसका चेंज ऑफ स्कोप करके हम वहाँ पे 30 टन की क्रेन लगा सकते हैं। इसके अलावा ये हम करेंगे कब? जब हम खुद प्रतिबद्ध होंगे, हम खुद इस चीज को देखेंगे। तो एवरी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर, एवरी प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर्स इज रिक्वेस्टेड कि उन्होंने जो बात बताई है उसको हमको एड्रेस करना है। इसके अलावा जो आपने और एक बात कही, क्या कही थी? एम्बुलेंस। सर एम्बुलेंस के बारे में भी जो उसका स्टाफ है ये भी हम एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स और हमारी ही जिम्मेदारी है कि हमको उसके स्टाफ को बराबर देखना है। जैसे जितनी अच्छी मॉनिटरिंग होगी उतना अच्छा हमारा सिस्टम रहेगा। इसके लिए भी अगर आप देखें तो अभी नर्मदा ट्रॉमा केयर सेंटर पे हमारे जो रोड सेफ्टी ऑफिसर हैं मिस्टर जैन साहब, मनोज जैन जी, उन्होंने स्पेशली वहाँ पे उन सभी पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ की ट्रेनिंग कराई थी और ये ट्रेनिंग होती रहती है। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि इसको और स्ट्रेंथन करें। आपका जो सजेशन था वो हमने नोट कर लिया है और इसको हम ध्यान रखेंगे। थैंक यू सर।
Sir, I have a question from Naqvi sir. You have talked about one portal, that data lake,
Yes.
which is a portal which is acquiring all the data related to the black spots. Sir, I just wanted to understand how frequently this data is updated, and is that information is available for the public domain, because lots of consultants, lots of authorities are working around the investigations of the black spots and all. So whether it is available for the public domain. And third important point people raised, like the first respondent to the accident spot is a police or any people who are onto that locations. So whether it is possible for those people to give that information, upload that information, what exactly has happened during the accidents on this portal. So these three things I just wanted to understand.
You see, the first question is regarding the data lake is a internal software which IT division of NHAI has developed it, and it is basically collecting all features of roads, national highways, which when I say all features, it includes everything, whatever the details of the project, the costing, including the black spot and safety audit and so many things it captures. As of now, this particular data lake portal is not made to the public. It is internal use for internal usage purpose we are using it. I think in the coming time, if policy level decision is taken, then definitely certain features of it can be made to the public. Regarding your second question, how frequently this data lake is updated, as per the protocol, it has to be updated as and when any change in the data lake, in the project is observed, whether it is a PD is issuing a COS, then he is supposed to enter that COS paper at the data lake. If suppose data lake black spot status get changed from DPR to award, then as and when the award stage is done, ideally speaking, immediately it should be done, and we have been telling to all the project directors, all the field units and the regional officers during various meetings, and I find that these things are done quite periodically. The third point, I think your question was regarding?
That sir, incident happened and that information could be put to the portal from the person who is right now at the accident site.
Yeah. So this is basically what you are saying is about the accident or incident which has happened on the highway. For this, as I mentioned, there is a separate, in fact, Sukhad Yatra apps and other apps are available. I think those apps data can be shared with the police. But as of now, again, this is a policy level thing which our senior authorities will take your point into consideration, and definitely as and when things are approved by the senior authorities, it will be passed on to the respective police. But as of now, these things are not for the public.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I have one or two questions.
Sir, myself Pankaj Parmar, DSP ट्रैफिक जबलपुर। मेरा एक छोटा सा सजेशन था सर, ये जो व्हीकल है टू व्हीलर, चाहे वो स्कूटी पैप हो, चाहे नई जनरेशन की जो बुलेट वगैरह है, 120 किलोमीटर की स्पीड से ज़्यादा की भी है, तो जब अपनी रोड ही उस प्रकार की नहीं, यदि विद इन द सिटी जाना है तो इस प्रकार से होना चाहिए चिप वाइज कि वो 40 to 60 किलोमीटर पर आवर ही चल पाए, तो नेचुरली एक्सीडेंट तो होंगे ही सर। तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनीज जो है तो इस बात पे थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना चाहिए और यहाँ की जो एक रिपोर्ट चली जाए सो दैट एक्सीडेंट कम हो जाएंगे सर, जब स्पीड ही नहीं रहेगी। सेकंड चीज़ ये थी सर कि जब वो टाउन से जब हाईवेज़ के लिए जाते हैं तो देयर में भी अ सिस्टम कि वो एक चिप टाइप का वो रहे कि जाकि उनकी स्पीड जो हाईवे में चलते हैं तो थोड़ा हाई स्पीड में हो जाए। तीसरा चीज़ ये था सर हेलमेट। पुलिस हमेशा एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी है सर, यदि हेलमेट में कुछ इस प्रकार का सिस्टम आ जाए ताकि वो हेलमेट जब तक आदमी लगाए ना, यूज़र लगाए ना, तब तक विदाउट हेलमेट तो गाड़ी स्टार्ट ही ना हो सर। ये होना चाहिए सर। और तीसरा सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट सर ये है सर कि स्कूल कॉलेज के सिलेबस में कम से कम देयर शुड बी 1 चैप्टर जो एग्ज़ाम के समय पे 50 नंबर का है, तो अपने जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो अवेयर हो जाएंगे सर। बस इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ सर।
नहीं, आपके सजेशंस अच्छे हैं और ये बेसिकली इनबिल्ट आईटी इंटरवेंशन या टेक्नोलॉजी इंटरवेंशन की ज़रूरत है। जैसे कि अगर आप बेल्ट नहीं लगाएंगे तो कंटिन्यूसली बीप करती रहेगी कि जब 4 व्हीलर आप चलाते हैं गाड़ी, तो बेल्ट लगाना कम से कम ड्राइवर के लिए और फ्रंट सीट में बैठने वाले के लिए कंपलसरी है। ऐसे ही बाकी सीटों में भी जो बैठ रहे हैं, अब सारे ही ये कंपलसरी बेल्ट लगाने ज़रूरी कर रही है गवर्नमेंट, ऑलरेडी नोटिफाई करने वाले हैं हम। तो इस तरह के हेलमेट या जो हेलमेट में अब आई डोंट नो हाउ आईटी इंटरवेंशन कैन कम, बट अगर इन्फोर्समेंट को और भी स्ट्रॉन्ग करें। अभी तो क्या है कि हमारे पास पुलिस फोर्स उतनी नहीं है जितनी रिक्वायर्ड पुलिस फोर्स होनी चाहिए। तो दिस इज़ ए बेसिकली इन्फोर्समेंट इशू, जहां आप उसको फाइन चालू करें तो डेफिनेटली इट इज़ ए मेजर डेटरेंट। एंड व्हाट वी हैव एक्सपीरियंस्ड इन 2019 में जो मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट में अमेंडमेंट हुआ था और जो फाइन्स जो वायलेशंस के लिए हमने बढ़ाए थे, उसका काफ़ी अच्छा इफेक्ट, पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट आया है। एंड आई थिंक पर्टिकुलरली दी ड्राइवर्स, टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स हैव बिकम वेरी वेरी सेंसिटिव, क्योंकि उनको इतना हाई अगर फाइन जब हमने इंक्रीज़ किया तो उससे डेफिनेटली इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है। मतलब जो एक्सीडेंट थोड़े कम हुए हैं, जो कि रेस ड्राइविंग जो कर रहे थे पहले वो अभी कम हुआ है। तो इस तरह के इंटरवेंशन एंड देन ब्रिंगिंग इन द करिकुलम, ऑलरेडी दिस हैज़ बीन एडवाइज बाई वेरियस पार्लियामेंट्री फॉरम्स ऑल्सो कि भाई रोड सेफ्टी का उसमें लाना चाहिए। और अभी रिसेंटली हमने लखनऊ सेशन में जो 2 महीने पहले ही एक डॉक्यूमेंट बनवाया था और वो रिलीज़ मतलब अप्रूव हो गया है कि उसको जो कैसे स्कूल जोन में इम्प्रूवमेंट कैसे करें सेफ्टी का, और डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स को उसमें क्या क्या करना चाहिए, उनके डूज एंड डोंट्स। तो इस तरह का हमने अभी ऑलरेडी एक डॉक्यूमेंट IRC की तरफ से बनाया है, एंड वी विल शेयर दिस डॉक्यूमेंट विद दी ऑल कंसर्न अथॉरिटीज़ कि उसको अगर वो करिकुलम में ला सकें तो आई थिंक दिस विल गो इन ए बिग वे फॉर एजुकेशन ऑफ द चिल्ड्रन।
सर मैं बीच में दोबारा बोलने के लिए क्षमा चाहूँगा। सर एक्चुअल में हेलमेट जो वियर करना है ये इन्फोर्समेंट का पार्ट बहुत कम है, ये सिर्फ अपने परिवार के प्रति जिम्मेदारी, एक जो अवेयरनेस है सर, इसको बढ़ाना चाहिए सर। तो मेरा निवेदन इस पे यही है सर। मैं एक छोटा सा वाक्य ज़रूर बताऊंगा सर, क्योंकि उससे लगता है कि कुछ ज़रूर होगा। मेरा बेटा 9 साल का है और मैं जब भी उसकी स्कूल जाता हूँ तो मैं बाइक से जाता हूँ, मैं हमेशा हेलमेट वेयर करता हूँ सर। एक बार उसने देखा कि पुलिस पर्सन जो है चालान कर रहे हैं, तो उसने मुझसे पूछा पापा ये क्या कर रहे हैं। मैंने बताया कि बेटा ये ऐसे लोग हैं जो हेलमेट वेयर नहीं कर रहे हैं, उनका ये चालान कर रहे हैं। तो उसने मुझसे पूछा कि आप तो पुलिस पर्सन हैं, आप हेलमेट क्यों वेयर करते हैं, आपका चालान थोड़ी बनेगा। मैंने उससे बताया कि बेटा मैं आपसे प्यार करता हूँ और मैं आपके लिए ज़िंदा रहना चाहता हूँ, इसलिए मैं हेलमेट पहनता हूँ। अगर मुझे कुछ हो गया, अगर मुझे एक्सीडेंट हुआ मेरा और मुझे कुछ हो गया तो आप अनाथ हो जाओगे, और जो मेरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है जो आपको इस दुनिया में लाने के बाद आपको कुछ बनाने की, वो दुनिया का कोई रिश्ता नहीं बना सकता। तो मेरी जिम्मेदारी कि मैं आपके साथ हमेशा रहूं, मैं इसलिए हेलमेट पहनता हूं। तो मेरा निवेदन यही है सर कि हमको इस सेंस को पब्लिक के अंदर डालना है। हर एक एजेंसी, जब हम जिस तरह हमने कोविड के हर एक के समय हर एक एजेंसी एक हो गई थी, इस एक्सीडेंट्स को और इसके बाद में जो मृत्यु के डाटा देखते हुए सर 1.5 लाख पर ईयर्स, इसको देखते हुए तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है सर कि इसको एक सेंस के रूप में हमें बच्चों से लेके और बुजुर्गों तक लाएं सर। एक आंकड़ा अभी मैं देख रहा था सर कि 30 लाख से ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट अमेरिका में, लेकिन फेटल 37,000। हिंदुस्तान में 4.5 लाख, लेकिन फेटल 1.5 लाख। तो ये जो अवेयरनेस और सेफ्टी प्रिकॉशंस हैं सर, सेफ्टी कॉज जो हम नहीं यूज़ करते हैं, उसके लिए एक सेंस लाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। इस जिम्मेदारी को लेके आना बहुत ज़रूरी है सर। तो इसके संबंध में भी हम अगर अपनी पॉलिसी में कुछ करें तो बेहतर रहेगा सर।
सर मेरा एक छोटा सा
मे बी लास्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज।
हाँ सर। सर मेरा लखवी सर से क्वेश्चन है, जो सर मॉडल सेफ रोड के बारे में आपने बताया सर, NHAI इज डेवलपिंग दैट। सवेरे राजीव लोचन सर ने भी थोड़ा सा उसके बारे में बताया था। तो वेदर सम SOP हैज़ बीन डेवलप्ड कि वो चूज़ कैसे करेंगे, क्योंकि सर दैट इज़ समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप मॉडल सेफ रोड बना रहे हैं, कोई भी जो आपकी ऑलरेडी सेफ रोड हो उनको ही हमने एज अ मॉडल सेफ रोड चूज़ कर लिया, then I think it is not going to serve the purpose. And then sir, like हमारी मॉडल सेफ रोड्स की कितनी स्ट्रेच आपने जैसे बोला, तो कितना स्ट्रेच 18 किलोमीटर, 20 किलोमीटर, 25 किलोमीटर, उसके कुछ SOPs अगर सर बन के हम उसके साथ अगर वर्क करेंगे, दैट इज़ गोइंग टू बी अ बेटर सोल्यूशन सर। एंड मैं आपको एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल देना चाहता हूँ, अभी वर्ल्ड बैंक के तहत, वर्ल्ड बैंक के प्रोजेक्ट के साथ हम लोग धार में एक सेफ कॉरिडोर डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे हैं 18 किलोमीटर्स का। वी हैव मेड अ गाइडलाइन दैट the model safe road or safe corridor should be treating at least 2 to 3 black spot within that. So we are treating 2 black spot within that, and then global best practices are being basically deployed there. And further, we are not only focusing just engineering solutions. Apart from engineering solutions, we are also focusing on, sir, education part, enforcement part. We are also, in the model safe road, my suggestion is that we should go ahead and put some enforcement related cameras and ITMS things, so that when everyone is saying that when all the stakeholders come together, then only the fatalities can be brought down. So that is my suggestion regarding it, sir. And second thing is, sir, regarding the effectiveness of the short term, because you have shown in your slides that at many places you are providing short term measures on the black spot. So sir, like in your map also you showed that many green spots we saw. Many of the black spots have been treated, but still the number of black spots are increasing. So are we doing the, are we simply treating it, and the next step of black spot treatment is monitoring and evaluation? So I think we should do something about the monitoring and evaluation part of it. That is my suggestion, sir. And sir, one thing for Sikdar sir, as you have shown 2019 data, sir. Regarding 2020 and 21 data, I tell you, in context of Madhya Pradesh, in 2019, the accident, fatalities in MP were 11,500, in 20, 11,100, and in 2021, as per the data published by PTRI, the nodal agency here, 12,480. So approximately, 10 to 15% increase in fatalities between 20 to 21. So this is how, sir, it is basically, although we are in the decade where we want to reduce it, but it is still further progressing. And sir, regarding your question, sir, as I understand, because I was working with IRAD and IT Chennai, one citizen app is likely to come up. Within IRAD, one citizen app is going to be developed in maybe alpha, beta and next gamma level, and that citizen app will be used by the any public, and they can upload the data of this accident, and they can be the first responder. Thank you, sir.
Regarding your first question about the models of road, so as far as, of course, Mr. Lochan, as you have discussed with him in the morning, he is handling the entire event. I just mentioned that this is one of the things which NHAI is doing. So as I understand, they already have SOP, they have defined that road should be 10 kilometer or more, and there are certain check boxes which have to be perhaps checked while declaring that road as a model safe road. I hope Mr. Lochan and his team would be in a better position to answer your question on model safe road. Regarding your other question on checking the effectiveness of black spots, so as I also mentioned, in one of the pillar is when we do the monitoring of black spot, we are doing this exercise at regular interval and seeking the details from the project directors and the regional officers. How many black spots have been rectified, what are the accident and fatalities after rectification, post rectification. So this data we are capturing. We do have the provision in our data lake also on capturing such data. So that feature is already there. Regarding the helmet, I think the previous speaker was asking, I think the answer lies with us is that we have introduced ATMS. In ATMS, as I mentioned, that it has the cameras, it has the VIDS and all these features. And once these things are functional on many of our roads, you will find that anyone who is not wearing helmet or not wearing seat belt or over speeding, etc. These video footages can be shared with the respective police, and then respective police making use of those footage can issue challan or take enforcement measures. It will not be possible for each stretch a police constable to be placed, so we do have a provision of CCTV cameras through ATMS. So ATMS will solve the issue of helmet wearing and seat belt, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have already encroached quite long in the lunch time.
Just wait, sir.
Okay, maybe last question, but that's all.
Sir, myself Kiran Kumar Sharma, I am a DSP Devas, DSP Traffic. सर मेरे यहाँ से 2 NH निकलते हैं, NH3 और NH59 है, उसके अलावा 3 स्टेट हाईवे भी हैं सर। छोटे 2 इश्यूज़ हैं जो मेरे दिमाग में थे कि सर अगर इस प्लेटफॉर्म से वो चीज़ हो जाए तो काफ़ी अच्छा होगा सर। सबसे पहले तो सर थैंक यू IRC को और सुप्रीम कोर्ट को, जिसके कारण हम सब ये सोचने लगे हैं कि क्या एक्सीडेंट्स को रोका जाए या कम किया जाए। और हम सर आज भी यहाँ पर भी PWD, परिवहन, पुलिस सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स बैठे हैं, पर आज भी हम सर इस चीज़ को बहुत ज़्यादा सीरियस नहीं ले रहे हैं। आज भी हम पेपर वर्क और उस पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दे रहे हैं कि पेपर वर्क आंकड़े भर के भेज दो, जानकारी बना के भेज दो, लेकिन हम बहुत ज़्यादा काम नहीं हो रहा है सर उसमें। सर 2 इश्यूज़ हैं जो मेरे दिमाग में है सर, लाइसेंसिंग और फिटनेस का जो प्रोसेस है सर, उसको फिर से एक बार पूरा चेंज करने की ज़रूरत है सर, बनाने की ज़रूरत है सर, क्योंकि लाइसेंसिंग और फिटनेस जितना ईजी सर हमारे डिपार्टमेंट में, मतलब हमारे देश में है सर, उतना कहीं नहीं है। मैं जानता हूँ सर, मैं फील्ड में हूँ, कई गाड़ियाँ बिना गए फिटनेस पा लेती हैं सर, और कई लोगों को लाइसेंस ऐसे ही घर बैठे मिल जाता है सर। मतलब मैं चूँकि मैं सिटी वहाँ पर DSP ट्रैफिक हूँ सर, तो मुझे पता है क्या इन्फ्लुएंस काम करते हैं और क्या चीज़ें काम करती हैं सर। तो इस प्रोसेस को सर एटलीस्ट ऑनलाइन करके, ऑनलाइन तो हो चुका है सर, लेकिन एक नेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाने की ज़रूरत है सर। ये दोनों चीज़ें, क्योंकि ये दोनों चीज़ें जो हैं मैंने देखा है सर, ये एक्सीडेंट्स में हमको काफ़ी काम करेंगी अगर प्रॉपर तरीके से लाइसेंस मिले और फिटनेस व्हीकल का अच्छे से हो सर, क्योंकि स्कूल व्हीकल्स के भी फिटनेस पे सर बहुत सारी चीज़ें दिक्कतें आती हैं सर। दूसरा सर जो हम लोग जो करते हैं, जैसे ही एक्सीडेंट होते हैं हम भागते हैं, हमारी 100 डायल है और कभी कभी 108 हम कॉल कर लेते हैं, और हमारी पुलिस की गाड़ी जहाँ एक्सीडेंट होता है हम वहाँ पहुँचते हैं, जो बंदा घायल मिला उसको उठाया, हॉस्पिटल ले गए, जो भी जनरल प्रोसेस है सर। मेरा ये मानना है कि सर ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स बढ़ाए जाएँ और एम्बुलेंस की नंबर्स बढ़ाए जाएँ। उसके लिए ये किया जाए सर कि जो भी NH बन रहे हैं या जो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर NH बना रहा है उसकी कंडीशंस में ही ट्रॉमा सेंटर डेवलप करना उस रोड पर, जैसे टोल डेवलप करता है सर, वैसे ही ट्रॉमा सेंटर और उसके लिए गाड़ियाँ डेवलप करने का दिया जाए, जो BOT या PPP पे बना के वो ऑपरेट करें सर वहाँ पर। और रूरल रोड जो बन रही हैं सर, रूरल एरियाज़ में जितनी भी सड़कें बन रही हैं, वहाँ भी जो एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं सर, वहाँ भी ये दिक्कत है सर। एक मेरे देवास में सर NH59 है जो इंदौर बैतूल हाईवे है सर, उसमें एक जगह है बिजवाड़, वहाँ जो सर मतलब हर दूसरे दिन सर करीब 9 घंटे का जाम लगता है सर। नेशनल हाईवे है, हर दूसरे दिन 9 घंटे का जाम लगता है सर। और चूंकि जब भी हमने NH या कहीं भी संपर्क किया तो हमको केवल एक ही आंसर मिलता है कि वो रोड का ब्रॉडनिंग हमारे उसमें है और 4 लेन बन रही है वो। पर सर जब तक 4 लेन नहीं बनेगी, मतलब काम चालू हो गया है, पर वो छोटा सा पैच जो 2 किलोमीटर का पैच है, मैंने कहा कि सर इसको ठीक तो कर दो, बाकी तो होता रहेगा, 4 लेन बनता रहेगा। तो ये जो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें जो हमको तत्काल करनी होती है सर, इसके लिए हम जब क्योंकि सर जब फील्ड में डील करना होता है तो पुलिस वाले जाते हैं, मैं अपनी महिमा नहीं बढ़ा रहा हूँ सर, लेकिन फील्ड में हमको डील करना पड़ता है, कहीं एक्सीडेंट हो जाए, कहीं कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर आ जाए तो हमको खड़ा होना पड़ता है। तो मेरा ये कहना है कि सर एक ऐसा फंड हर जिले में बनाया जाए जो पुलिस, PWD और लोकल नगर निगम के बीच में हो। छोटे मोटे जो रिपेयर है, कोई चौराहा कट है, कहीं पर कोई गड्ढा हो गया, कुछ जो हमको एजेंसीज को लेटर लिखना पड़ता, करना पड़ता, वो हम इमीडिएटली वो जो कमेटी है वो उसको कर ले और काम करवा ले। तो ऐसे कोई फंड्स हर जगह डेवलप करने चाहिए सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
आई थिंक दिस क्योंकि रोड सेफ्टी में काफ़ी सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स इन्वॉल्व हैं और हर एक जो भी अथॉरिटी है उसकी अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। दिस इज़ ऑल वेरी वेल डिफाइंड। जैसे लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी सेपरेट है, ऐसे ही इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी सेपरेट है, ट्रॉमा केयर के लिए सेपरेट जो हेल्थ इशू है, तो सभी की ये डिफाइंड, वेल डिफाइंड है। और ओवरऑल पॉलिसीज़ ज़रूर जो ट्रांसपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल जो अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट, जो उसके चेयरमैन हमारे मिनिस्टर हैं, और देन ऑल दी स्टेट मिनिस्टर्स आर also members, so they are taking care of while preparing the policies for the entire country, all these factors. I think जो ऑनलाइन सिस्टम जो अभी किया है, जो ऑलरेडी ड्राइवरों को ट्रेनिंग देने का जो है, उसमें भी मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट अपनी ग्रांट भी दे रही है, स्कूल्स भी ओपन करवा रही हैं उनके ट्रेनिंग स्कूल्स। सो वी आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ दिस अदर सेक्टर्स, एजुकेशन, अवेयरनेस, कैंपेन, ये टाइम टू टाइम रोड सेफ्टी वीक, रोड सेफ्टी मंथ सेलिब्रेट कराना, उसमें अवेयरनेस कैंपेन करना. तो आई थिंक वी हैव टू इन्वॉल्व ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स, दिस नॉट वन द डिपार्टमेंट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. So that is what we are trying to do, and we take the feedback from every area, every stakeholder, and try to address those issues. I think we had a very nice and very involved discussions.
एक मिनट लूंगा सर. लाइसेंसिंग और फिटनेस. आई एम राजेश गुप्ता, ARTO इंदौर. सर ने जो लाइसेंसिंग फिटनेस वाली बात उठाई है, मैं काफ़ी हद तक सर उससे सहमत हूँ. लेकिन सर मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा डिपार्टमेंट जो है ऑटोमेटेड फिटनेस सेंटर की तरफ तेज़ी से काम कर रहा है. इवन ऑटोमेटेड जो है ड्राइविंग टेस्टिंग ट्रैक बने हुए हैं सर, और वो अब तेज़ी से इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहे हैं. और प्राइवेट PPP मोड पर भी सर ये फिटनेस सेंटर और ऑटोमेटिक जो है ड्राइविंग टेस्ट सेंटर भी बन रहे हैं सर. और पॉपुलेशन आप सभी जानते हैं सर इतनी है कि यहाँ पर अगर हम डेवलप कंट्री से कंपेयर करने जाएंगे थोड़ा मुश्किल होगा लाइसेंसिंग देना, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा संख्या में बनते हैं सर. लेकिन यहाँ मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा कि अच्छा नहीं चलाने वाला, जो लाइसेंसिंग पर दोष दिया जाता है, अच्छी गाड़ी नहीं चलाने वाले से ही एक्सीडेंट होते हैं ज़रूरी नहीं है सर. बहुत अच्छे चालक ही बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट करते हैं, ये मैं बता दे रहा हूँ सर. अभी ये एनालिसिस किया जाना चाहिए. दूसरी बात मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ सर कि ये जो शेयर्ड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की बात है वो वास्तव में सर कोऑर्डिनेटेड अप्रोच बहुत ज़रूरी है, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स होना चाहिए. लेकिन अभी 1.5 महीने पहले की खलघाट की घटना बताता हूँ सर. नर्मदा पर ब्रिज है, जाने का अलग है, आने का अलग है. महाराष्ट्र की एक बस जा रही थी, वो जा रही थी महाराष्ट्र की तरफ, और रॉन्ग साइड से शॉर्ट डिस्टेंस के चक्कर में 2-3 मोटरसाइकिल वाले आ गए हैं. ये FIR में भी है सर, और वहाँ पर प्रत्यक्षदर्शियों ने बताया, हमारे प्रतिनिधि भी गए थे. और वो बस ओवरटेक कर रही थी अपनी नॉर्मल स्पीड से सर, लेकिन जैसे ही मोटरसाइकिल वाला आया उसको बचाने के चक्कर में वो गाड़ी जो है पुल से नीचे गिरी सर. 14 लोग बैठे थे, 14 के 14 डूब गए. ये इंड्यूस्ड हैजार्ड जो हुआ सर उनके कारण, कि उन्होंने जो है इन 14 लोगों की जान ली. ये दूसरा एग्जाम्पल ये है सर कि जो रूरल एरियाज़ में ओवरलोडिंग होती है, मैं झाबुआ में भी रहा हूँ, अलीराजपुर, कई ट्राइबल एरियाज़ हैं, और ओवरलोडिंग में सर वो एक गाड़ी पे इतने लोग बैठते हैं जिसकी कोई हद नहीं सर. तो मेरा ये कहना है कि अभी तक जो मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट के और रूल्स के प्रोविजंस हैं या लॉज के प्रोविजंस हैं, वो सिर्फ ड्राइवर, मालिक या गाड़ी पर एक्शन के लिए उनमें सेक्शंस हैं. अब हमें उस ओर विचार करना होगा कि क्या ये पब्लिक की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं है कि वो रॉन्ग साइड से ना आए, वो ओवरलोडिंग में ना बैठे. अगर वो तो देख रहे हैं ना कि गाड़ी फुल भरी हुई है, अगर हम बैठेंगे तो कुछ ना कुछ हादसा हो सकता है. इतना तो एक जो पढ़ा लिखा नहीं है उसको भी समझ में आता है. तो ये अवेयरनेस कब आएगी सर? जब हम लॉज में कुछ ऐसे प्रोविज़न करें कि उनके लिए भी कुछ प्रोविजंस हो कि उनको भी सज़ा मिल सकती है. दूसरा, हम शुरू कर सकते हैं कि उनको इस योजना का लाभ नहीं मिलेगा अगर वो ओवरलोडिंग गाड़ी में, बीमा का लाभ नहीं मिलेगा अगर वो इस तरह के काम करेंगे, रॉन्ग साइड से आएंगे. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं सर, शॉर्ट टाइम में मैं बहुत सारा डिस्क्राइब तो नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन पब्लिक की भी जवाबदारी है सर. मैं तो इतना कहना चाहता हूँ.
नहीं, आपका कहना ठीक है, और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अब मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट में ऑलरेडी इन सब का प्रोविज़न है. जो भी रूल्स नहीं मानेगा, अब तो IRC के कोड को भी उसमें मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट में एज इट इज़ डाल दिया. जो 19 अमेंडमेंट में जो ट्रैफिक साइन का कोड है या जो मार्किंग का कोड है, वो दैट इज़ पार्ट ऑफ द मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट. तो अगर कोई प्रॉपरली डिज़ाइन नहीं है, वो उसकी भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, तो वो भी FIR हो सकती है उसके अगेंस्ट में. इवन पोर्ट होल की वजह से डेथ होती है तो वो भी मोटर व्हीकल एक्ट में आ गया अभी कि इसमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फिक्स होगी. तो ये जो है, वी शुड ओबे द रूल्स. दैट इज़ व्हाट ईच एंड ऑफ everybody is responsible for that. All public is responsible to obey the rules given in the our code standard जो भी हम बनाते हैं उसके लिए ट्रैफिक के रूल्स को पालन करें. और ये हमारी सबकी जिम्मेदारी है. ये कोई इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी को मौका ही क्यों दें अगर हम अपने आप को खुद सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन करेंगे. I think with that, I give this to my co-chairman just to sum up the two presentation shortly.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। इस सेशन में हमने प्रोफेसर सिकदर साहब को सुना, उन्होंने बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन हमारे साथ शेयर करी और इवन बहुत सारे स्केरी डाटा भी उन्होंने शेयर किए जो हम सभी इंजीनियर्स के लिए, सभी एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स, असिस्टेंट इंजीनियर्स जो कि फील्ड पे काम कर रहे हैं, जो कि देख रहे हैं, उनके लिए बड़ा ही मतलब एनालाइज करने वाला है। तो यहाँ से उनके जो प्रेजेंटेशन था उसमें से हमने जो चीज़ें उठाई वो ये कि बेसिकली हमारा टू व्हीलर वो अफेक्ट हो रहा है एक्सीडेंट में, पेडेस्ट्रियन अफेक्ट हो रहा है, जिसको कि नेशनल हाईवेज पे शायद कहीं पे एड्रेस नहीं हो रही हैं। तो उसके लिए हमको क्रॉस पैसेजेस, उसके मूवमेंट का जो तरीका है, हमको डीपीआर बनाते समय जो एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर्स हैं, जो कंसल्टेंट्स हैं हमारे साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद, कंसल्टेंट का जो रेजिडेंट इंजीनियर्स है वो भी मेरे ख्याल से इस चीज़ को संज्ञान में लेके काम करे। हम भी सोच रहे हैं, हम भी काम करेंगे इसके लिए। इसके बाद जो उन्होंने बताया कि हमारा जो डेटा मैनेजमेंट है, एक चैलेंज है रिलायबल क्रैश डेटा। इस रिलायबल क्रैश डेटा के लिए भी अगर आप नकवी साहब के प्रेजेंटेशन में देखेंगे तो उन्होंने इस चीज़ को काफ़ी हद तक एड्रेस किया है कि किस तरीके के एक्सीडेंट्स कहाँ से कैसे हो रहे हैं और उसमें रीजंस क्या है, लोकेशंस क्या है, ये सारी एनालिसिस हो रही है। इसको ये निश्चित बात है कि रिफाइनमेंट्स इसमें होते जाएंगे, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। और एक और चीज़ जो बताई कि हमको स्पीड का मैनेजमेंट करना है, तो स्पीड मैनेज करने के लिए जब हम नेशनल हाईवेज पे चल रहे हैं 80 से 100 हमारी स्पीड है, अगर कोई भी रोड यूज़र डाइवर्ट होता है तो उसको वापस अपने ट्रैक पे लाना है। तो इसके लिए जो भी यंत्र या जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ हमको डेवलप करनी है, तो ये सारी चीज़ें यहीं पे हम सभी को डेवलप करना है। आज जो हम सब लोग हॉल में मौजूद हैं, सारे जो हमारे कलीग्स हैं, वो सब लोग मेरे ख्याल से प्रतिबद्ध हों इसके प्रति और इन चीज़ों को अपने डीपीआर में, अपने प्रपोजल जब हम फ्रेम करते हैं उसी समय इनकॉर्पोरेट कर लें। और जो नकवी साहब ने हमारे साथ डेटा शेयर किया है, इसमें इन्होंने बताया है इंसिडेंट मैनेजमेंट की भी बातें। और जो एक चीज़ जो पिछले 1.5 साल में जो स्टेप्स उठाए आईआरसी ने भी और इंस्टीट्यूट्स ने भी, कि जो 15 डेज रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिट हुआ है, इसने बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स हमको दिए हैं कि अभी जितने भी हमारे कंसल्टेंट्स के जो आरई हैं, जो हमारे ऑफिसर्स हैं, वो सभी लोग रोड सेफ्टी के बारे में अवेयर हुए हैं, उसके प्रति उनकी जागरूकता आई है और ये सारी चीज़ों को हम देख रहे हैं। तो जो यहाँ पे डिस्कशन हुआ है उसके टेक अवे पॉइंट्स हमने नोट किए हैं। और इवन जो हमारी एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी हैं जबलपुर से, छिंदवाड़ा से और जो डीएसपी देवास से जो हमको इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली, इंदौर से जो एटीआरआई साहब ने बताई, ये सारी चीज़ें हमने नोट कर ली हैं और इसके लिए जो भी उचित होगा वो भी काम करेंगे। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
So finally, I thank both the experts, our Professor Sikdar as well as Mr. Naqvi, for their excellent presentations, and thank you to all of you for your excellent intervention and very live discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before concluding the session, I request Mr. S.K. Nirmal, Chairman of the session, to please felicitate the presenter with a token of appreciation. Professor P.K. Sikdar, sir. Mr. H.M. Naqvi, sir. Now I please request Mr. Sandeep Dixit, DCP Bhopal, to please felicitate the chairman and co-chairman of this session. Mr. S.K. Nirmal, Chairman of the session. Mr. Vivek Jaiswal, co-chairman of the session. Thank you, sir. Now I request all the delegates to please proceed for the lunch. The lunch has been organized in the Tulip Hall on the first floor. The technical session 2, in which we will be having presentations on very interesting topics like ITS, road safety audit, and safety of interchanges and intersections. This session will be chaired by Professor P.K. Sikdar, Retired Director, Central Road Research Institute. And as a co-chairman, we are having Mr. S.R. Baghel, Chief Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Public Works Department. I please request the chairman and co-chairman to take their seats on the dais. I request Mr. B.P. Borasi, Chief Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Public Works Department, to please felicitate the chairman and the co-chairman of the session. Now I request the presenters of this session to please come on the dais. Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, Project Leader, Road Safety 2.0, World Economic Forum. Professor Seva Ram, Head of Department, School of Planning and Architecture. And Mr. S.K. Popli, Retired General Manager, Rights and Advisor to National Highways Authority of India. I request Mr. G.P. Verma, Sir, Superintendent Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Public Works Department, to please welcome all the presenters with flowers. Now I request the chairman to please start the session.
Thank you very much. I was thinking of saying ladies and gentlemen, but I don't find any lady. So only gentlemen. We are starting this session post-lunch. So hopefully you had good lunch, but don't sleep. Oh, there is a lady. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lady and gentleman. Oh, there is another lady. Thank you so much. We have three very interesting presentations, which are very, very relevant to road safety, what we discussed in the first session. To negate all those odds, these ideas, three ideas, design, ITS, as well as audit, this will make the difference. And that's what is very important. Just to tell you that I am stepping, I'll have to leave in half an hour, but I am stepping in for Mr. Sanjay Nirmal. He will be joining very soon, and by that time I'll have to leave to catch a flight. First presentation, he's also probably going with me, so therefore we are changing the order. The application of ITS in road safety by Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava from World Economic Forum. So Srivastava, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I know it's a post-lunch session, maybe a little drowsy, so I won't be further talking to you in terms of the slides. In fact, I will be more than slides. I'm going to share what actually is the doable. We talking here a lot of things. In the morning, we saw a lot of slides, plenty of data, which says the things are so bad, nothing is moving, nothing is being done. But should we keep on saying these things repeatedly and things will start happening automatically? No, it won't. It has to, somebody has to come forward, some changes has to be made, there has to be some ways has to be found out how things can happen on the ground actually. So I will be sharing more than my slides. I will be talking you my experience, which I recently gained after leaving NHAI. I went with World Economic Forum. There I am doing two projects. One is the new mobility, that's electric vehicle, doing pretty good. Second, I opted that I should be involved with the road safety as well. And this road safety, I name it as Road Safety 2.0. Basically, it's a next generation road safety where technology compensates for the human limitations. And we solve the issues actually on ground. Very fantastic results has been obtained during a short pilots of 8 to 9 months. I'll be sharing those inputs to you so that some tangible output which you can deliberate, you can think, you can carry forward as some output from this conference. The core remains the ITS. ITS is again the Intelligent Transport System. But before this, let's not waste much time into these data. Everybody knows that with just 1% of the vehicles, India contributes for 11%. Since morning, we are looking at these data. And 84% are the human error, which Professor Sikdar says are not correct because police finds it very easy to write human mistake or over speeding, and that's why these 84% numbers are probably incorrect. So I will not say I don't disagree with him. He is a seasoned, he has done a lot of decades into the road safety. So taking his point as a valid, but I will be adding few more points to it. That why this data is not totally wrong also. And just an example, many cases which we did, we will be saying. So the roads are actually, since morning we had been hearing the people that there is a lack of public participation. There is we simply blame that police enforcement is not done properly, or RTO licensing of the driving license issuance is a faulty system, may require revamp. Absolutely, that's all correct. But let's see, when we look at the enforcement, we have to consider the ground reality as well. Generally, international norm for the police personnel is per 1 lakh of population, there should be roughly around 560 policemen. That's the international norm. Some of the Scandinavian countries or European countries have higher, 700-800. US has something around 540. Whereas, you know, the Indian figure is, it's 142 people, policemen per lakh of population, though we are a big second largest populated country. But the police, their duties remains more or less similar. So why with 1/4 of policemen, we are managing a huge population and many socio-economic and geopolitical issues. I think we should appreciate to our policemen who are still performing the things with all these handicaps. So how this can be, how can they can be augmented? And this is not, road safety is not the core job of the policeman. They are involved with so many other issues, maintaining law and order, looking for the various VIP protocols, and plenty of things are there. For them, this may be the last priority. And we believe that he will be looking at everything. He will be challaning every person who is not wearing helmet. That's asking for too much. Here, technology can help. And that's what ITS comes into play, the Intelligent Traffic Management System, Transport System, whatever you call. There are many forms of it. I will be just going to, I mean, I have not explained these are the time details because I was told time is only 20 minutes. I will share my experience which we did. The benefits everybody knows. Let me tell, there is a confusion among the people's mind when we talk of ITS. Generally, it is believed that automatic traffic management system, which is implemented on some of the highways and is being put in expressways, is mandatory for the national highways which are being made now because it's a part of the RFP or the contract itself. So that's the mandatory. That is one part of ITS. But the ITS are two kinds broadly. It is within the vehicle and it can be outside the vehicle. Why I am talking, I will be focusing more on the within the vehicle, because by talking here or discussing the here and showing the pessimistic data, probably we are not going. The people on ground will listen only when there is something tangible to them to adopt for it. UPI got success because every vendor on the fruit vendor or a villager, he finds some value in it. He need not run for the change. He has got a QR code which is readily available and just scan and pay it. So simple system. And he finds value. The money is actually in his wallet and he purchases the things which is required for. Similarly, FASTag got success because it was people saw value into it. The toll operating agencies found this very convenient. Their manpower got reduced. Transparency has increased in the collection. Similar kind of thing. When we talk about the road safety, the ultimate person for the road safety responsible is not the National Highway Authority, not the road makers, not the police. The ground man is the person who is driving himself. He is the main man who is actually sitting on the steering. He is the person who is driving, who is taking the decision at that particular moment of time. And that particular decision can lead to an accident or fatality or can save few lives. Like there was a talk that a bus driver trying to save two people coming from the wrong side, he killed 14 people and the vehicle went into a riverside. That's the decision he took. Probably he could have overrun those two boys who were coming from the wrong side and saved the 14 people. So these are the complex scenario comes in mind, but the person who is going to take a call is the driver himself. What are we doing for the driver? How are we tackling the drivers? That's the point number one, which we should deliberate, and I have some solutions we can discuss. My solution may not be perfect, it's open to discussion as well. Second is, such problems can be solved only with the strict enforcement. The solution is enforcement, enforcement and enforcement. That's the only key. Same people, when we go to US or any European country or developed country, we follow all the traffic rules. If there is a traffic light, we'll coolly stop and then move forward. The moment we land in India, we believe this is a la-la land, do anything, you cross the road safety. Same people who was driving very carefully in US, the moment he lands in India, he starts behaving in the same way. Because they believe that probably enforcement is not as transparent, as strictly enforceable here than many other countries which are doing it. So what are we going to do to improve the enforcement? These are the two main themes which I am going to talk. I will not be focusing much on the slides movement also. And I'm open to questions subsequently. So let's say come to the first issue. The driver who is in charge of the vehicle for the safety of himself or the people who are sitting in the vehicle. He's a commercial driver, he is a transport bus driver, or he himself is driving a car, or he is driving a motor he may be responsible for the VRUs as well as for the safety of himself and his family or the people he is carrying. What we did here, we tried to go to the detail of this person. How can we reach to this person, see his real-time driving behavior. And we developed app which was developed by a startup. I gave some certain ideas to this. This app actually we tried to test it with the commercial vehicle drivers, considering the privacy issue with the the private vehicles. The commercial vehicles are as it is supposed to be tracked. So we gave this app to these drivers, and the app, they downloaded it. This app actually, at the moment they drive, it captures 2 or 3 parameters only, which are measurable. What Sikhdar was saying, the safe system approach says that the measurable points, the measurable speed can be measured, the drunk and drive can be measured. These things are measurable. So what we decided that few measurable parameters like speeding will be measured. If he is driving jerk, taking a lot of brakes, that means he is driving erratic. That can be captured by that mobile app. And third, if he is continuously driving, because after 2.5 hours of driving in a private vehicle, or say 4 hours for the habitual drivers like commercial vehicle drivers, people used to start having the road hypnosis. That time your IP value, the decision taking power gets lower, and that leads to a lot of accident. And that's why it is advised that take break at every 2.5 hours if you are an occasional driver, or 4 hours if you are a professional driver. So let's measure these things. So this app actually measures these things. The drivers, the moment they sit into the vehicle, they switch it on, and as they drive, for every kilometer run, they score certain points. We call it safe driving score. So if the driver, commercial vehicle driver generally runs in a day around 300, 350 kilometers. So if he drives 300 kilometers, and we give 0.6 per kilometer run. So if he drives for 300 kilometers, generally he gets 180 points. But if he is over speeding, so first he gets an alert that you are over speeding, and if he probably may be overtaking, so that can be a momentary thing. Thereafter his points starts getting deducted, number one. And so he ends up, if he continuously drives, then again points get deducted. If he is driving in a jerky way, then again points are deducted. So at the end of the journey, he accumulates certain points, the safe driving scores. These points get accumulated in a month time period. Generally the good driver should be having full score, but if they are having something wrong, over speeding, that means their tendency, their behavior can be mapped now. We can look into his mind what is going when he drives. If he is driving perennially lower score, that means that something is wrong, which an AI engine can very well find it out, customize the training program for him, and we are sending the videos to people. You have been habitually driving at over speed. These are the places. So not only we are identifying, and the numbers of drivers are finite. It's only 3.5 crore. We can track each and every driver with the technology, the AI, and such kind of app. That's not. This SDS, what we said, then we started incentivizing. Only punishing people for not doing the good thing, that's the negative kind of issue. And that's another challenge, which is many psychological studies say, by these temporary measures, because they see the people, when we go to US, we are following the rules under fear. The moment we came here, we started back to the same thing. Even 5 years of my stay in US didn't change my thing. So punishment, or the fear of punishment, psychologically is not a permanent. Permanent is the incentive. So we tried to link this SDS with the incentives. And the incentives were, initially we used to give this driver some points, and if the points are, some monetary value against the points. If the point is 3,000, we used to pay him something around 30 paisa per point. For a truck driver, getting 1,500 or 1,800 rupees in a month was a big money. If you look at the truck drivers who earns 20,000-25,000 rupees in a month, generally. In India, they are the lowest paid people. this worked like a magic. Believe me, the startup was a small company. They started the pilot which we were doing with the World Economic Forum. We started with the 10,000 drivers, but then more people came to support it. Some funds were there, so it increased up to 15,000, then 20,000. But thereafter, we put the cap, and the drivers score, which was initially low, it went up every month. And finally, the drivers were earning huge money. Everybody wanted to be enrolled into that. And I'm very happy to share with you people the result. In 6 months of the pilot, done on average 15,000 people, drivers, who drove some, not less. In 6 months, they drove something around 2 crore kilometers on Indian roads. 0 fatality was reported. Not a single driver met any accident. 4 or 5 accidents were there, minor accidents, some rubbing from the behind, some other issues were there, but fatality was absolutely 0. And this can be improved. Now this, I was giving a presentation in some forum where Honorable Minister was also there. He got very impressed. He said, why don't we make it mandatory for the commercial vehicle drivers at least to start with? I said, definitely, sir. At least not mandatory, but advisory can be issued that this is the required, and you link their point with, now with the incentives. If they get rebate into the insurance companies, they get in the insurance premium, they get rebate into the many road-related transactions which happens at the petrol pump, because many even Indian Oil were ready, they have huge money of CSR, which lies unutilized or wasted in some conferences and all. I said, you actually do service, you pay to these drivers as an incentive. You have now category of the drivers. If I am a person who want to send my manufactured item from my factory to Kandla port or Mumbai port, and right now we simply call a transporter and say, "Ye saman bhejna hai," and he gives a quote, the general lowest. But if he also tells her, your driver acha hai, his score is very high. Like the aircraft pilot say is a pilot with 15,000 flying hours record. This driver can also say, the driver with 20 years is having a huge 30,000 points. He is a driver of repute. He can demand a little more premium, and nobody will ever mind paying 1,000 rupees extra to this man, because he knows there is a probability, higher probability that things will reach to the destination without damage or without any accident. Rather than give it to the naive person who makes accident and the vehicle is standing for 15 days in police thana or something. So these things can be explored, this can be implemented. When Honorable Minister gave this point, we spoke to the insurance companies. Why don't you give rebate on these scores for these people at least? So insurance companies were very happy. They said that this is in fact boon for us, because now I know at the time of doing insurance, this driver is good, so my payout will be less, because higher the score, lesser will be the accident and lesser is my payout. So I am the happiest person. But my rule doesn't, IRDA rule says that you cannot make rebate on something like behavior of the driver, how you drive. So then I approached to the IRDAI, and I am very thankful to the chairman, new chairman of IRDAI, who listened to it. He looked at the entire data which I submitted to. So he looked, and now the rule has been changed. The rule says how you drive will decide your premium. So this, so the progressive things are happening. This is one good approach. Second approach is the use of ITS. This is the within the vehicle. Now second is the outside vehicle, which we generally know. I will be just flashing the slide because I had so many issues, and these are the pilot photos I am sharing with you. I will be coming to the one slide, then I will take a pause.
Yeah.
This is the just another pilot study which we did. The ATMS or the I mean outside the vehicle ATMS, which is generally a lot of cameras are there, network connectivity is there. There is a manpower which is doing it. These are very costly. If you start implementing it, it works out something between 8 lakhs to 12 lakh per kilometer. That's the equipment cost. Then you require a very skilled manpower to manage it. Then again, even suppose the camera looks at it and it issues a challan also, you know, the realization of challan is one of the poorest in India. In Delhi, the challan, which is having a lot of camera and probably enforcement system can be vouched to be a better in comparison to many other parts of the country. Only 23% of the e-challans are realized. Rest 77% people do not pay even to e-challan. So ultimately, we enforcement doesn't. So what? And then these skilled manpower. Who is going to bring these manpower? So what I propose them that let's have a PPP model. Give it to the experts, the companies who are manufacturing it. They are expanding. Worldwide, this is happening. In 80% of the developed countries, the ITMS are implemented by the expert companies who manufacture camera or who are network provider. They manage it and link their payment. Let the capex be done by them. Let the operation cost be managed by them, and they may be paid a percentage on the challans they generated, because recurring challan is a sovereign issue. It cannot be left to them. But the number of challans they generated, based on that, they can given some money and plus some retainer, so that they don't become the financially hardship doesn't come to them. This model we tried at number of places. It has been tried during this we tried in Delhi, and the cost at one point, if I say, was 22 lakh rupees. That this will now last for at least 5 years. Operation cost only 0.1 manpower, because one person is not supposed to be for one camera. So at least considering that, this money can be recovered only in 2 to 3 months, and rest of the money. So this is a good opportunity for highway operators, the road operators, or even the cities where this problem is serious, because ITS solutions can solve a lot of issues, congestion, apart from the road safety. So the cities, when we spoke, we identified C40 cities. Almost all the cities are happy, because the recovery, the annuity to be paid to the concessionaire, the PPP operator, if it is X, the recovery amount is, which we established, was approximately 8.5x. Considering Delhi model only, if only 25% is realized at the beginning, still it is going to be roughly 2.6 to 2.7x, much more than what you are paying, and some revenue is coming to the cities and the state as well. So this is another very good model, and this helps the police also to de-burden them with the collecting proof and everything. These cameras not only look at the speed only, they also see the number plate, they look at the seat belt, they look at the helmet people are wearing or no. Third thing which we did was these two pilots were extremely successful. I got two minutes more, sir. Yes, sir. I'll just take 2-3. Regarding the licensing, what generally, considering our population, every year 90 lakh young person, boys or girls, become eligible for the driving license. They attain the age of 18 years and they are entitled to have a driving license. We try to focus these people, because generally these are young guys, they are tech savvy. So message goes to them in a selected state. We did message goes to them: congratulations, you are eligible for driving test. How can we help you? Here are the good driving tests. And driving, now the government is already changing the policy. It will be consisting of theoretical, practical and simulators as well. They should also know the situation like happened at the bridge where the vehicle has fallen. Had he run on the simulation, he could have encountered similar situation, and in that scenario he could have taken a call like this, that it's better to kill these people rather than killing the bus and the 14 people. So these things can be done in simulation. And when they do the practical 19 hours of training, again put an IoT into the vehicle, get their score. If they attain above the score, then the driving license should be issued, and against their DL, their safe driving score should be mandatorily written, something like CIBIL score. Nowadays people are very conscious about CIBIL score, because everybody wants some credit. CIBIL score is popular, though it's not an official. Similarly, the safe driving score, if you have a vehicle, you have a license, what is your CIBIL score for rest of the transaction? I think these are some solutions which will actually make impact on the ground. These are certain things which I started doing using AI. Second was the AI, which was the crowdsourcing. Somebody was asking in the morning where this AI based app, actually feeds the data into the cloud and tells you where is the,
Mr.
and gives
Srivastav,
advanced
can you
warning. Yes,
close
I
it,
am done,
please?
sir. So these are certain parameters I just wanted. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will be here for the question and answers.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm already late, so I hand over to co-chairman to.
Okay. Any question? Mr. Srivastava, someone is having question.
हाँ sir, please ask me because I have also the same flight. I will be leaving.
एक ही लगेगा ना बस, ये चल जाएगा, हैं? हाँ हाँ, वो इसमें है,
Sir.
यहाँ पर।
Absolutely, it is very much doable and it can be done. Rather, it should be done. I will propose it.
Yeah, myself, Dr. Mohan Rao. I am scientist in Central Road Research Institute, CRRI, New Delhi. Yeah, you are excellently, you are saying the driver has to be evaluated against his performance or against his adhering to the rules, and you have to give a rating to it. Whenever we are selecting a driver, we can see whether he is a safe driver or not. Then how you are conducted that experiment? Is it on the simulation based or is it on the field based?
It is on field basis, sir. It was, let me explain you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only question, or you want to ask?
Yeah,
me?
one more.
Okay.
If it is a field based on his performance, you are giving the rating, or based on his behavior. Means, say for example, I am performed well, means I am not involved in an accident, I am not gone over speed. You are giving my one rating. Or my behavior is I am respecting the signs, I am respecting everything what I have to do. You are evaluated my behavior, driver behavior, or you are evaluated driver performance, like is sticking to the speed, is not going over speed, or is not involving in the accidents. These two are the different parameters. Which one you are taken in giving the scoring of the driver?
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very, as you are from CRRI research-based question. Thank you very much for asking it, and let me clarify. We did two things. First, it is a simple mobile application. We initially thought of to put an IoT device, but then this IoT device will be fitted into the vehicle. So it becomes vehicle specific. What I was looking for, the driver specific, something which can be carried by the driver. So he cannot carry the IoT with him every time he is moving in a vehicle. But mobile, we found that approximately 83% of the commercial vehicle drivers are carrying the mobile. The penetration of mobile phone in India may be around 56-57%. But the drivers, if you go the pocket wise, there it is approximately 83-84%. Literally all the drivers which we gave were having the smartphone. This smartphone have these features. Any basic smartphone of Lava or a Redmi or any you say, it has this feature. It captures the speed, and the moment speed is more than specified limit, it gives an alert, and points are deducted. One. It also has a gyroscope which senses the sudden braking and certain things, and time is of course there. So only 3 parameters we checked, nothing more. We didn't make it very complicated. We started with a simple solution, these only, and we are not rating the drivers. We were just trying to give them the numbers. As they are driving, say a driver drove 300 kilometers in a day, ideally he should score 180 because we are multiplying with by 0.8. But if it is 150 only, that means 30 points he has lost somewhere. Where these points has been lost, those were also being mapped separately to analyze where he faulted, so that we can correct him next time, he can improve. And this actually worked. When we started counseling them by sending focused video training modules to them, their scores increased. almost 70% month-to-month basis, and at the end they were all nearly perfect drivers. So that's the thing which was helping. I hope I clarified. I bundled the answer in this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. You have intelligently described the intelligent transport module. Thank you. Now our second presentation by Professor Seva Ramji, HOD SPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman sir. I thought when Akhilesh ji had to go for a flight, I thought I will get some extra time, but मुझे लगता नहीं मुझे सेवा का मौका मिलेगा. Okay, तो मुझे भी इसके बाद US जाना है, तो मुझे भी extra time मिलेगा. Thank you. So, friend, I will take some time in this slide. Please don't mind. So this is on intersection. All engineers are aware of this. जंक्शन के बिना सड़क नहीं है और सड़क पे जंक्शन होना जरूरी है. तो that is why we are here. But why intersection actually? Everybody is talking about, right from the morning there was a discussions on black spot पे discussion हुआ. Black spot है. IRC ने ऑलरेडी एक गाइडलाइन इशू किया है ब्लैक स्पॉट के बारे में. दे हैव इशूड. आई विल बी बाय लिंगुअल सो कैन अदर पर्सन्स हु आर नॉट वेरी कन्वर्सेंट दे कैन अंडरस्टैंड. तो IRC ने जो गाइडलाइन इशू किया है उसमें ऑलरेडी ब्लैक स्पॉट के बारे में काफ़ी कुछ कहा गया है, लेकिन अभी भी हमारा डेफिनेशन वही है. 500 मीटर आप एक्सीडेंट का है और हमारे पास जो फर्टिलिटीज़ है 10 साल है. हमने इसके ऊपर 4 साल तक एक डॉक्टर रिसर्च के तौर पर रिसर्च की है और उसमें कुछ फाइंडिंग्स निकल कर आई थी. मेन फाइंडिंग तो यही है कि ब्लैक स्पॉट 500 मीटर हो ही नहीं सकता. कैसे हो सकता है? जब आप इंटरसेक्शन का ड्राइंग आप 500 मीटर पे बनाते हो तो ब्लैक स्पॉट कहाँ पर हो गया? सो दैट वाज द फर्स्ट फाइंडिंग. और फिर जितने भी इंटरनेशनल कंट्रीज़ वगैरह है सब पे चेक किया कि ये सही है नहीं है. तो एनीवे मैं पूरा रिसर्च तो यहाँ पे डिस्कस नहीं करूँगा बिकॉज वो उसका जो टॉपिक है कुछ और है. बट ये स्नैपशॉट है जो इनडायरेक्टली लाइव रिसर्च से निकल के आए हैं. स्पेशल एनालिसिस के थ्रू वी हैव डन सम रिसर्च थ्रू यूजिंग GIS टेक्निक्स वेयर वी फाउंड what was the spread of this black spot. Dr. Velumurugan from CRI was also our doctoral research committee member when this work was carried out. So we found that actually just cannot be 500 meter for national highway. It goes somewhere 900 to 1200 meter. State highway it goes even up to 1500 meter and urban road it goes to 600 meter. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि जो सारा दिन हम ब्लैक स्पॉट इंप्रूवमेंट की बात करते रहते हैं और जंक्शन की इंप्रूवमेंट की बात करते हैं, एक्चुअली जंक्शन की बात नहीं करें. आप खाली जंक्शन के कोर के पीछे पड़े हो. एक्सीडेंट तो कहीं और हो रहा है. ये बिल्कुल वैसे ही है कि जहाँ पे ट्यूमर हमको हो गया गलती से हम उसके पीछे पड़े हैं और कहीं ट्यूमर थोड़ी देर के बाद कहीं और फैल जाता है. सो दैट इज़ एन इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग. आई थिंक वन टेक अवे फ्रॉम दिस प्रेजेंटेशन. दिस टेल्स यू हाउ दिस ब्लैक स्पॉट्स आर. ये ब्लैक स्पॉट करते करते ब्लैक सेक्शन बनता है और ब्लैक सेक्शन बनते बनते ब्लैक कॉरिडोर बन जाता है. आप समझ सकते हैं ये इतना डेंजरस है. तो जंक्शंस के ऊपर मॉर्निंग में मैंने मंत्री जी का भाषण सुना. उन्होंने अच्छी तरह से बताया कि मध्य प्रदेश में किस तरह से एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं. और इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ बात यह है कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली इवन NCRB की या दूसरी रिपोर्ट को जब एनालाइज करते हैं तो वहाँ जंक्शन पे दिखाया जाता है कि जंक्शन पे इतनी ज़्यादा दुर्घटना नहीं है. विच इज़ आई डू नॉट एग्री विद एविडेंस बेस्ड रिसर्च को कोट करके बोल रहा हूँ, विच इज़ नॉट करेक्ट. 54% एक्सीडेंट वो हैं जो 1200 से 1500 मीटर की रेंज में होते हैं. इसका मतलब है आधे से ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट तो चौराहों के आसपास ही होते हैं. अब चौराहे किसको समझते हो आप? सेंटर पॉइंट को समझते हो, किसको समझते हो? तो एक्चुअली जो हमने रिसर्च करी थी हमने उसको पूरा रिसर्च मैं नहीं शेयर करूँ, डॉक्टर लेवल रिसर्च है ये. उसको हमने बताया कि भाई आपको कोर एरिया है, उसके बाद एक बफर एरिया है, उसके बाद पेरिफेरल एरिया है और हर एक एरिया में इंटेंसिटी अलग अलग है. ये बिल्कुल वैसे ही है. आज मुझे शुगर है तो मैं डायबिटिक हो गया हूँ, लेकिन मुझे उसको बचाना जो प्री डायबिटिक है. दैट इज़ ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट. एनीवे ये सब इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ क्या है फॉर ऑल द इंजीनियर्स टू अंडरस्टैंड. हम डायरेक्टली इंटरसेक्शन के मिटिगेशन पे चले जाते हैं, ना ये समझ के कि इंटरसेक्शन वहाँ होना भी चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए या कितने इंटरसेक्शन होना चाहिए उसके ऊपर कोई हम डिस्कशन नहीं करते हैं. वाई एक्सिस पे मोबिलिटी का इंडिकेटर है, एक्स एक्सिस पर एक्सेस है, तो साफ साफ नज़र आता है आपको स्पीड चाहिए तो एक्सेस कंट्रोल चाहिए, एक्सेस कंट्रोल चाहिए। आपको अगर स्पीड नहीं चाहिए तो जंक्शन ही बना दो ना, कोई चल ही नहीं पाएगा। दैट इज़ द बेस्ट वे ऑफ डूइंग इट, दैट देयर इज नथिंग बेटर देन दैट। दिस इज हाउ यू डू इट, यू कैन कीप ऑन रिड्यूसिंग इट, आपकी स्पीड कम होती रहेगी अपने आप। बट हाउ डू यू डू इट? यू डू इट इन ए सिस्टमेटिक वे लाइक दिस, जो मैं यहाँ पे दिखा रहा हूँ आपको। सर्विस रोड से, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप सर्विस रोड ना बनाएं, एक्सेस जो है प्रॉपर्टी की या उसकी सर्विस रोड के थ्रू दीजिएगा। एक लाइव एग्जाम्पल है जो ब्लैक कॉरिडोर है, ये एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको कंपेयर करके बता रहा हूँ। ये जो पहले जो एग्जाम्पल है वो ब्लैक कॉरिडोर नहीं है, ये एग्जाम्पल कैलिफोर्निया का है, जहाँ पर आपके पास एक्सीडेंट्स, सॉरी वहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट्स की नंबर जो बेंगलोर की सड़क है उसके मुकाबले में 1/8 हैं, 1/8। और यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं देर आर 5 मेजर इंटरसेक्शन है 2 किलोमीटर पे। लेकिन अगर यही हम दिखाएं आपको बैंगलोर में, तो ये आप देख सकते हैं देर आर 7 and 27, 34, मतलब आप चल के तो दिखाओ। दैट इज़ द सिंपल स्लोगन दैट यू हैव इट। जितनी भी सिटीज़ है हमने ग्रो करी हैं वो सब कहीं ना कहीं हाईवे पे ही ग्रो करती जा रही हैं। और कुछ स्टेट तो ऐसे हैं कुछ करते ही नहीं हैं, वो हाईवे के ऊपर ही सिटी बनती रहती है। उनमें से हरियाणा एक है। यू विल अलाउ द ऑल सिटीज़ टू गो अलोंग, चाहे वो करनाल हो, चाहे वो कुरुक्षेत्र हो, चाहे वो आपका पानीपत हो, कुछ भी हो, चलने दो, हाईवे बनता रहेगा, सिटी बनता रहेगा। और फिर एक्सीडेंट होते रहते हैं। व्हेन एक्सीडेंट हैपेंस दे अप्रोच NHAI, या कि बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट हो गए, आई थिंक आप बाईपास ही निकाल लीजिए। बाईपास नहीं निकल सकता, ठीक है, तो ऊपर से चले जाइए, ये रोड हमको दे दीजिए। So this is how the city have been growing. So you look at how the accidents have been spreading. The point to note that these points actually जो intersection है, they become the vulnerable point ये है, because जो high speed है वो आपका highway का है, और जो local traffic है उसका speed कम है। Accident होता ही कब है? When there is a speed differential. अगर speed हम high speed चलते रहेंगे कोई accident नहीं होता। That is why we in engineering we are taught कि अगर आपको speed accelerate करना है तो पहले acceleration लेन दो, कम करना है तो डिसलेशन लेन दो। लेकिन अगर आप जहाँ पे स्पीड डिफरेंशियल होगा तो आका एक्सीडेंट होगा। गुड़गांव आप देख सकते हैं, आधा गुड़गांव इधर, आधा गुड़गांव, देयर वाज नो प्लान टिल वी इन SPA वर गिवन ए स्टडी टू प्रिपेयर द मोबिलिटी प्लान ऑफ दिस। एंड देन पानीपत ऑफ कोर्स मैं दिखा ही रहा हूँ। फॉरगेट अबाउट एनीथिंग, लुक एट द दिल्ली इटसेल्फ। ऑल दीज पॉइंट दैट यू फाइंड आर नथिंग बट द मेजर नोड्स. These are the major nodes, but drastically these accident point reduce the moment we shifted our freight vehicle to the outer point. In a way, it again tells speed, vehicle and the vehicle mass, they were more important. So the question comes कि intersection ठीक है, हम intersection, लेकिन किस type की intersection? All engineers know this is the life cycle of the intersection. Life cycle बहुत important है intersection की। मैं भी academic में आने से पहले engineer था, तो ये but बहुत ही कम टाइम के लिए फील्ड में काम किया, लेकिन बहुत सीखा वहाँ से। तो हमको वी वर वर्किंग इन पनवल, तो हमारे जो दोस्त उन्होंने बोला सेवाराम ये जितने इंटरसेक्शन है इनको कंफर्म करने का है। सर कंफर्म का क्या मतलब है? बोले कि इंटरसेक्शन में मुझे ये बताना है कि व्हाट इज द एरिया दैट यू विल डिडक्ट फ्रॉम द प्लॉट। तो मैंने बोला सर वो कैसे बताऊंगा? अरे भाई ये सोचो ना, ये 20 साल के बाद क्या होगा। Then that is what we used to imagine, and then that area was to be deducted and the plot used to be sold out. That was for greenfield development. All of us have seen this video. I don't think I will be able to show this. This is already lot of. This tells you how through the life cycle your intersections will keep on getting upgraded from the low volume to high volume. You will go from at grade to grade separation. So initially you are at grade only. You start controlling through the signals. Or signal or roundabout. There is a choice. If you have a space, you can go for roundabout, else you can go. So you started getting, and then you have started getting into channelization. But this is not only for volume, but for safety also. Then from roundabout, you will go for the different kind of roundabout. We India don't have even those which have turbo roundabout. This is most safest roundabout that we have got it. We are yet to design that any one of the roundabout in India for that type of. This is. I will be sticking here because otherwise I will lose this. What do we do here? Basics should not be lost. Basics. We talk very high-fi, but the basic, first provide turning radius. Then what turning radius? Should it be less? Should it be more? That you have to provide. Then provide median. Then provide refuse lane. And then this is purely a Sevaram idea. What I can do in this case, I found a big problem for the turning vehicle, particularly for mid-block or median, etc. So what is the problem that we have got it? Often we have a median opening and the vehicle start taking the right turn. And on what? I was just now going from here to Ujjain and look at it, this is a 4-lane divided road. There was a median. I do not know how if a large vehicle will turn from that side. You only get a turning radius of 5 meters. So what will happen? You will either go on the left hand side and then increase the radius. So that is what the Honorable Minister says. Have we prepared our DPR? DPR doesn't mean that only the alignment. DPR also means that these nodes, etc. need to be upgraded. So in this case, you have a larger area, you have a larger turning radius. This is what you can do. Very important for highway sections is to look at the priority junctions. I think most of us do not even know the word as priority junctions. These priority junctions are very important, and they are important in highway as well as in the case of the other cases. So I can actually keep on discussing this, but this is what I do it here in this case. Where is the priority? I am giving the priority to the vehicle which is actually the main traffic. So you can give main traffic, main arm. So you can have a triangle mark, etc. And actually these are based on the natural behavior only. So if you look at, these are the spaces where you provide it in such a way that the vehicle come to the safe zone. The slogan of this is that provide. In fact, if you look at this, there are two drawings here. One is for a lower hierarchy, other one is for upper hierarchy. So what it does, it makes the vehicle in a staggered junction. You come from the north arm, you come down, because you cannot find gap all the way. You can't be Raman at the intersection. You can only look at one side. So look at one side, there is no vehicle. Okay, you come down now here. You wait for what? Finding the safe gap. No vehicle coming, now you take the left turn. So what you're doing, engineer need to ensure these safe places, safe design places. So I can just show it to you through our own design. This is our own design, not from. So what is this? It looks to be very safe. If you tell them, but the description that I give, the traffic is coming from the Udaipur side. This is the Ahmedabad highway. And Ahmedabad highway on, I would say, slightly on, if I call it as a eastern side, it is on a higher side. The traffic comes at a very high speed. It is in a curvature also. And this arm actually goes to the Udaipur. So the accidents, if you record it here, how did we record? The major point that I will recommend to the NHAI to accident investigation is still a major research actually. You should know how to investigate what is the cause of accident. So in this case, we actually fix our video and then we try to look at what are the possibilities of the conflict point. What is that? A vehicle come here, stop for what? Taking right turn. And somebody comes on the backside and hit, rear end collision. The vehicle coming from the upper side, that is almost the north side, wants to go to the western side. Actually, when you are coming from north to western side, because of this angle, obtuse angle, you cannot see this. When you take the right turn, the vehicle does not know that somebody is coming from this side and again hit. So these were the causes of the accident. So what we did in this case, look at it here. It's an intersection which ensure 100% safety for those who are safe driver. What is safe driver? Safe driver is the one who accepts the safe gap. Unsafe means you go and start taking turn, that is unsafe driver. But our duty of an engineer first to save the safe driver through safe design. So in this case, what happened? Okay, you want to take right turn, you first go, there are signages are already displayed here. So you actually get into this arm. Now you wait here. Nobody is coming, you can take the turn. Same thing is here also, you come from the northern side, okay, you look at on this side, no vehicle is coming, now you take the turn. Now you can come out of this. And then you have a margin here. Before you call gap finding, you can call the acceleration lane. Now you can come out and you get. This ensures a safety if you are a safe driver. So that goes. The next intersection comes in the roundabout and the rotary. We are still confused that roundabout and rotary. I'm sorry for this because this is only the occasions to talk. Our academic persons, professors, they already know it. But important to share it with the professional. They still do not know what is roundabout, rotary. The another term they know, गोल चक्कर. उनको गोल चक्कर मालूम है, चौराहा मालूम है, तिराहा मालूम है. गोल चक्कर गोल होता है. अगर इलिप्टिकल हो गया, पता नहीं सर, वो भी गोल चक्कर ही होता है. That is what. Okay, what is that? In the US, UK, Germany, roundabouts are very famous. In India, we are removing roundabout and putting signal. And then the accident happened, then we say driver fault. That is what we do it here. So in this case, what happened? Roundabout tells that it is on the safe gap finding. So okay, you are the safe driver. Now look at the gap here. If there is no vehicle coming from the circulating side, then only the entry vehicle is allowed to enter. But in India, it doesn't work. India, we work by dominance. कार वाला अंदर घुसता है तो टू व्हीलर वाला अपनी जान बचाने के लिए पीछे उठ जाता है. ट्रक वाला अंदर आता है, आप भैया आप ही जाओ, मैं बाद में जाऊंगा. So that is in a way to roundabout may not work. What works? Rotary. Rotary means what?
You enter, I will enter, both of us will enter. When both of us enter, that become merging. But again, I am sorry to use this language. Many of the engineers do not know how to make merging. Merging का उनको लगता है बस दो सड़क मिल जाए, merging है, गाड़ी मिल जाए, ठुक जाए, कोई बात नहीं, वो भी merging है. ऐसे नहीं होता. It is not like this. Merging means you have to reduce the angle, you have to control the angle, you have to control the speed, and its slogan says in Hindi, I call it as na mera, na tera, hamara. I will not move with my speed, you will not move with your speed, but both of us will move with one speed. When both of them move at one speed, yes, you have attained a complete merging behavior. And that, of course, I will explain later on. This is a very good example, but not from India. What is good example? There is a dotted line. Many of you do not know. I was asking this question in one of the training sessions. I asked, sir, it means this vehicle has to keep on going like this only. No, it is not like this. This is a yield marking. Yield signs are triangle, that is reverse. Yield marking means you actually tell the person, look, you have to wait. It is not your right. Right is for that. But what is good for this design, there is no, इधर कोई मूर्ति नहीं है. मूर्ति बनाना कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है, लेकिन मूर्ति ऐसे बनाओ कि वहां पे वही मूर्ति रहे, कोई और मूर्ति ना लग जाए वहां पर. Important things about it. Okay. Slogans have already come up. Sir, मुझे भी थोड़ा सा extra time. Hello. इससे थोड़ी ना सर ऐसे. Hello. Okay. इतनी दूर से आया हूँ, इतना पैसा खर्च किया है, इसलिए नहीं कि मुझे भाषण देना है, क्योंकि मेरे जो कुलीग पीछे हैं उनको बार बार सेवा राम नहीं मिलेगा. ओके. तो ये एक जंक्शन है which you can see here, a modern roundabout है. This is actually an island, deflection island. In fact, when we were doing the training, we used to make our trainee practice, really practice. When they used to practice, they used to know, oh my God, this itself is a science to design. But here we do not know. Here the islands are designed in such a way only to collide with the central island. Then what for you are designing here? Or you design in such a way, you are in the outer lane. That means you are away, you are colliding with the central line. This should not be done. Truck apron is one very important thing that you can save the life. Okay, I think I will. Is it the bells are for me or somebody else? There is a concept of which is called as raindrop roundabout. I think if you can use that raindrop, nothing better than that. U-turns actually, and you have a U-turn and the median opening if you can convert. In Japan, in a city called Nagoya, they have used this concept very much. They have forced roundabout. मतलब अगर आपको स्पीड कम करना है, हमारे यहाँ स्पीड ब्रेकर है या व्हीकल ब्रेकर है, बट वहाँ ऐसा नहीं है. They will make you to go in this way and then the vehicle will be actually. Why it is important? If I tell you this video, if you see here, and you will understand that driver is actually at fault. But driver is not at fault. Our engineer is at fault because he doesn't know how to design. As simple as this. So the gentleman, idhar se chale jao, go from this side only. He is going from that side. Now what is the problem here? I said through the animations, this is how the vehicle move. Where are the conflict point? The crossing conflict point are the modern. You design a goal chakkar like this, it is of no use. Slightly increase the radius. They will convert into the conflict point, which are angular conflict. Where were the earlier crossing conflict? Where will they go? Now angular conflict point. But this will be only roundabout properly when you put not this but deflecting island. If this is there, you understand. If this was in the video, you would have saved the accident. I had, this is Indian Jugaad. There was no island, but in Gandhinagar, we had a training. Saab chale gaye hai. Sikdar Saab, they had a world-based training. They also sent me there also. So we had the training and on the road actually we designed these. They were designed, these islands were designed. You can see this very dangerous island. I wish I could have discussed a little story on this side. This was designed by me, paid nothing to me because my friend asked me to design. He tells me, Sevaram, ek goal chakkar banana hai, kal mantri ji se udghatan karna hai. Anyway, he is a senior town planner of Haryana. तो डिज़ाइन किया उसने, गोल चक्कर का जो पेरीफेरी था वो बनाया, उसके पैसे मुझे नहीं दिए. बाद में एक आर्किटेक्ट ने एक वहाँ पे रेजांगला चौक वार मेमोरियल बना दिया है और ये बहुत डेंजरस है. यू कैन सी दिस क्रिएट्स ए विजिबिलिटी ब्लॉक. अब मैं कुछ बोल नहीं सकता, अगर मैंने बोला तो एंटी नेशनल हो जाऊंगा, तो मैं ऐसा नहीं हूँ. तो ये मैंने बोला एकदम बढ़िया बनाया है, बहुत बढ़िया बनाया है, लेकिन थोड़ा एक्सीडेंट का प्रॉब्लम है. आई विश यू कुड हैव इम्प्रूव्ड अपॉन दिस. तो और वो इसका जो लोकेशन है वो बहुत खतरनाक है. इसी के बगल में एक शराब का ठेका है,
फिर एक साथ में एक हॉस्पिटल है, पियो ठोको और जाओ. That is what you can do it here. Okay, so that is a dangerous one. You can have it here. We had the best example of the roundabout in Dutch roundabout, where cycles are given a good priority. In our case, cycle driver means Sevaram. That is not correct. But Bahar, cycle ka matlab, there is a priority given to this, and this is what our engineers should design. Facilitate in such a way that you love to design. You love to design, you love to drive, you love to encourage like this. Anyway, how to look at it here, this is what the safe roundabout is. This is a real work that we have done it here. It's again the real work. In Chandigarh, we discussed that, sir, बहुत accident होता है, आप गोल चक्कर के पीछे पड़े रहते हो, तो मैंने बोला उसका speed कम करो. So we actually planned this deflection island. When you go in a curvilinear way, you will reduce the speed. And of course, I wish I could have shown the video. And it tells that only God exists in India, nowhere else. It is a, there is no need to design. Let something be done by God also. This is another intersection, Bangalore. You can keep on moving it till you find there is no accident. Oh, keep on praying. Koi problem nahi. Chalo. You will keep on moving. But this is the same video I had. I can show you the video. You cannot see that. Dangerous. 14 persons have met an accident on the same place. This is an so-called peak hour or not peak hour. Merging is a very important point. I say that. Recently, we started learning merging only when we had the case of a person called VIP person Mistry. Mistry साहब के बाद सबको merging समझ में आ गया कि merging क्या है, diverging क्या है. ये सिकदर साहब ने दिखाया dangerous है. मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ कि merging से dangerous, in fact, intersection भी नहीं होते हैं. Why? Why? Because merging पे speed relatively बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. Intersection पे आपको लगता है कि सामने कुछ होगा. And merging के लिए मैं हमेशा बोलता हूँ, I always say that the two merging roads should be in such a way that this vehicle can see this vehicle can see this. You can't see because there are different level. Nose length should be more. I always give the example of Persian beauty. You are more beautiful if you have more long nose. Some of my friends have started looking their nose only. Okay, ये आप सुंदर हैं तो आपका नाक है तो सुंदर है, नहीं तो नहीं. सर नाक नहीं तो क्या करोगे? प्लास्टिक सर्जरी. सर्जरी कैसे करते हैं सर? व्हाट यू डू? ओके, यू कैन कीप ऑन पुटिंग इट. यू वेदर मूवेबल फर्नीचर, स्प्रिंग पोस्ट डालिएगा. हमने कई जगह ऐसे काम किए वेयर देयर वाज नो नोज. हमने नोज बनाया एंड ड्रास्टिकली द बिहेवियर स्टार्टेड चेंजिंग. बट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग टू नोट, द मेन प्रॉब्लम यू डू नॉट नो वेयर टू यूज द अपर वन, वेयर टू यूज लोअर वन. भाई साहब बड़ा सिंपल सा काम है. इफ यू आर ऑन ए हाईवे, फॉलो द लोअर वन. If you are on a normal road, follow the upper one. Why it is so? So because then you will give some time for the vehicle to reduce the speed and come and merge. It's as simple as this. So this is what you can do. Lane balancing. If I ask this question to engineer, they will say, "Mere piche pad gaya," but they do not know what is lane balancing. Lane balancing is a very simple point. There are 2 lane and 1 lane here. Sometimes we have 3 lane and 3 lane, and yet we make it as 3 lane. Sir, pata nahi, jam lag gaya. Jam to lagega. You do not know the merging. So 3 and 3 make 6, minus 1 is the 5. That is the minimum lane you can have it here. You have, so this is how you go. Yes, sir, please don't mind. So this is a bad example of this. You could have improved upon, provide this node, increase the nodes, follow the lane merging, and this is another bad example of this. This happens in the case of interchange also. We have done a lot of work on interchange. This is the one that I am trying to explain you. Gore area. This is important area in the interchanges. If you know, most of the accident happen here only. If you can actually allow this vehicle to merge through this, so this is the way that you can, very bad example, I'm showing it to you, live example. You can see any time the accident might happen and happened also. All these photographs tells you the bad examples of the merging, and they are coming at a very high speed. If I run the video, you can see, you are only praying God that accident will not happen, but accident happened. I'm avoiding it here because time is not there. How to do it here? You reduce the speed. This is the one actually, I'm getting this in the Indore, and now he's having this. I think my request to engineer, please take care of the pedestrian. You are designing the column in such a way, the worst person to suffer is the pedestrian only. He's moving at a speed of 1 meter per second. He will go around this diameter take about 10 seconds. In the 10 seconds, somebody is coming at a 90 kilometer per hour. 90 kilometer per hour, he will actually crush the pedestrian because by the time, so important point to see here. This is another good examples, and this I think engineers should learn. A live example of one of the intersection which I wish
I could not have done like this. Any time you do it here, there's a possibilities of as many as 84. बच ही नहीं सकते. And that is why an accident happened. What to do below this? Everybody is talking about top and bottom, you have to improve upon. Please provide on both the sides the crossing. I would say use the best example of twin roundabout. Yes, sir, now I am getting it. This is how you can improve. These are live examples that we have done it here. Otherwise, बोलेंगे सेवाराम प्रोफेसर की तरह बोल के चला गया. नहीं, these are actual examples that we have done. How we have done it here, you can see that we have improved upon these. This is Udaipur. We try to improve upon this. And I think engineer does not know what is this. He is asking, sir, accident हो रहे हैं. तो मैंने बोला जहाँ वो बीच में वहाँ खड़े हो जाओ. Then you will know why the accidents are happening. This is a very bad way of designing. I think this should appear in Guinness Book of World Record. एक गोल चक्कर बना दिया बीच में, पता नहीं किस लिए बना है, और पेडिशन का क्रॉसिंग भी बना दिया है. तो ऐसे बच्चा ड्राइंग करता है ना, उस टाइप का है. दैट इज व्हाट यू शुड नॉट डू इट हियर. Improvement. We did some work for both Gurgaon as well as this. And one good thing that I was impressed by the IAS officer. He says, Sevaram, don't give me any high technical drawing. Tell me the drawing. Show me the drawing which can really be implemented. Then we told, sir, ठीक है, हम आपको वही देंगे. So we got this drawing, allow the cycle to turn in its path, and first time we actually got this cycle turning path is to be now transferred to the ground, wherein it will educate the other driver also. Look, this is the right of way of the cycle, and then only they will be careful. This is the one, I think, if you see how the accidents are happening, we are not caring for vulnerable user. You can see the accident here. You can see this, I think we can be given Nobel Prize when we design our cycle time in such a way, there is hardly an amber time to cross it here. You can see at the intersection how the pedestrians were running. Now, of course, it is removed. Yes, 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 they will, you look at way, वो आगे चल के दिखाओ, दौड़ के दिखाओ, but it is increasing the race, okay. I wish I could have shown you some more video so that it sensitizes you. Idea is not to make you, but idea is to show you that how the dangerous accidents are happening. Yes, you can see this. Yes, it is violating because simple thing, median is not there. It's going from one lane to other lane. These are very dangerous accidents. I wish I could show you some more also. This is actually again the very bad accidents of this. I wish I don't show it, but very bad to show. Such a large area of intersection, an engineer does not. I could find it here. My request to the MP government is that please take care of these intersections of this. If you need my help on small Dakshina, I can always be there. Sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My apology. I have continued even by not caring for the chairman. My apology, because मुझे लगा कि बाद में सेवा का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. Actually, last month I was in UP. Actually, we designed a Lata Mangeshkar Chowk there. That circle was designed, the outer portion was designed, a statue was designed by Ram Sutar ji, but उसका जो design था was through the competitions, the global competitions. I happened to be there. Thank you very much for listening to me. Even the last person also, thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor सेवाराम जी. आपने रोड सेक्टर्स के इंटरसेक्शंस के लिए बड़े डिटेल में सभी प्रकार के इंटरसेक्शंस को डिस्क्राइब किया है और कैसे एक्सीडेंट होते हैं उनके संबंध में भी अलर्ट किया है. आपके नॉलेज से सभी ने कुछ प्राप्त किया है. अब मैं थर्ड प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए मिस्टर पोपली को आमंत्रित करता हूँ.
हमने बाहर कॉपी करके रखा. Thank you, Professor. सेवाराम साहब मेरे अभी प्रोफेसर हैं. उनसे पढ़ने के बाद ही मैंने सेफ्टी में काम करना शुरू कर दिया. Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon. Already Now only chairman is there for the session and I am left with the presentation. Thank God, lot of attendance is there. So basically, जो हमारा perception है कि safety means खर्चा, extra expenditure, तो वो सेवाराम सर ने बहुत बढ़िया से दिखाया है कि we spend more money. कहाँ स्पेंड करते हैं? इंटरसेक्शन में बहुत सारा हम उसको पेविंग एरिया बना देते हैं, वेदर इट इज़ एट ग्रेड इंटरसेक्शन और ग्रेड सेपरेटेड इंटरसेक्शन, और फिर उसको सालों साल पेव भी करते रहते हैं. सो बहुत सारे ऑडिट जब किए, व्हाइल आई वाज इन राइट्स, नाउ आई एम एडवाइज़र टू NHAI, तो वहाँ मैं यही कहता था कि जितना पैसा आप फालतू लगा रहे हो इस पर, उतना ही बचत कर लो, उतने में पूरी रोड सेफ्टी हो जाएगी. बट नाउ माई प्रेजेंटेशन इज़ ऑन दी सेफ्टी ऑडिट, नॉट ऑन द सेफ्टी इंजीनियरिंग, जो सेवाराम सर ने बहुत अच्छे से बहुत डिटेल में कर दिया है. So this is the presentation sequence. There are two things, safety audit and crash investigation. One is proactive, another is reactive. Safety audit का कोड अलग है, IRC SP88, and crash investigation का कोड अलग है, IRC 131. Incidentally, दोनों codes में, core group में I was involved in IRC when these codes have been developed, and crash investigation, DG साहब ने बोला, yes, lot of hard work has been, we have put in, that's how that code has come up. And same way when Indianization of this safety manual has been done, then checklists and all those things depending upon the mixed traffic condition, those have been developed. What's a safety audit? You might have heard it, again I am saying, it's a formal, full formality है, कोई informality नहीं है. It's a systematic, one by one item is being checked. It's a detailed examination. It's not like that गाड़ी में बैठे एक तरफ से दूसरी तरफ चले गए हो गया safety audit. Of a road project by an independent and qualified team of auditors. 15-day certification course है, and they should be independent. I can't be the DPR consultant and then auditor also of that particular project. That leads to a report of potential safety concerns. That's why it is proactive approach in a project. Why do we do safety audit? Sometimes standards we have inappropriate we use, sometimes outdated. So many codes have been revised. Still we may be using IRC 67 पुराना यूज़ करेंगे, 2012 के यूज़ करेंगे, IRC 35 भी दूसरा यूज़ करेंगे. Sometimes a combination, as Sevaram sir ने show किया है, whatever project we have developed it, a combination of factors, it's unsafe. Then compromises have been made between the traffic carrying capacity and the safety. What is the prime objective? Prime objective is to minimize the risk and severity of the accidents and meet the needs and perceptions of all the road users. And secondary objectives, importance of safety in highway. See, highway engineers, I worked almost for 35 years, then I came to NHAI. So till 2005, when we were designing the highways, एक ही concept होता था कि दिल्ली से जयपुर कितनी जल्दी में पहुंच जाऊं. More concerned about only and only mobility, not concerned about the VRUs कि साइकिल वाला कैसे क्रॉस करेगा, वहाँ पे पेडेस्ट्रियन कैसे क्रॉस करेगा. एक ही कंसेप्ट था, हाईवे मीन्स टू इंक्रीज द मोबिलिटी, देन रिड्यूस द लॉन्ग टर्म कॉस्ट. एक बार कुछ कर दिया, सपोज यू हैव डेवलप द हाईवे विथ 6% ग्रेडियंट, 7% ग्रेडियंट, हिल लोड्स में वी आर अनेबल टू चेंज. सो इट्स अ वेरी लॉन्ग टर्म कॉस्ट ऑफ द स्कीम. अवेयरनेस ऑफ सेफ डिज़ाइन प्रैक्टिसेस, सेवाराम साहब वही आधा घंटा बजा के गए कि देखिए आप क्या कर रहे हैं. मिनिमाइज द रिस्क ऑफ एक्सीडेंट्स अकरिंग ऑन द एडजेसेंट रोड नेटवर्क्स. फॉर एग्जांपल हमने एलिवेटेड रोड तो बना दिया, बट स्टिल द पानीपत एलिवेटेड हाईवे व्हाट सेवाराम सर वर रेफरिंग, Now accidents are happening right below it. Same is the case of, I can correlate with the Indore bypass. So many places now mirrors have been installed below for the turning of the vehicles. So we have to take care whatever below the adjacent road network. It's already, I defined this definition, I'll skip this slide. But what is safety audit is not. It is not that compliance of the technical standards. Although at this moment, safety auditors are doing this only. It's not a substitute for regular design checks. You don't expect a safety auditor is telling that this bridge has been designed safely. Sorry, he is not expert of that. An opportunity to redesign a project. Please don't take it like a proof checking that you give it to safety auditor, he will give some observation, then we redesign it. May not be possible. A name for more detailed site inspection, it's not like that. And assessing or rating of a highway, star rating nahi hai, IRAP nahi hai. What are the principle? Principle is safety, not the cost, not the land. Keep relevant standard and guidelines in mind. क्योंकि जैसे कोई ऑब्जर्वेशन देंगे तुरंत पूछे सर कहाँ लिखा है, कौन से कोड में लिखा है. So I have to be very, very thorough, whether it is in IRC or it is in ASTO or it is in ARRB or it is in TRL. So best practices, irrespective of the codal provision, I have to tell. Consider needs of all the road users, all weather condition and lighting conditions. इस साल बहुत जगह बाढ़ आई है, हमसे अच्छा कौन जान सकता है. It is thorough, comprehensive, realistic, and let you give all the observation. आपको किसने रोका है? आपका हाथ नहीं पकड़ा. Let the authority decide what to implement depending on the funds. Funds की कमी नहीं है. Highway authorities are the richest. सबसे बड़ा बजट हिंदुस्तान में हमारा ही है आज की तारीख में. Produce audit report promptly within 2 weeks. 2 महीने 3 महीने लगाने से सब भूल जाता है. What's the procedure? It's a defined procedure is there. First of all, you identify what is the need of a road safety audit. Then safety consultant selection. Impanel किया है, Ministry of Road Transport ने किया है, NHAI ने किया है. और जो certified safety auditors हैं, वो वेबसाइट पे हैं, IRC की वेबसाइट पे हैं, और IHE की वेबसाइट पे हैं. Then auditors have to collect the project data. एक डेस्क ऑडिट होता है, डॉक्यूमेंट्स होता है. ऑडिट कराने के लिए भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स पूरे नहीं दिए जाते हैं, या जो अप्रूव हुआ है वो नहीं दिए जाते हैं, या वो दिए जाते हैं जो सबसे बढ़िया है बट बनेगा नहीं वो. देन कमेंसमेंट मीटिंग, देन फील्ड ऑडिट, डे एंड नाइट, प्रिपरेशन ऑफ सेफ्टी ऑडिट रिपोर्ट, ऑडिट कंप्लीशन मीटिंग वेयर वी हैव टू टेल फर्स्ट हैंड की व्हाट आर द ऑब्जर्वेशंस, देन रिस्पॉन्डिंग टू कमेंट्स, and once it has been agreed, that is to be implemented. So where is to be done as per IRC SP88, depending on the category, क्या stages में audit कराना चाहिए, it's given. एक RFP issue किया था road safety audit के लिए मोर्थ ने 2016 कि model जो है it is available that can be referred for calling these bids from the safety consultants. This is the qualification: senior safety auditor, road safety auditor and road safety assistant. They should be qualified, certified, experienced. They should have a design experience, construction experience. डिज़ाइन ऑडिट कराना तो डिज़ाइन का एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए, कंस्ट्रक्शन का थोड़ा कंस्ट्रक्शन का भी एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए. एंड दे शुड बी इंडिपेंडेंट. ये क्वालिफिकेशन है. आई विल जस्ट स्किप दिस, ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं बचेगा नहीं तो. दिस द मैनुअल फॉर रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिट जो नाउ इट हैज़ बीन रिवाइज्ड. फर्स्ट इट वाज इन 2010. Now it has been revised, new version has come in 2019. What are the checklist? हम सब जो मेडिकल चेकअप कराने के लिए जाते हैं वो पकड़ा देते हैं हमारे को, साहब ये हो गया, ये हो गया, ये हो गया, so that you need not forget something. So it is like that checklists have been given in this IRC SP88 specifically for the safety auditors and the authorities to see that all those things have been taken care of. All those things have been checked. The audit is to be conducted stepwise. So it is to reduce risk that important safety concerns are not overlooked. एक्सपेक्ट रेफरेंस टू प्रोजेक्ट स्टेज एंड रोड कैटेगरी. मेरे को ऑडिट तो करना है स्टेट MDR का, एंड आई एम यूजिंग द स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ एक्सप्रेसवे, सो द होल रोड विल बी अनसेफ. एंड इफ आई एम डूइंग द एक्सप्रेसवे ऑडिट और MDR के स्टैंडर्ड से चेक कर लिया तो एक्सप्रेसवे पहले दिन में एक्सीडेंट्स होने लगेंगे. सो वी शुड बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल फॉर दिस. टीम शुड ऑलवेज कंसिडर सेफ्टी needs of all road users. Different checklist, different stage of the projects के लिए it is given feasibility stage, DPR stage, construction stage, pre-opening stage, audit of existing roads, and for the rural roads, low design speed, low volume roads. Now, what is the design stage safety audit? It is prevention better than cure. Identification of constraints, because जब भी प्रोजेक्ट प्रिपेयर होता है साइट पे बहुत सारे कंस्ट्रेंट्स हैं, एंड compromises that have been made in the DPR preparation that may lead to crashes like LA, project cost, पैसा नहीं है साहब, standards and guidelines, traffic carrying capacity, environmental impacts, resettlement, geotechnical investigation and archaeological sites. So we compromise, थोड़ा सा यूँ घुमा दिया, मंदिर आ गया, थोड़ा सा घुमा दिया, आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट आ गया. Is to identify the safety concerns in road design during project preparations. What do you expect as an authority from the safety consultant? They should do all those things. Engineering measures to create a safe and practical road. I have removed all those slides because when I have gone through this presentation, I know my professor is there to take care of all those things. To make changes at design stage, minimize the risk to future road users, and reduce long-term cost of the scheme. Bearing unsafe designs may be expensive or sometimes even impossible to correct it. You have to altogether look for the other alternatives. What are the benefits? It's a whole life cycle cost you have to consider. Risk of crash and severity, it is being reduced. Safety needs of vulnerable road users, it is being considered. Lower cost of remedial works at the future. जो साहब कह रहे हैं मॉर्निंग से, it's a black spot being created. Even if it is created, its being remedial cost will be much lesser. Reduced overall cost of road trauma. Safer road network are developed and achieving crash reduction targets. This is the complete checklist. Design standard adopted, route choice, horizontal vertical alignment, typical cross sections, stage construction. हम बोलेंगे 4 लेनिंग में तो हम करते ही नहीं, स्टेज कंस्ट्रक्शन करते हैं भाई. All the structures are being designed and constructed for 6 lane. Road is widened later on 4 to 6 lane. So it is a stage construction only. Then interchange, intersection proposal, roadside hazards का proposal. Then public transport, vulnerable road users, night time issues, road maintenance vehicle, maintenance time में आपको पेमेंट मार्किंग करनी है. How the traffic will move? एक्सीडेंट हो गया, पूरा ट्रेलर जो है पूरा ऐसे कैरेज वे घेर के पड़ा हुआ है. How the traffic will move? Then drainage aspects and careful auditing at this stage. All the observation, if planning stage feasibility is being given, then sometimes DPR में उसमें ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा. Checklist is same almost as feasibility except the detailed things are being checked. Then construction stage. Everybody know हमारे हिंदुस्तान में construction work zones का क्या हाल होता है. It's the most important traffic management plan. Then work stages, speed control measures, signs, pavement marking, delineation. What is the diversion geometry? On that day I went to Panipat again. It's a vehicle has overturned. वो जो लेके जा रहा है बैगेज उसका नीचे गिर गया. Diversion road surface, safety barriers, provision for workers, use of PPE. पहले तो इंजीनियर्स ही नहीं डालते तो बेचारे वर्कर्स कहाँ से डालेंगे. Provisions for vulnerable road users, then safety at night. This is the audit thought process. मैं इसको skip करता हूँ. If all those issues which you have seen, you should warn the road users. Then give the proper informations. Guide the road users. Control their traffic movement, intersection, discuss in detail. And then for giving roads, we accept that accidents do happen. But उसको कत्ल की तो मरने के लिए सज़ा तो नहीं देंगे ना. So छोटी सज़ा है, छोटा वो क्राइम किया तो छोटी सजा मिलनी चाहिए, मरना ही थोड़ा हर एक टाइम में. सो फॉरगिविंग रोड वी हैव टू फॉरगिव दैट. So that kind of design we have to take care of. All these references, IRC references, which we have to take care. List of all component drawings should be given to the auditor. Then this is the audit report. In what shape the audit report should come? Project है, उसका background है, salient feature है, stage है, team कौन सी है, कब audit किया है, construction में दिन में किया, रात में किया, and what material has been supplied. Auditor should give that क्या क्या उसको drawing दिया गया है. Then detail of completion meeting, audit finding with photographs, safety concerns, risk very high, high, medium, recommendation with changes, then priority, essential, highly desirable. Report should be signed by the team leader. And then response, nobody response. वो साहब कह रहे वो सजा के रख देते हैं आमली मेरा, मैं ऑडिट कराया, हाँ जी कराया, रिपोर्ट कहाँ, ये रही मेरे पीछे सजी है, सजनी नहीं है, काम होना साइट पे. So what is the reporting? It should be very high, high, medium, essential, highly desirable, desirable. These are the various measures which we have to give. What are the short-term measures, medium-term measures, long-term measures? Already discussed. So this we have to suggest mitigation measures. So this is the report. You can see report में clearly आना चाहिए. What is the concern of this issue? So many vertical curves. Then how to improve it? It may not be possible. He may not be able to improve it. Or otherwise, it should be redesigned. So junction, why junction is there? How to improve it? It's a hill load. In the morning session, it has been told, we have to give these observations. How to, this is the intersection, it's a signage marking and all those things. So everything, first of all, safety auditor has to give concern. What is the concern of this? Then it should not be like, this is not okay. आप गलती निकालने के लिए भी नहीं है safety audit report. It has to be given with the concern and then with the mitigation measures so that it can be implemented. It's a during construction zone. What kind of thing it is to be shown? You can see it's a diversion. ये हिंदुस्तान में शुक्र है ये paved है. Then PPE use, how the workers are working. So I have quickly come to case studies. See, this is basically, you see, number of 4 lane to 6 lane. So many median openings are there, crossroads are there. So we have just closed and given 3 crossovers, 3 VUPs. What will happen to service road? हमारा सिंपल सजेशन होता है, साहब 7 मीटर का कर दीजिए, 10 MSMA के लिए बना दीजिए. हाउ डू यू नो इट? कितने ट्रैफिक जाएगा, कितनी लोडिंग जाएगी? स्टिल मैं भी DPR कंसल्टेंट हूँ, अपनी बुराई खुद ही कर देता हूँ. स्टिल इन ओवर TORs में ये नहीं होता है कि साहब आपने पूरा उसका ट्रैफिक एनालिसिस सर्विस रोड का भी करना है. अभी आप देखिए इन दिल्ली गुड़गांव एक्सप्रेसवे मेन कैरेजवे 4+4 रोड का है और जो स्लिप रोड्स हैं 5+5 लेन्स की हैं. इन दिल्ली मेरठ एक्सप्रेसवे मेन कैरेजवे 3+3 लेन, सर्विस रोड आर 2+2, then again 2+2. So their studies have been done and it has been implemented. So now we have to include in DPR TORs also. You have to do the projections for traffic for the service roads also and how much load they are going to carry. Otherwise all those service roads which are acting as a slip road, तो वो सबका पेमेंट खत्म हो जाता है. You see how to put the railing. जो रेलिंग लगाना है या तो रेलिंग लगाना है या क्रैश बैरियर लगाना है. इट शुड बी ऑन टू द सेपरेटर, उसमें थोड़ा सा गैप होना चाहिए. हम कहाँ लगा देते हैं? 1.5 मीटर 2.5 मीटर का पेव शोल्डर है, उसके आगे लगा देते हैं. सो यू हैव ईटन अप माई क्रैश दिस पेव शोल्डर आल्सो एंड इट इज अनसेफ आल्सो. सो देर इज नो सेटबैक डिस्टेंस, दिखेगा ही नहीं हिल लोड में. वी हैव नॉट टेकन केयर ऑफ. एंट्री एग्जिट साहब अभी डिस्कस करके गए, ये मैंने प्रोजेक्ट नाम हटा दिया. कर्व में हाउ यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग दिस एंट्री एग्जिट? सी कर्व में एवरीबॉडी इज नेगोशिएटिंग, ड्राइवर बोथ ड्राइवर्स आर नेगोशिएटिंग द कर्व्स ओनली एंड इट मे बी थ्रू एंड थ्रू सर्विस रोड. थोड़ा आधा किलोमीटर आगे बना दो भाई, कौन सी दिक्कत है, टोल उतना ही ले लेना, बट शुड नेवर बी देयर ऑन टू द कर्व लोकेशन. Here it is again merging demerging. In this case 4 laning is खत्म हो गया, 2 लेन स्टार्ट हो गया और यू कैन सी एक दूसरी तरफ रोड भी जा रही है. यू कुड हैव टर्मिनेटेड हाफ किलोमीटर बिफोर और आफ्टर हाफ किलोमीटर, उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, बट नाउ इट इज़ हाईली अनसेफ. ये साइंस लगाया, ये दिल्ली मेरठ एक्सप्रेस वे है, बोथ साइड्स. नाउ मैं कार ड्राइव कर रहा हूँ तो आई एम कन्फ्यूज. एक पहले एक इस डायरेक्शन में साइन लगा है, 2 किलोमीटर बाद उस डायरेक्शन में लगा है, मुझे किधर जाना है पता नहीं, कौन सी लेन में जाना है या सभी लेन में जाना है, कौन सी लेन की कौन सी स्पीड है. सी हियर, देन इसमें फ्लेयरिंग नहीं है, देन इट हैज़ बीन गिवन ऑब्जर्वेशन एंड देन further see, now see whatever land is there, it is being developed. The best thing is कि now national highway authorities और major road state highway है, तो 100 मीटर और 200 मीटर ऑन टू दैट क्रॉस रोड उसकी भी जो ओनरशिप है वो मेजर रोड वाले के पास होना चाहिए. उस रोड सेक्शन को भी वही डेवलप करे, देन ओनली इट विल बी डेवलप्ड. आई वॉज इन बोत्सवाना. बोत्सवाना में बड़ा सिंपल सिस्टम है, एनी हैबिटेशन विद इन 5 किलोमीटर you have to develop that road also irrespective of the traffic. तो हम 100-200 मीटर तो कर ही सकते हैं. जब हम इतने पैसे 1000 करोड़ रुपया लगाते हैं 100 किलोमीटर के लिए, तो 10 करोड़ उसमें भी लगा देंगे. सो लेट इट बी ईच क्रॉस रोड दैट लैंड ओनर शुड बी गिवन टू दैट मेजर रोड. इफ इट इज स्टेट हाईवे अथॉरिटी, स्टेट को दे दीजिए, स्टेट करेगा, या NH है, NHAI है, वो उसके पास रहेगा, 100 मीटर 200 मीटर 300 मीटर वो करेंगे. देन दिस सेफ्टी बैरियर, हाउ वी फिक्स इट, कैसे उसका एंड ट्रीटमेंट है, कैसे उसको इसमें ज्वाइनिंग करना है क्रैश बैरियर के साथ में, ये दिस कंक्रीट बैरियर के साथ में. IRC 119 आए हुए भी 5-6 साल हो गए, स्टिल वी हैव नॉट फॉलोड इट. सो दीज वी हैव टू फॉलो इट एंड इम्प्रूव अवर सेफ्टी. देन दिस गोरे एरिया, सबसे पहले तो मैसेज छोड़ देते हैं फर्स्ट फोटोग्राफ, सेकंड में फिर 2 ड्रम रख देते हैं, फिर कुछ और लगा देते हैं. ये दिस इज अनदर केस ऑन पानीपत एलिवेटेड हाईवे. दिस फर्स्ट टाइम दिस मेटल क्रैश वे, दिस the attenuators were fixed, and I was doing audit of Panipat Jalandhar. So every 3 months I was seeing and getting the details. You see how that vehicle occupants have been saved. Now already NHAI has issued a circular कि आप फटाफट ये attenuators लगाइए. You identify these gore areas जो सेवाराम साहब भी बता के गए हैं, that should be implemented. एक ये है लाइटिंग, हम तो सिविल इंजीनियर है, हाईवे इंजीनियर है, लाइटिंग तो पता ही नहीं कैसे लगनी है. कहीं क्रैश बैरियर को काट दो, कहीं क्रैश बैरियर के ऊपर लगा दो, समथिंग वट एवर समथिंग लाइट शुड बी प्रोवाइड करनी है. आई से इट इज़ नथिंग बट टेंट हाउस लाइटिंग अरेंजमेंट. टेंट हाउस में शादी का करते हैं ना, वो एक दिन के लिए लगा के जाते हैं, अगले दिन निकालना है. हमको निकालना नहीं है भाई, सालों साल रखना है. यू सी ऑन दिल्ली मेरठ एक्सप्रेस वे वो कैसे हिट हो गया है, पोल बीच में लगाया काट के. पहले तो इसके नेगेटिव चेंज इन स्कोप करो, जो हाफ मीटर उसने मेरा क्रैश बैरियर काट दिया, उसकी डिसकॉन्टिन्यूटी कर दी. Then you see electric board, control board has been put it right onto that separator. बस इसी के ऊपर टर्न कर जाएगी तो क्या हाल होगा. Leave apart that, अभी जब ये फ्यूज हो गई या इसका रिपेयर करना है तो इलेक्ट्रिशियन खड़ा कैसे होगा. We have not thought of. See this is the दिल्ली गुड़गांव एक्सप्रेस वे, लॉन्ग बैक 2003 में बिल्कुल ऐसे लगाया गया. इसके बाद भी जब यू टर्न अभी बने हैं उसमें फिर उसने काट के बना दिया. सो वी हैव जस्ट टेकन इट कैजुअली, कुछ भी लगा दीजिए. देन इवन आपने सब में देखा होगा इसके ढक्कन खुल जाते हैं. सो दीज आर डिजाइन्स आर अवेलेबल, इट शुड बी डन इन दैट वे जिससे चोरी नहीं हो. दिस कंस्ट्रक्शन रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिट में कैसे टेम्परेरी जोन्स बनाना है अकॉर्डिंग टू द स्पीड, अकॉर्डिंग टू द विड्थ ऑफ दिस कंस्ट्रक्शन जोन, वी हैव टू डेवलप इट. एवरीथिंग हैज़ बीन गिवन इन SP 55. इसमें मेरा बहुत सारा इनपुट था इन IRC. सी दिस इज देयर. अगर आप बढ़िया सा स्टेयरकेस बनाएंगे, प्रोडक्टिविटी विल इंक्रीज एंड इंजीनियर्स हैव टू शो द वे विद दिस ऑल दिस PPE. एंड नाइटिंग में देखिए बोलता कहीं नहीं लगता, सब लगता है. दिस इज अगेन पानीपत जलंधर फोटोग्राफ है, पूरा मार्किंग है, नाइट विजिबिलिटी है, रोड स्टड्स लगे हैं. लास्टली जस्ट माई लास्ट स्लाइड्स, गर्डर लॉन्चिंग. देखिए सबसे नीचे वाली स्लाइड में देखिए अभी कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है. दिस फोटोग्राफ इज हार्डली 2 months ओल्ड, जिसमें वो नीचे से जो है बसेस भी निकल रही हैं, सब कुछ हो रहा है. व्हाट विल हैपन, बनारस में क्या हुआ था, ऐसे ही गर्डर गिरा था, बेचारे की नौकरी भी चली गई और जेल में अभी तक बहुत दिन तक रहा। इट्स अ सिंपल अरेंजमेंट, इसमें एक अरेंजमेंट करना, टर्न बकल से रखिए और उसको टाइट कर दीजिए, उसके बाद जो है तसल्ली से दूसरे को लॉन्च करिए, अदरवाइज गिरेगा और नौकरी भी जाएगी और जेल तो तैयार है ही। मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट, इनको मत भूल जाइए, यही हमारे लिए भी दाल रोटी देते हैं। गाय का दूध पी के मैं भी बड़ा हूँ माँ के बाद। सो वी शुड टेक केयर ऑफ these animals also. They are also road users. Thank you very much. Let's join hands, make our road safe.
Any question, please?
चलिए सब धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। तो आज के पोस्ट लंच सेशन में हमने 3 डिलीवर्स देखे हैं, जिसमें फर्स्ट था इंटेलिजेंट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन सिस्टम, जो कि हमारे लिए एक इनोवेटिव आइडिया है। इसके लिए हमें सबको प्रयास करना चाहिए कि इसकी जानकारी सबको हो। और जो ड्राइवर्स हैं, मैडम खन्ना कुछ बोलना चाह रही हैं सर, माइक दें प्लीज़।
Thank you, sir. My worry is about the last slide, which Popli Saab has shown that he has grown up drinking the milk of cows and buffaloes, etc. It is a big concern for the road safety that we all are talking about all the technicalities, driver's skill and education of the people, but have we ever, in the morning somebody has touched that stray animals also used to cross. So have we ever thought of how to, do safety against all these things? Because road users are animals also, and they are not educated, they don't understand the road signs also. In the night hours we have seen that so many these stray animals, they occupy the place on state highways, even on express highways also. So have we ever thought of that, what we should do? Should we educate NGOs and all that in their horns? My suggestion is that this reflective tapes that should be distributed through some NGOs, or our states are taking care of that, cow shelters, etc. So this we should issue some advisory that at least these animals, the owners or others, they should put such reflectorized tapes on their horns, so that in the night driving, truck drivers at least can see and can avoid the road accidents. It will not only save these deaf and dumb animals, but also the safety of the road users, truck drivers, even vehicle owners. In Madhya Pradesh also I have seen, once I travelled on Bhopal Sagar highway. It is night time, it is fully occupied by these stray animals, and hardly there is a space that truck driver get that much of width so that he can move. And if in night he is not able to see, he is going to make an accident. So this is my suggestion.
You are welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Suggestion बहुत ही बढ़िया है। इवन मुझे याद आता है, बिकॉज NHAI ने कुछ टाइम पहले जितने भी रोड सेफ्टी ऑडिटर्स भी होते थे, उनका नाम भी डिस्प्ले होता था। तो आई यूज टू गेट कॉल्स कि पोपली साहब वो वहाँ पे ना एक काली गाय बैठी है और शाम के 6 बज रहे हैं, उसको हटवा दीजिए, नहीं तो रात को तो यहाँ एक्सीडेंट पक्के होंगे। सो दिस इज़, ये जो प्रॉब्लम है ये है। आप सागर की बात करें हैं, मैंने बहुत यहाँ ग्वालियर, शिवपुरी, गुना, ब्यावरा और इंदौर, इन सब में ऑडिट किया है। आई हैव सीन कि वहाँ पे ये सब प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, और यही एक सॉल्यूशंस है जो आप कह रहे हैं। इवन आई अंडरस्टैंड जबलपुर में किसी ने बताया कि ये ट्राई भी किया गया, स्टिकर्स भी लगाए गए, बट वो सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। होता क्या है, जनरली ये भी, अगर आप बिहेवियर को देखें, कब वो जो है सड़क के ऊपर आके बैठती है, आपको गर्मी में नहीं मिलेंगी, हो सकता है सर्दी में भी नहीं मिलेंगी। वो 99% टाइम जो है 3 महीने जो बरसात के होते हैं उस टाइम मिलेंगी। क्यों मिलेंगी? क्योंकि बरसात में दोनों तरफ गीला है या पानी भरा हुआ है, वही एक सूखी जगह है, क्योंकि गाड़ियों के टायर चलने से वो सूख जाती है और थोड़ी गर्म भी होती है, तो वहाँ के बैठती हैं। तो उसका सोल्यूशन तो वही है, गायशाला बनाइए, वहीं उनको जो है वहाँ उनको रखिए, और कोई तरीका नहीं है। आई नो लॉन्ग बैक जब वर्ल्ड बैंक के पैकेज चलते थे तो इन तमिलनाडु में क्या है, वो मूंगफली सुखाते थे, तो देन वी हैव रेज दिस इशू। तो वर्ल्ड बैंक ने कहा तो उनके लिए थ्रेसिंग ग्राउंड बना दीजिए। आपके पास इतना करोड़ों रुपए का प्रोजेक्ट बनाते हैं, तो हर एक विलेज में एक 50 मीटर बाई 50 मीटर का एक थ्रेसिंग ग्राउंड बना के दिया गया। प्रोजेक्ट में प्रोविज़न था। सो जहाँ पर ये प्रॉब्लम है, डेफिनेटली देन वी हैव टू थिंक ऑफ लाइक दैट। हाँ, ज़मीन कहाँ से आएगी? ज़मीन ग्राम सभा को देनी पड़ेगी। सो ये जो भी हमारी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कमेटी मीटिंग्स होती हैं उसमें वी हैव टू रेज दिस इशू कि जो भी ग्राम पंचायत हैं, ग्राम सभा है, यू गिव अस द लैंड, हम आपको एक फेंसिंग करके देंगे, बाकी खाने पीने का तो धीरे धीरे आ ही जाता है। यहाँ बहुत सेवादार है हिंदुस्तान में दान करने वाले। थैंक यू मैडम। हाँ साहब, और कुछ पीछे से भी क्वेश्चन था, बट ये बेसिकली जो स्लाइड थी वो ये थी कि अगर आप उनके लिए क्रॉसिंग फैसिलिटी नहीं देंगे, उसने तो जाना ही है, आपने इतना चाहे क्रैश बैरियर लगा लिया चाहे कुछ कर लिया। एंड दिस प्रॉब्लम अकर्स जब आपका गांव एक तरफ है चरने का या खाने पीने का, पॉन्ड दूसरी तरफ है। सो व्हेन द डिजाइनर्स आर देयर दे शुड लुक फॉर दीज थिंग्स। वहाँ पे देखना है डीपीआर के टाइम में, सुबह शाम में, कि कहाँ जानवर किस तरफ जाते हैं, कहाँ पे ये प्रोविज़न करना जरूरी है, अदरवाइज ये वेस्ट भी हो जाता है। जैसे फुट ओवर ब्रिज हमारा कहीं होता है, हैबिटेशन कहीं होती है, लोग फिर सड़क कूदते रहते हैं।
सभी सदस्यों को मेरा नमस्कार। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि सारे अभी आपकी जो चर्चा चल रही है और चर्चा के बीच में सबसे जो सारी एजेंसियां जो हैं आपकी रोड सेफ्टी के लिए, आपने केबल, नेशनल हाईवे, आपका रीजनल रूरल रोड डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन और पीडब्ल्यूडी और सब चर्चा कर रहे हैं। यथार्थ में सबसे ज़्यादा जो दुर्घटना होती है वो होती है नगर निगम का एरिया, नगर पालिका का एरिया, और वहाँ पर सभी प्रकार की दुर्घटनाएँ होती हैं। उनके जो आपके चैम्बर के जो ढक्कन होते हैं वो भी खुले होते हैं, ना तो वो बराबर रोड सेफ्टी की तरफ ध्यान देते हैं। उनका उद्देश्य होता है किसी प्रकार से रोड बना दी जाए, रोड दे दी जाए। तो मेरा जो महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न ये था कि सबसे ज़्यादा जो शिक्षित करने की आवश्यकता जो है वो है आपके नगर निगम, नगर पालिका, नगर परिषद और से संबंधित सारे लोग जो सड़कों के साथ ज़्यादा जिम्मेदार होते हैं। सड़कों जो अर्बन एरिया की जो सड़क होती हैं सबसे ज़्यादा दुर्घटनाएँ वहाँ होती हैं। तो उन सबको पहले इनको शिक्षित किया जाना चाहिए ताकि वो जनता की जो सुरक्षा होती है, जो अर्बन एरिया में रहने वाली जनता है, उसकी सुरक्षा का ख्याल रखें। और सबसे दुर्घटनाओं के कारण भी वही बनते हैं, उनको ज़्यादा शिक्षित किया जाना चाहिए जो सबसे ज़्यादा जिम्मेदार है सड़कों की दुर्घटनाओं के लिए। तो इस पर कोई खास व्यवस्था नहीं की आपके जो ये सेमिनार हो रही है, तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण आवश्यकता थी कि उनको सबसे ज़्यादा शिक्षित किया जाए जो सबसे ज़्यादा सुरक्षा के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। धन्यवाद।
आपका सजेशन बहुत बढ़िया है। ये इन एडिशन टू दिस हमारी NHAI के जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं हम सेफ्टी वर्कशॉप्स करते हैं, वहाँ उनको जरूर हम बुलाएंगे।
सर मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा था कि ये जो सड़क है, ज़्यादातर जो हमने देखा कि 2 लेन पेव्ड शोल्डर जो रोड है वहाँ पर एक्सीडेंट्स काफ़ी हैं NH में, क्योंकि एक ही सतह है जिसमें आना और जाना दोनों करना होता है। और ये हमने देखा कि आमने सामने की टक्कर को रोकने के लिए हमको वहाँ पर उसको थोड़ा सा मीडियन करना, उस बीच में डालना ज़रूरी है। तो एक तो ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि हम उसको कर सकते हैं। मेरे यहाँ जो मैंने बताया कि 418 किलोमीटर की रोड है, वो पूरी 2 लेन पेव्ड शोल्डर है और वहाँ पे फिर अगर आमने सामने टक्कर रोकने का कोई विकल्प है नहीं है। दूसरा ये है कि ये जो IRC में है दिया हुआ है कि अगर हम कितने मीटर पे या 1 किलोमीटर पे हमारे कितने बोर्ड होने चाहिए, साइनेज होने चाहिए, जिससे जो सड़क है वो लोगों को बोलने वाली सड़क के रूप में दिखे। क्योंकि जनरली एक जब अपरिचित आदमी जाता है उसको पता नहीं होता रोड की प्रकृति क्या है, तो वो जो बोर्ड होते हैं उससे हम पता करते हैं। बहुत सारी जगहों पे मैंने देखा है कि जो साइनेज है बहुत कम संख्या में लगे हैं और कुछ रोडों पे बहुत ज़्यादा लगे हुए हैं। तो वो एक हमको स्टैंडर्ड चाहिए है कि 1 किलोमीटर में कितने दूरी पे साइनेज होना चाहिए।
देखिए साहब, 1 किलोमीटर पे कितनी दूरी पे होना चाहिए, जो आपको साइन की ज़रूरत है वो साइन 0.6 V के हिसाब से स्पेसिंग में होना चाहिए, तभी आप पढ़ पाएंगे, नहीं तो पढ़ नहीं सकते। V मीन्स स्पीड ऑफ द डिज़ाइन स्पीड ऑफ दी वो पर्टिकुलर रोड। तो उसी के आप स्पेसिंग में ही लगाने हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा लगाएंगे तो फिर मैं साइन ही देखूंगा, ड्राइव कहीं और करूंगा, तो उतना भी नहीं होना है। ध्यान उतना ही भटकना चाहिए जितना ज़रूरत है, बिकॉज वो भी डिस्ट्रैक्शन है। साइंस आर आल्सो डिस्ट्रैक्शन। जो आप कह रहे हैं टू मैनी साइंस लगाएंगे, वो डिस्ट्रैक्शन है, तो वो नहीं होना है। हाँ, उसके साथ बहुत सारे दूसरे भी तो साइन लगते हैं, उनको भी हटाना जरूरी है। तो जितने ज़रूरी है उतने लगाएं। दूसरा आपने कहा टू व्हीलर जो 2 लेन रोड है, अगर वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सीडेंट्स हो रहे हैं, दैट मीन्स वो ऑलरेडी कैपेसिटी एक्सीड कर गई है। सो वो अब उसको जो है 4 लेनिंग करने का टाइम आ गया है। बेटी जवान होगी, अब उसकी शादी कर दीजिए।
थैंक यू सर। सभी प्रतिभागियों से निवेदन है।
हाँ जी, दिया हुआ है, IRC 67 में लिखा हुआ है। अभी नया भी आ गया, IRC 67 में दिया हुआ है कौन सा साइन कहाँ लगाना है, कितने उस पर लगाना है, आप देखेंगे मिलेगा आपको। 2022 अभी लखनऊ में उसको रिवीजन भी कर दिया है, उसमें सब
करीब 1.5 घंटे डिले चल रहे हैं। कृपया चाय के लिए आमंत्रित हैं।
Sir, before that, I request Mr. R.K. Ahirwar, Chief Engineer, Madhya Pradesh PWD, to please felicitate the chairman and the presenter. Now I request all the delegates to please proceed for the tea break. It will be a very short, only 15-minute tea break. Thank you. Madhya Pradesh Road Development Corporation to please welcome the chairman and the co-chairman. Now I welcome the presenters of this session to please take their seat on the dais. Mr. Anish Kini, Scientist, National Transportation Planning and Research Center. Dr. Rajesh Sharma, Chairman, Narmada Trauma Center. Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Senior Principal Scientist, Central Road Research Institute. And Ms. Irina. Ms. Irina is Head of Department of Road Traffic Safety and Management, Road Research Institute, Rosdony from Russia. She will be connecting us online. I request Mr. R.L. Verma, Chief Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Public Works Department, to please welcome the presenters with flowers. Now the chairman is please requested to conduct the session.
Yes, good evening. We have witnessed a very engaging and interesting series of presentation in the previous sessions. Now we are entering into third and last technical session of this day. I am sure this session is also going to be equally engaging for our participants. There are four presenters in this session, where we will be touching upon some very important and diverse topics on road safety, such as pedestrian safety, accident inspections, trauma care, and I-Raste. First one is ensuring safety of pedestrian traffic in Russia by Ms. Irina. She is going to be present online. Then second one is trauma care by Dr. Rajesh Sharma from Narmada Trauma Care. Then another one, accident inspection, data analysis and management by Anish Kini, Scientist, NetPack, Kerala. And fourth and last one is the work zone safety during construction by Ravi Shekhar, Senior Principal Scientist, CRI. I will request all presenters to have present within 15 minutes because we have already late today. Then I request first presenter that she is online. Please start your presentation.
Okay, we are starting the presentation then. Good evening, dear colleagues. I represent Russian Road Research Institute, FAR Rosdorny. the head of Department for Road Traffic Safety and Management. Our department is development and the standards in the sphere of the management and the sphere of traffic safety. Also, we are involved in the analysis of the road incidents rate in the Russian Federation. And for over 5 years, we analyzed the pedestrian accident rates in the Russian Federation. And currently I'll show you the late data. The pedestrian accident rate is staying at the same level. We have some decrease and reduction up to 3-4%. And actually the trend to reduction is not that big. As to the analysis for 2021 showed that in the Russian Federation about more than 133,000 accidents, about 15,000 fatalities. Слайды не забудьте. And there were injuries, more than 167,000 injured. Social risk indicator in 2021 is 10.2. It is a pretty high indicator. The transport risk indicator 2.5. So while analysis, we identified that more than 85 cases of road accidents are caused by violations of traffic rules. Please focus at this slide where we can see the accident rate with the pedestrian in 2021, which is 26.8% collision with pedestrians. The fatalities is 25.5. So the pedestrian collision in Russian Federation is the second after collisions. But we can also say that the severity of these accidents, for example, the collision with pedestrian, is 10.1. The more share is 6.9 of collision. Traffic accident day constitution specifics as of 2021 in Russia as follows: 40% of the total number of accidents involving pedestrians occurred at crosswalks. 72% of all accidents at crosswalks occurred at unsignalized crosswalks, and 43% of all total accidents involving pedestrians occurred in the hours of darkness. So we looked at these trends, at these connections. Then when we design measures to reduce level of accidents involving pedestrians, the following activities should be envisaged. To ensure visibility of the crosswalk, the pedestrian crossing the pedestrian cross, as well as vehicle approaching the crosswalk, to minimize traffic light creep at signalized crosswalks, to prevent pedestrians from unexpectedly entering a roadway outside the crosswalk, and also complying with the established speed limit by motorists approaching a crosswalk. So, based on the data which I sounded, our institute and our department, we have developed the draft standard GOST Roads and Streets, Safety of Pedestrians Traffic, General Requirements. So it should be noticed that the provision of the standard allow for the implementation of the methods and techniques to improve pedestrian safety. So we did some analysis of technical and also furnishing means around the world how to increase the safety of pedestrians. And so this data were involved in development of our national standard. Of course, you know that the radical solution for the provision of safety is the division in the time of vehicles and pedestrians. So in the standard, the main thing is about the set of requirements to increase the safety of the pedestrians at the signalized crosswalks. As statistics already showed at the previous slide, the focus was also at the also unsignalized. Also, the standards focused on in the residential areas is also of course. Now you can see the main sections of the document. Ensuring pedestrian traffic safety when crossing roadblocks. Also furnishing crosswalks with pedestrian safety and equipment. Ensuring pedestrian safety in residential areas. And also providing pedestrian walkways, additional requirements for sidewalks, walkways, etc. As to the signalized crosswalks, the number of requirements included in the signalized, such as, first of all, requirements the minimal time of green signal for pedestrian to stay lit, and also to requirements to the conditions of the pedestrian phase, installations of diagonal crosswalks, and also requirements in terms of optimizing the operation of traffic lights with the pedestrian call panels. The next slide shows the formula calculating the minimum stay-on time of the permissive signal for pedestrians, because there are different approaches. We have our norms like this one, and the permissible time for pedestrian to wait for a traffic light signal turn green at crosswalks. We have 60 seconds established by the standard. When the traffic flow is not more than 700 units per lane, and 90 seconds when traffic flow volume is more than 700 units hour per lane. A condition for diagonal crosswalk also has been introduced. So when we introduce this diagonal, we need to have all the phases, separate phase for pedestrian traffic, it should be noted, which is recommended to provide if the volume of pedestrian traffic during rush hour is at least 150 pedestrians per hour in each of 3 or more directions in the inspection area. Also, for the signalized crosswalks, there is such a requirement. There must be a pedestrian call panel, which has been set. It is recommended to use the pedestrian call panels, so which are at the signalized crosswalks. And those are crosswalks where the accident is recorded as pedestrians entering crosswalk at a prohibitory traffic light signal. The signalized crosswalks also we have the non-conflicting phase, which should be calculated of the 5-10 seconds. This conflict free phase that's done for this. For the unsignalized crosswalks, slide. So the reduction of the speed. Slide. So they are slide. Okay, depending on the reduction traffic speed on signalized crosswalk, depending on its location, category of roads and streets, on enforced reduction of vehicle speed at crossroad by means of speed control bumps and noise bands. Also, there are recommendations on the placements of crossworks, on the speed bump surface itself, on improving the visibility of pedestrians at crosswalks, and furnishing crosswalks with LED signaling. If you look at this slide, then here you can see the standards, recommended norms as speed reduction, 20 kilometers per hour recommend visit the neighborhood using the sign 5.21 residential area, our traffic sign, 30 kilometers per hour on streets and local type roads, 30 to 40 kilometers per hour on arterial streets with controlled traffic, and on arterial district type streets of inter-arterial territories, 50 kilometers per hour on sections of roads categories 2-5. Well, I should remark that our street network is divided to automobile roads inside settlements and outside settlements. There are categories depending on the status of this road. And roads and streets inside the settlement, they have their own subcategories according to other standards. So 50 kilometers per hour, it is on sections outside road, 70 kilometers on sections of road categories outside settlements. Slowing down traffic, which was at the previous slide, is also connected with the world trends. Here are the world trends. So this is the consolidated resolution of road traffic, which is recommends 30 kilometers per hour at unsignalized crosswalks. Also, our Stockholm Declaration also recommends 30 kilometers per hour. There are many vulnerable road users. And the European Road Traffic Safety Report also recommends the speed of 50 kilometers per hour or lower in urban districts. Also, the indicated where in northern European countries, in Finland, Sweden and Norway, surfing crosswalks are only permitted at speeds of no more than 60 kilometers per hour. And in these countries, on roads, it's only signalized crosswalks are permitted. Enforced speed reduction at the unsignalized crosswalks. Here we recommend by means of speed control bumps, they be assembled. It is indicated on in the picture, and also by noise bands. There can be also speed within the boundaries of on these controlled bumps themselves, and within the boundaries of settlements. If it is limited to 40 kilometers per hour or less, then on roads and streets with fewer than 4 lanes, before unsignalized crosswalks, there should be used speed control bumps. Furnishing crosswalks with pedestrian safety features. It includes with protective elements such as safety islands. They are not widely used, and also with the protective features, delineators, so with plates can be used. There are also the hedges also can be normalized to prevent pedestrians from entering the roadway. Outside of its designated crossing areas. Also, there are included requirements for maybe called innovations, which are already used in the Russian Federations. So at unsignalized crossworks, but then there are no norms yet. For example, illumination of the contour of the G-shaped support for traffic lights and signal light crossworks with the it's also doubles the main signal of the traffic light. Also the light projection of horizontal road markings, and also there are added provisions for equipping crosswalks with pedestrian safety equipment, safety islands, anti-skid coating and signal plates. Before approaching the crosswalk. Okay, the next slide. To increase the ensuring safety of the traffic over the last years, we also use photo-video capturing and the locations of the service crossings with the increased risk of accidents by pedestrians and also drivers. There is a standards. We can see which categories of streets are used and which locations, and those mandatory for crosswalks on arterial roads of controlled traffic and arterial municipal streets with controlled traffic. And they're recommended for crosswalks on roads and other streets in cases where there are accident clusters or hazardous, or black spots and hazardous accident areas, otherwise based on analysis of traffic conditions and violations of traffic rules by drivers. Ensuring the safety of pedestrian traffic in residential areas. It consists of the requirements of in two sections. The first one, provision is made for the use of traffic calming methods in the areas of residential building, not marked with signs residential area. Those methods are installing elevated crossings, arranging roundabouts, reducing the number of width of traffic lanes, and also traffic channeling at intersections. Also, there is a section, it includes requirements for the safety of pedestrian traffic in the areas designated by science residential area and in courtyard areas. As to the courtyard areas, there are some limitations to the parkings locations and special requirements which parkings can, and also for the reduction of speeds, also can be speed bumps used there. At the end, in my conclusion, I would like to know that the standards for ensuring pedestrian safety are in different standards.
Thank you. I think it's finished. Huh? I think the question answer may be difficult because it is online and it will be transferred in Russian language. So, then I suggest that you can mail to IRC your doubts and questions. Then IRC will revert back to you on mail. It is my request. I will call next presenter. Second one is accident inspections, data analysis and management by Director NETPEC Kerala.
Good evening, one and all. I am Anish Kini, working as scientist in NATPAC. So it's a long, crash investigation is a very broad topic. But to cover it in 15 minutes, I'll have to rush through. So let's see where it gets to. So for the benefit of everyone to understand what we do at NATPAC, I've just included a few slides about the institute and the work we do with respect to road safety. So we were set up back in 1976. For the last 40 odd years, we have been working in this field for the Government of Kerala as an advisory board. And road safety has been our thrust areas. Highlights of road safety works that we have done, like Safe Corridor Demonstration Project, which was World Bank funded, 80-kilometer stretch. We did the engineering as well as the education or the awareness part. And the monitoring and evaluation of this particular corridor is ongoing. This is being implemented or replicated in other 3 stretches as we speak. So these are, like, as you can see, the zigzag crossings and school stop clear. All those new markings that has come up in the new IRC code has also been implemented. We have been lucky to implement these things, the ghost islands and all those things which have been recommended have been implemented on the ground. And as part of innovative projects, we are also in association with Keltron working on ITS systems, wherein we have developed an emergency vehicle prioritization system. It detects the emergency vehicle when it approaches an intersection, and then it gives a green signal to these emergency vehicles. So that pilot testing is also ongoing. And we have been fortunate to get a CSR funding of Maruti Suzuki, and we have worked for a few years in Gurgaon, which included all the 4 E's. And we have been able to do the awareness, the road safety, education, engineering, and on some of the road stretches, and also a part of NH 48, in which we have included the road safety materials. And we have been able to come up with a slight reduction in the fatal accidents. And we also support the Kerala Road Safety Authority in analyzing the black spots, identification and rectification. And that is a work that we do on an annual basis and support the government to understand where these black spots are. But these are based on the 500-meter stretch. But as the previous speakers had said, it's not something that sticks to 500 meters, as we have understood from the exercise that we have done. And we are also extensively involved in the road safety awareness programs. We do many outreach programs for the schools, various target groups, and also have propagated various road safety materials, including Safe Savari mobile app, road safety films, leaflets, etc. These are some of our government clients as well as private clients. So without wasting much time, I'll go to the topic at hand. We are faced with an dilemma, like whether to call it an accident or a crash. So accidents are an unexpected or unfortunate event for which we usually don't give any, hold anyone responsible. So that is how the crash, the terminology has been changed to crash, wherein it is a rare multi-factor event preceded by a situation wherein one of the road users failed to cope with the road environment, resulting in a collision. So we know that here there is a possibility of holding someone responsible for the event that has happened. So it should be mentioned as crash, as is globally mentioned. And there are 4 elements, basically: the road, vehicle, the user, as well as the environment. So any mismatch in these elements will result in a crash. And majority of these crashes are such that with scientific interventions, they are preventable, and also the severity can be reduced to a very great extent. So coming to the procedure of crash investigation, it is a systematic process of evaluating the evidences obtained from crash scene investigation, vehicle examination, as well as data from various people, witness, the victims, environmental data, geometric data, all these things put together, and applying the principle of physics, we come to a conclusion of how the collision sequence is, what is the vehicle speeds involved, and ascertain what the crash occurrence or how it actually occurred. So it is a multidisciplinary approach that is required in this field, like crash scene investigation, primary and secondary data collection. The analysis has to be done, an inventory or a Haddon matrix generation has to be done, the causative factor analysis has to be done, and then the crash reconstruction to understand whether what we have understood so far is actually culminating in what we found in the field. So basic objectives are to determine the root cause behind these crashes. We find the influencing factors, the sub-event analysis and the interlinkages between them, and scientifically reconstruct the crash and suggest appropriate countermeasures. So this can be done by enforcement officials, police or motor vehicles department, the automotive technologists, mechanical engineers who understand how the systems in the vehicles work, highway engineers or PWD officials because they'll be able to understand the geometrics more, and researchers and others who can also play a part in this particular team. So the methodology is like we do a crash identification based on the severity. We go to the scene and then investigate what the exploratory factors are, the contributing factors are. We apply the basic laws of motion and scientific analysis, police and motor vehicle official findings, the inferences from various crash scene, the vehicle, the victims, eyewitness, etc. So all these things come up and then we do an exploration of the contributory factors. We build up the inventory analysis and Haddon matrix, and later we go to the crash reconstruction. So these are the basic steps involved. The crash scene investigation involves the gathering of evidence as well as assessing official reports. Analysis and crash reconstruction involves 5 phases of collision, the inferences from evidence, and as suggested earlier, inventory as well as the Haddon matrix. Various types of collisions are available, like vehicle rollover, vehicle runoff, head-on collisions, rear-end collisions, side impact collision, side swipe, or multiple vehicle pileups that we usually see on expressways or high speed roads. So these are the basic equipments that would be required when we do a crash scene investigation: the measuring tape or odometer, GPS logger, the tire pressure, cameras, spray paint, gloves, mask, and first aid kits. So coming to the crash scene investigation, we gather the evidence in various ways. We find the tire marks that we can see in the first image. The score marks are also available, like if a vehicle slides on that particular road surface or comes in contact with that particular road surface, there will be marks like score marks. It's mentioned like that. And then we find the vehicle position, what is the final resting position, the point of impact, the trajectories that are involved, and also we'll mark the scene such that we'll be able to understand where all these happened, and we'll be able to take a scientific outlook of what went wrong. So the point of impact can be understood from the deflection or kink in the tire brake marks, the score marks on the road where there is fluid splash like oil, coolant, water, etc. And if it is an object impact, then that is the point of impact. And final resting position, it will be the end of the brake mark, or fluid or oil will be spilled over there, the end of scratch mark, or the biological traces like blood and other tissues would be available there. And then this is how we mark a scene. The first one indicates the visible brake marks beginning. T is represented for the final resting position of the tire. L is where the vehicle corner is, and also other circles and other irregular shapes wherein we find that fluid or other spillages are there. So this is a summary of how we mark the scene on the ground, so as to understand all these things when we go back to the office and try to reconstruct it. So vehicle damage also is a very important point, like we'll be able to understand what the paint transfer is, like in the red figure, the scratch marks on the blue one, scuff marks on the white one, and kinks or dents in the bumper or other locations, and also the object impact. When a vehicle hits an object, then that object impact is also transferred onto the vehicle. And we'll also try to get the maximum crush measurement and direct damage correlation, because if two vehicles contact, then which part of what vehicle went and hit which part of that other vehicle is also something that is very relevant. And to understand the damages of the vehicle, an 8-angle photography is done all around, starting from the front portion. An 8-angle photography is done, and then we'll also have additional information in this, like witness interviews, trip details, the driver condition, vehicle condition, occupant details, as well as the determination of safety system usage, because that is also important to understand whether they have used their seat belt or the helmet that was given to them. So stretch marks on the webbing of a seat belt will indicate that it has been used and it has been stretched because of the impact. And also a broken helmet will give us an indication of that that particular helmet was also been worn. And crash analysis, basically the collision diagram, in which there are various types of collisions are there. So that is marked on that particular intersection at various locations that these accidents happened, and also the type of collision. So that will give us a better understanding of what types are occurring and where these are occurring at the intersection. And then a figure is shown about the Haddon metrics of how to prevent road traffic crashes involving ambulances. So it is more like brainstorming sort of a tool in which there are 3 phases: pre-event, event, and post-event. And then we find out various elements that are involved in the host, the agent, as well as the environmental sector, what all factors are involved, and then we'll try to understand how all these things come together, and then we can do a prevention in those stages. So crash analysis, again we go to the computation of the initial velocities and the energy transfers, and various software platforms are also available for the reconstruction, PC Crash, Simuli Abacus, mathematical dynamic models, finite element toolkits, Faro Crash reconstruction using 3D image scanners, and virtual crash are some of them. These are images of how these softwares and suits look like. So coming to the next part, that is the data analysis and management. Data analysis has been explained here. It can be a reactive measure, like with the crash data that has already happened. We take it from primarily the police department. There can be a pre and post analysis as well. Proactive in the sense that we use the surrogate safety measures, like the time to collision or post encroachment time. So such measures can also be used to understand where near misses have happened, and then we don't have to wait for the crashes as such to occur to understand where the unsafe locations are in the network. And on a combined situation, we can use platforms like IRAP, the International Road Assessment Program, which uses not only the crash data but also geometrics, the traffic details, provisions of safety appurtenances, etc., to come up with star ratings for 100-meter stretch of the road, which will be different for each of the road user, like the vehicle occupant, motorist, cyclist, and pedestrian. So for the management, we have systems in place. Rapid is one of them, which was used basically by the Kerala police. It was in-house developed by the Kerala police to come up with the MOTH specified reports for MOTH as with respect to the road safety or accidents. IMAP is something that TRL has developed and implemented in Himachal Pradesh. RASI is Road Accident Sampling System India, that was developed by JP Research India. They are extensively into crash reconstruction and other activities. IRAD is something that is new and upcoming in India. It has been implemented in India at various stages, basically by MORTH, NIC, and IIT Madras, playing a big role in this, which involves the departments like police, transport, highway, as well as hospitals. So they all come up on the same platform to understand or give information regarding the crashes. This is the one that I was telling about in the Kerala government or the Kerala Police Department. They have used this to come up with MORTH related formats collection is done by the police stations, and cross-checking is done by the District Crime Records Bureau, as well as the final checking is done by the State Crime Records Bureau. And coming to IRAD, that has been in implementation, the current workflow or the previous one was mostly based on memory, because these police officials or the other officials go to the site and they don't have any equipment to jot down what these issues are, and then they come back and then feed all these things in the computer. So that process has been avoided here, and even a constable can make good structured fact finding is what the IRAD workflow is all about. And there are two sections to this. The first one being the data contributors, in which we can say highways, transport, health, as well as police come up with their own data points for inputting into the system. And there is data consumers, like day by day or weekly, we get the reports, and then they can be analyzed, and a scientific way of understanding where these accidents or crashes have taken place and how to go about it is also a part of this system. And so these are the roles after deployment. The MOTH is the central authority. The National Coordination and Black Spot Identification and Information Repository. The IIT Madras will give the interventions, capacity improvement, road safety audits, and data analysis, while NIC will be part of the software maintenance, help desk, data cleaning, and continuous improvement, while other stakeholders will be inputting their data into this particular platform. So engineering interventions, this is the latest IRC code on black spots, IRC 131/2022, which states that there can be single site schemes like the black spots. There can be route action, mass action, or area action. So likewise, we have crash analysis also. In GIS, we can do various sorts of analysis, a part of which I am explaining here. These are the crash spots of one district that has been jotted down for 3 years. And then we can do a cluster analysis also, and a linear analysis, or circular zones can be done. Also, a heat map can be developed to understand where these crashes are occurring. And also, we can go in for the head-on collision or the collision type heat maps can also be generated, so as to understand where and what type of accident is happening. And these are the black spots that we had identified, prioritized ones, but as you can see, they are coming in the same corridor and very much near to each other. So it cannot be restricted to 500 meters alone, but it will have to be something like a vulnerable road stretch or a corridor sort of treatment that is required here. And each 500 meters, we have various information like the latitude, longitude, and the landmark, etc., and police jurisdiction. All these things can be mapped here. And risk maps is also another way of doing the analysis. So at the end, I'll have to end this by giving up some point of consideration, like the scientific crash data collection, reporting, analysis, and management is a tough task in itself. So it should be handled by an exclusive and a trained staff. Cannot be something that is done as part of the other routine work by the authority. Vehicles with anti-lock braking system stops 10 to 15% faster than other vehicles and leave faint brake marks. So this also has to be taken to consideration while we do the crash reconstruction and site investigations. Under-reporting of non-injury or damage only crashes is a very important point that has to be looked into. Road safety audits, as previously mentioned, the recommendations have to be properly implemented. Speed zoning and management can be based on the road design, geometric features, and the adjacent land use. R&D plays a very important role, like the evaluation and monitoring has to be there so that a periodic monitoring happens and then we find out what the faults are. Enforcement drives have to be data oriented, and vehicle design is also very important, because nowadays we can see that the indicator size and placement has gone awry, at least in my consideration, because the indicator is placed very close to the headlights. Even in the night, even if it is blinking, you're not able to. You're not able to understand whether the indicators are there or not. And reflective tapes might be on all vehicles, could be something that we can think of. And also the soundlessness of electric vehicles. So that is also another major challenge that we'll have to look into and then address it properly so as to give a good future to the road safety aspects. So these are some of the references that I've gone through. So thank you. That was it from me.
Thank you, Mr. Anis Kini, Scientist NETPEC. Any question from audience?
Sorry, sir? That was a state highway, State Highway 1. This particular image, the last one that I showed, is also a part of that particular stretch. So that was State Highway 1. It was 80 kilometers long. It is from Karakotam to Adur. So it is covering 3 districts in southern Kerala.
Anyone? Any other question? Then
thank you.
Thank you, Anish ji. Now I request third presenter, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, Chairman of the Drama Center.
Respected Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, respected speakers, and dear friends, बहुत बहुत नमस्कार और आपके पेशेंट्स को भी बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। पेशे से मैं ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जन हूँ, लगभग 35 सालों से एक्सीडेंट के केसेस को देखता हूँ, समझता हूँ, और जहाँ एक्सीडेंट का नाम आता है वहाँ पे एक हार्ट बीट तो मिस होती है, केवल विक्टिम ही नहीं, उसकी पूरी फैमिली जो है वो सफ़र करती है। जब ये टॉपिक आया मेरे पास कि इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार है रोड सेफ्टी पे और एज ए डॉक्टर मुझे उसमें शिरकत करना है, तो एक स्टेटमेंट मुझे समझ में आई, द प्रिवेंशन इज़ बेटर देन क्योर। चाहे वो एक्सीडेंट हो, चाहे वो कोई बीमारी हो, और आज के इस मॉडर्न लाइफ में बहुत सी बीमारियां जो हैं जो नॉर्मली बैक्टीरिया वायरस से नहीं होती, स्ट्रेस के कारण होती हैं, दे ऑल आर प्रिवेंटेबल। द सेम थिंग इज़ द एक्सीडेंट्स ऑल्सो प्रिवेंटेबल। और जहाँ पे इस रोड सेफ्टी की बात आती है तो मुझे लगता है, मेरे ख्याल से इसके कई स्टेक होल्डर्स हो सकते हैं, बट 5 मेजर स्टेक होल्डर्स मुझे समझ में आते हैं। पहले जो सबसे नंबर 1 बड़े स्टेक होल्डर है इसके, वो हैं हम सब जो सड़क यूज़ करते हैं, जो सड़क पे चलते हैं, भले ही दिन में कुछ सेकंड के लिए क्रॉस करें या उस पर घंटों बिताएं। सेकंड नंबर पे मैं गवर्नमेंट को मानता हूँ, जो हमारी अथॉरिटी है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, जो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस देती है, जो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, जो इन्फोर्समेंट करते हैं, दे आर द सेकंड स्टेक होल्डर्स। थर्ड नंबर पे जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो इंजीनियर्स हों, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स हों, डिज़ाइनर्स हों, साइंटिस्ट हों, जो सुबह से हम सुनते आ रहे हैं, और फोर्थ नंबर पे मैन्युफैक्चरर जो व्हीकल्स के हैं। मुझे याद आता है वो एम्बेसडर और फिएट, जब ना बेल्ट होती थी, ना एयरबैग्स होते थे और चलती थी ज़िंदगी, लेकिन अभी देखते हैं तो कई जो गाड़ियां हैं वो उसमें सेफ्टी जो मेजर्स होते हैं वो 4 स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, 4 स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं। और आखिरी में हमारा रोल आता है, ये चारों जो है ये प्रिवेंशन का काम करते हैं कि एक्सीडेंट हो ही ना, लेकिन अगर एक्सीडेंट हो जाए तो वहाँ पे 5th स्टेक होल्डर्स वी डॉक्टर्स फ्रॉम द हॉस्पिटल। मैं अगर बात करता हूँ, द करेक्टर ऑफ ए पर्सन कैन बी ईजिली जस्ट बाय हाउ ही कीप्स हिमसेल्फ। अगर देखना हो किसी की भी पर्सनैलिटी, बॉडी लैंग्वेज देखनी है तो हम समझ में आता है। अगर किसी फैमिली का करेक्टर देखना है तो उनके घर जाके देखें, कैसे वो अपना घर बार रखते हैं, उनके शू रैक कैसा है। किसी के साथ जाना है तो उनका लू कैसा है, किचन कैसा है। वैसे ही किसी कंट्री का अगर करेक्टर देखना हो तो उस कंट्री में सड़क पे चलने वाले लोगों का सिविक सेंस से पता चल सकता है कि वो पूरी कंट्री का करेक्टर कैसा है। यहाँ पे अगर हम देखें तो देखिए कितनी बेहतरीन कंट्री है हमारी। क्या हमारी कंट्री है ये? इस तरह से रो में मैंने तो कभी बाइकर्स को देखा नहीं, तो काश ये हमारी कंट्री होती। तो क्या कुछ ऐसी है? क्या कुछ ऐसी है? क्या वाकई हम यहीं रहते हैं? मैडम खन्ना परेशान थी। देखिए मैडम, ये भाई साहब को बहुत जल्दी है। तो जहाँ हम बात करते हैं, सब कुछ ऐसा नहीं है। पिछले 4-5 सालों से बहुत कुछ बदला है। जैसे नेशनल हाईवेज बन रहे हैं, गडकरी साहब की मेहरबानी है और आप सबकी मेहरबानी है, हम बदल रहे हैं, इसमें कहीं कोई दो मत नहीं है। लेकिन अगर बात करते हैं हम थोड़े से आंकड़ों की, तो रोज लगभग 1700 डेसिबल रोज हमारी कंट्री पे लाते जा रहे हैं। एक्सीडेंट्स तो बहुत होते हैं, लेकिन लगभग 1700 इंजर्ड पेशेंट जो हैं रोज ऐड ऑन होते हैं। मैं इस पे नहीं जाना चाहता कि अगर एक डिसेबल पर्सन होता है तो कितने लॉस ऑफ मैन आवर्स होता है और क्या इकोनॉमिक लॉस होता है, उसकी फैमिली के साथ क्या होता है। और इसमें से लगभग 460 लोग रोज मरते हैं। 460 का मतलब होता है कि एक बोइंग रोज क्रैश हो रहा है। अगर वाकई रियलिटी में अगर एक बोइंग रोज क्रैश हो, एक हवाई जहाज रोज गिरे, 460 लोग रोज मरें, तो 2-3 दिन 4 दिन में ही पूरा देश जग जाएगा। दुनिया भर की कमेटीज़ बन जाएंगी, ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक हाहाकार हो जाएगा। शायद इसलिए कि वो जो 460 लोग हैं वो मोस्ट वीवीआईपी हो सकते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ जो मरने वाले जो हैं वो 460 लोग वो अभागे लोग हैं जिनका शायद। और बात करते हैं अगर हम भारत की, तो जो ये रोड क्रैश सिवियरिटी है, 100 एक्सीडेंट में 32 लोग मरते हैं हमारे यहाँ। ऐसे भी कंट्रीज़ हैं जहाँ पे ये फिगर केवल 6-7 का है। चाहे हम बात करते हैं कोरिया की, टर्की, मोरक्को, ईरान, 6 लोग, 100 एक्सीडेंट्स होते हैं तो 6-7 लोग मरते हैं। क्या वजह है कि हमारे यहाँ 30-32 लोग निपट जाते हैं एक्सीडेंट में? और उसमें से भी अब आगे 2 व्हीलर्स और पैदल चलने वाले 57% के आसपास वो लोग हैं। एक मेन कारण आता है, अगर हम जब ट्रॉमा की बात करते हैं, तो व्हाट इज़ द रीज़न फॉर डेथ, व्हाट इज़ द पैटर्न ऑफ डेथ। इसको ट्राइमोडियल पैटर्न ऑफ डेथ कहा जाता है कि एक्सीडेंट के बाद एक तो इमीडिएट डेथ होती है, सीवियर हेड इंजरी हुई और लंग्स बर्स्ट हो गए, मेजर वेसल रप्चर हो गई, लीवर रप्चर हो गया, स्प्लीन रप्चर हो गई, किडनी रप्चर हो गई, मिनटों में खेल खत्म हो गया। हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते, चाहे बेस्ट ऑफ द मेडिकल फैसिलिटी भी हैं, तब भी वो पेशेंट को नहीं बचाया जा सकता। बट हम किनको बचा सकते हैं? जो अर्ली डेथ्स में आते हैं, कुछ घंटों तक जो जीवित रहते हैं, और एक लेट डेथ्स हैं जो हमारे प्रीव्यू से बाहर की हैं। ये जो अर्ली डेथ्स हैं, यहाँ पे एक शब्द आता है गोल्डन आवर। हम सब जानते हैं गोल्डन आवर क्या है। इसकी अहमियत ही है, ट्रॉमा केयर की बात करते हैं कि एक्सीडेंट के बाद में कितनी देर में उसके पास मेडिकल एड पहुंची। कोई ज़रूरी नहीं है उस वक्त क्योंकि स्पेशलिस्ट ही जाए, साधारण आदमी भी जाके उसकी जान बचा सकता है। कैसे, वो मैं आगे बताऊंगा। एक और शब्द आता है इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम। एक्सीडेंट के बाद ये कुछ चीज़ें होती हैं जो किसी की ज़िंदगी बचा सकती हैं, डेथ रोक सकती हैं, डिसेबिलिटी रोक सकती हैं। भारत की बात करते हैं तो इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम इस लगभग आधा घंटा। ये मैं शहर की बात कर रहा हूँ, गांव की तो बात ही नहीं कर रहा। मैं प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ भोपाल में और होशंगाबाद नवदापुर में, मुझे दोनों एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं। मैंने ऐसे केसेस भी देखे हैं कि रात में एक्सीडेंट हुआ, वो खेत में पड़ा रहा, पैर टूट के, फीमर टूट के, सुबह कोई व्यक्ति निकला तो उसने देखा उसको। ये इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम है। वैसे 24 मिनट के आसपास है, लेकिन ऐसे भी कंट्रीज़ हैं जहाँ पे लेस देन 5 मिनट्स, ताइवान में, यूएस में 7 मिनट है। तो हमारा जो टारगेट है वो ये है कि हम इस गोल्डन आवर को कैसे इस्तेमाल करें और इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम कैसे कम करें। तो हमारा टारगेट होगा कि हम 5 मिनट से भी कम समय में अगर इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम ला सकते हैं तो वाकई हम डेथ और डिसेबिलिटी को कम कर सकते हैं। ये सॉरी एक इस तरह की स्लाइड डाली मैंने, लेकिन एक आम सीन है ये। अक्सर ऐसे केसेस देखने को मिलते हैं, लोग बाग घेरा डाल लेते हैं, वीडियो बनाते हैं, शेयर करने लगते हैं, कोई उसे उठाता नहीं। और फैक्ट एक स्टडी के अनुसार ये है कि हम में से 74% लोग ऐसे हैं जो वहाँ पे जाने में डरते हैं। क्यों जाने में डरते हैं? हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है कि हम अगर उठा के लेके गए थाने में रिपोर्ट की तो थाने वाला हम ही पकड़ लेगा कि भाई एक्सीडेंट तेरे हाथ से ही हुआ है। डरते हैं हम लोग, फॉल्स इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं, लीगल कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैं। जबकि 2015 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट ने भी ये गुड सैमरिटन्स के लिए प्रोटेक्शन की बात की है। और आजकल ऐसा है कि ट्रॉमा सेंटर में अगर कोई आप में से कोई अगर सज्जन है, पेशेंट को छोड़ते हैं तो हम उसका नाम नहीं पूछते, पेशेंट लेके जाने देते हैं उसको। हम सबको ये प्रैक्टिस बढ़ानी चाहिए अपने अपने एरिया में कि नहीं होता, किसी की जान बचाना हमारा धर्म है। अगर आज की बात करते हैं, जहाँ पे 65% आबादी हमारे भारत में रूरल एरिया में रहती है, तो मेडिकल फैसिलिटी के नाम पे हम सब जानते हैं वहाँ पे कमियाँ हैं। लगभग 35% ही बेड अवेलेबिलिटी है गांव में, जबकि शहर में जो है, चाहे वो मेदांता हो, अपोलो है और कितने भी अस्पताल ले लें, सारा का सारा डेवलपमेंट हेल्थ का और एजुकेशन का शहरी भारत में ही हो रहा है। लेकिन वो जो भारतीय हैं जो गांव में रहते हैं, उनके बारे में भी हमको सोचना चाहिए। और अगर गवर्नमेंट सेटअप की बात करते हैं तो हाँ, हॉस्पिटल तो बन रहे हैं, लेकिन वहाँ पे मॉरल प्लस एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है डॉक्टर्स का। और डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल्स ऐसे हैं कि केवल ट्रैफिक का काम करते हैं। कोई भी अगर पॉलीट्रॉमा आया, हेड इंजरी आई, कोई ऐसा पेशेंट आया, उसको थोड़ा सा सेटल भी नहीं करते और उससे भेज देते हैं आगे हायर सेंटर के लिए। अपनी जवाबदारी से हम बचते हैं। सॉल्यूशन क्या है इसका? ये स्लाइड पे मैं विशेष ध्यान देना चाहूँगा चेयरमैन सर, हम सबका। देखिए, ये एक सजेशन है कि हर नेशनल हाईवे पे, हर स्टेट हाईवे पे हम लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स का नेटवर्क तैयार करें। कैसे तैयार करें? हर 100 किलोमीटर्स पे एक लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर होगा। लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स मैं बताऊंगा बाद में क्या होता है, लेकिन 100 किलोमीटर्स में लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स और बीच में एक ट्रॉमा एम्बुलेंस। जो लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स हैं वहाँ भी एम्बुलेंस खड़ी है, बीच में भी, मतलब 50 किलोमीटर्स का बीच का एरिया बसता है। इस 50 किलोमीटर्स के बीच में सड़क पे अगर देखते हैं तो ढाबे हो सकते हैं, पान ठेले हो सकते हैं, स्कूल्स हो सकते हैं, कुछ कस्बे हो सकते हैं। यहाँ पे हम जो है कुछ वॉलंटियर्स को बुलाएं जो अपने खुद से अपने सर्विसेज ऑफर कर सकते हैं। हम उनको लाइफ सेविंग फ्रेंड्स बनाएंगे, लाइफ सेविंग वॉलंटियर्स, जीवन मित्र। वो करेंगे क्या? ये स्लाइड बहुत ही ध्यान से देखने वाली स्लाइड है। ये 50 किलोमीटर पे एक एम्बुलेंस है और 50 किलोमीटर पे एक लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर है। सवाल उठता है, अगर एक्सीडेंट होता है तो वही बात कि गोल्डन आवर और इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम को कम कैसे करें। तो यहाँ पे 4 सवाल आते हैं कि हु विल अटेंड द विक्टिम, व्हाट दे विल डू, हु टू कॉल एंड वेयर टू शिफ्ट द विक्टिम। अगर हु विल अटेंड द कॉल, हम यहाँ पे हम बना रहे हैं उन जीवन मित्रों को। वो ढाबे वाला बंदा हो सकता है, पान ठेले वाला हो, स्कूल के दोस्त स्टूडेंट्स हो सकते हैं 11वीं 12वीं के। हम इनको फर्स्ट एड की ट्रेनिंग देंगे, हम इनको BLS की ट्रेनिंग देंगे, दैट इज बेसिक लाइफ सपोर्ट। हम इनको ATLS की ट्रेनिंग भी दे सकते हैं, दैट इज एडवांस ट्रॉमा लाइफ सपोर्ट। हम इनको फर्स्ट एड बॉक्सेस भी देंगे। देखिए, जब एक्सीडेंट होता है तो वहाँ पे कोई स्पेशलिस्ट न्यूरो सर्जन या कोई वेस्कुलर सर्जन नहीं बचा सकता। छोटी सी चीज़ होती है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे स्कूटर वाला गिरा, हेलमेट नहीं पहना हुआ, सिर सड़क से टकराया, कंकशन हुआ, थोड़ी देर के लिए बेहोश होगा। वो सीरियस नहीं है, लेकिन वो थोड़ी देर 3, 4, 5 मिनट के लिए भी अगर बेहोश हो रहा है और उस गलती से उसका दांत टूट गया और वो सीधा पड़ा हुआ है, बेहोश है। होश में तो आदमी उल्टी कर देता है, थूक देता है बाहर, लेकिन अनकॉन्शियस आदमी के डिग्लूटेशन रिफ्लेक्सेस रिड्यूस हो जाते हैं। दांत टूटा, सीधा पड़ा हुआ है, गर्दन सीधी है, तो ब्लड ट्रिकल होके उसके थ्रोट में जमता है, जहाँ पे एयरवे और फूड पाइप आसपास होते हैं। वो ब्लड जो है अगर उसके एयरवे में स्टक हो जाता है, 3-4 मिनट में उसके प्राण पे खिल उड़ सकते हैं, जबकि वो मरने लायक नहीं है। वहाँ पे जाके एक साधारण आदमी भी उसके गर्दन को अगर टेढ़ा कर देता है, एक अंगूठा यहाँ फंसा देता है, तो उसकी जान को बचा सकता है। किसी भाई, किसी बहन, किसी पति, किसी दोस्त को बचा सकता है। उसके लिए केवल जीवन मित्र, उनकी ट्रेनिंग। हम इसमें काम कर सकते हैं कि जो वॉलंटियर्स अगर आते हैं तो हम उनके लिए गवर्नमेंट से ये रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि इनके लिए कुछ स्पेशल अवार्ड दिए जा सकते हैं। अगर गांव का एरिया है तो उनके लिए कुछ लोन में कुछ रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कम की जा सकती है, या उनको कुछ अप्रिशिएट कर सकते हैं। डिफरेंट ओकेजन्स पे उनको जो है कुछ सर्टिफिकेट दे सकते हैं। कुछ भी एक ऐसी चीज़ जो उनके मोरल को बढ़ाए। वो करेंगे क्या? उनके लिए एक BLS में ABCDE होता है। A फॉर एयरवे, B फॉर ब्रीदिंग, C फॉर सर्कुलेशन, D फॉर डिसेबिलिटी, E फॉर इवैल्यूएशन, F फॉर फ्रैक्चर। इस तरह से ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ें होती हैं, उनको बार बार हैंड्स ऑन देने से रिफ्लेक्सेस बन जाते हैं वो। उसके बाद वो कॉल किसको करेंगे? वो इमीडिएटली क्या होता है, जैसे एक्सीडेंट होता है आवाज़ आती है। ये जो 50 किलोमीटर का जो एरिया है उसमें लगभग हम 25 वॉलंटियर्स अगर रख देते हैं, हर 2 किलोमीटर पे अगर हमारा एक वॉलंटियर है, और जैसे ही एक्सीडेंट होता है उस रास्ते पे भी हमने कुछ साइन बोर्ड्स लगा रखे हैं फ़ोन के। एक्सीडेंट हुआ, पता चला, ये भाग के गए अपने फर्स्ट एड बॉक्स के साथ में। आई एम श्योर कि ये जो टाइम है ये 5 मिनट से भी कम कर सकते हैं। बेस्ट टाइम 4.9 मिनट ही है ना। तो यहाँ पे अगर करते हैं हम उस 50 किलोमीटर पे 25, 30 कितने भी वॉलंटियर्स पैदा कर दें तो हम 5 मिनट के अंदर जो है वो इमरजेंसी रिस्पांस टाइम को कम कर सकते हैं, उस गोल्डन आवर को यूज़ कर सकते हैं, डेथ रेट कम कर सकते हैं, डिसेबिलिटी कम कर सकते हैं। ये लोग वहाँ जाके उसको अटेंड करेंगे, CPR कर सकते हैं, कुछ ब्लीडिंग है तो उसको टूनी के बांध सकते हैं और इमीडिएटली कॉल करेंगे उस एम्बुलेंस को जो उनके पास खड़ी है या फिर साथ वाला जो लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर है। सेम टाइम पे वो विक्टिम का वैलेट भी देखेंगे, अगर उसका मोबाइल दिखता है उसको भी कॉल कर सकते हैं, उनके रिलेटिव को। उसके बाद ये पेशेंट को शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं एम्बुलेंस से साथ वाले ट्रॉमा सेंटर पे। तो रिकमेंडेशन हैं, दिस इज द नर्मदा वे ऑफ रिकमेंडेशन कि लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर खोलना। और खोलना कहाँ पे लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर? अक्सर नेशनल हाईवे पे और स्टेट हाईवे पे पुलिस थाने होते हैं, तो हम पुलिस थाने के कैंपस में ही खोलेंगे। उसके 2-3 कारण है। हर जो एक्सीडेंट का केस होता है उसमें हमको प्री MLC नोट करना पड़ता है, दैट इज़ अ प्री मेडिको लीगल। तो थाने में ही है तो एक वो टेंशन कम होता है। दूसरा, कई बार क्या होता है कि बड़े एग्रेसिव अटेंडेंट्स आ जाते हैं। वो पेशेंट अगर मरने वाला है और अगर अस्पताल में मरता है तो हमने कई बार सुना है कि पिटाई हो जाती है डॉक्टर की, अस्पताल भी टूटते हैं, गलती बेचारी की नहीं होती और एक लेसन उससे ज़रूर मिल जाता है कि अगली बार लेने नहीं मुझे पेशेंट। तो अगर वो थाने में ही अगर ये लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर खुलता है तो डॉक्टर का भी प्रोटेक्शन होता है उससे। और ये जो हमने जो जीवन मित्र बनाए लाइफ सेविंग, ये हमारा रिकमेंडेशन है। इसके साथ ही मैं ये मानता हूँ, कई बार हम लोग फेस करते हैं कि एक्सीडेंट होता है, पैसे नहीं होते, पैसों के कारण जो बेचारा गरीब आदमी है उसको कहीं और ट्रीटमेंट लेना पड़ता है, सफ़र करता है। तो हम गुजारिश कर सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट से कि जिसके पास भी ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस है उसके पास रोड एक्सीडेंट इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी होना ज़रूरी है, वो हो ही बिल्कुल हो उसके पास में। उसके बाद अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी के आयुष्मान कार्ड चलता है और उसमें ये ट्रॉमा के केसेस नहीं लिए जाते, तो ये भी एक रिकमेंडेशन हम रिक्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं कि इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ इंक्लूजन ऑफ दिस रोड एक्सीडेंट केसेस इन आयुष्मान कार्ड आल्सो। और उसके बाद ये भी कर सकते हैं हम जो है, हालांकि ये दिल्ली में है, मेरे ख्याल से केजरीवाल ने किया, श्री केजरीवाल जी ने किया हुआ है कि कोई भी पेशेंट अगर प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में लेके जाते हैं, कोई भी सज्जन अगर छोड़ते हैं तो एटलीस्ट उस प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में पहले 12 घंटे का एक मिनिमम एश्योर जो अमाउंट है वो देना चाहिए, क्योंकि पेशेंट आता है उस वक्त पेशेंट से कोई एडवांस नहीं लिया जाता, ट्रीटमेंट इमीडिएटली शुरू करनी होती है, CT करना होता है, फ्लूइड देना होता है, इंट्यूबेट करना होता है, और 12 घंटे के बाद अगर रिलेटिव आते भी हैं तो उसे हायर सेंटर में शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं। और उस वक्त तो ऐसा माहौल होता है कि पेमेंट मांगना अच्छा नहीं लगता, तो जो भी है 5-6 हज़ार 7 हज़ार इससे ज़्यादा खर्चा नहीं होता, तो वो एक मिनिमम अमाउंट जो है गवर्नमेंट अगर एश्योर करे तो हॉस्पिटल जो है दे विल स्टार्ट टेकिंग दोज पेशेंट्स इन। और दूसरा, पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन फॉर ऑल हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ। लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर है क्या? मात्र 3000 स्क्वायर फीट जगह चाहिए, 3000 का नीचे, 3000 ऊपर 6000 स्क्वायर फीट। उसके बाद 10 बेड चाहिए, 2 ICU के हो जाएं, कैजुअल्टी हो जाए, उसके बाद आपका एक्सरे हो गया, CT हो गया तो बहुत अच्छा है, नहीं तो CT की ज़रूरत नहीं, एक्सरे हो गया, OT हो गया, मेजर OT, माइनर OT हो गया, और आपका आजकल वीडियो कॉल या टेलीमेडिसिन, ये बहुत ही हेल्पफुल है। और उसके बाद ये सारा का सारा जो है इंक्लूडिंग इक्विपमेंट्स 2-2.5 करोड़ में हो जाता है। कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है 10 करोड़ 20 करोड़, इतना कुछ ज़रूरत नहीं है। लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में सब कुछ हो सकता है। मुझे मालूम है, मेरा एक हॉस्पिटल था 10-15 बेड का, उसमें सब काम करता था मैं, ICU नहीं था, लेकिन हम हर ऑर्थोपेडिक केसेस करते थे। 32 स्टाफ मिल के, केवल 32 स्टाफ राउंड द क्लॉक सेवा कर सकता है लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में। करना क्या है लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर में? ट्रायज करना है, स्क्रीनिंग करनी है, प्राइमरी असेसमेंट करना है, ऑक्सीजन देनी है, हीमोडायनेमिक स्टेबिलिटी करनी है, स्पाइन केयर की फैसिलिटी चाहिए, और 50% हेड इंजरी पेशेंट्स को हम वहीं रख सकते हैं। देयर इज़ नो नीड टू शिफ्ट दोज पेशेंट टू हायर सेंटर, वहाँ भीड़ बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। मेजर ऑर्थोपेडिक सर्जरीज कैन बी परफॉर्म देयर। ये सारी की सारी चीज़ें अगर हो जाती हैं तो हम जो है, जो बड़े जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, मेडिकल कॉलेज के हॉस्पिटल्स को अननेसेसरी की भीड़ से बचा सकते हैं। पिछले 20-25 मिनट से आप मुझे सुन रहे हैं, आपको पता है भारत में इस वक्त कम से कम 30-35 लोग रोड एक्सीडेंट में मर चुके हैं। सर, ये बड़ा शॉकिंग विषय है, आप सब लोग आज भी हैं, कल भी हैं, ये संजीदा विषय है। मेरा मानना है कि हम सब इसमें काम करें, और हम कर सकते हैं, हम सब जागरूक हैं। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, बहुत इट वाज रियली नाइस एंड यूजफुल इंफॉर्मेशन।
मैं कुछ अगर प्रश्न है तो मैं
वी विल टेक द क्वेश्चन आंसर आफ्टर last presentation. I think it will be better. Our last presenter, Mr. Dr. Ravi Sekharji, Senior Principal Scientist, CRRI, work zone safety during construction, which is very useful for field engineers. Please start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Respected Chairman and Co-Chairman and respected all participants in this hall, I would like to present today on work safety zone during the construction. So today I will focus mainly on the 3 points. One is the SPA, like IRC SPA 55 is already given as a detailed discussion on work safety, what are the guidelines, how to follow the during the construction. These kind of things already pictorially represented. Those things I will explain. And later once the DPR is completed, how the drawings is submitting to the concessionaire to the client, those things will be discussed briefly. And later how practically implementing on the ground. Through some photos I will discuss in this presentation. And finally CR has done some kind of work zone project in association with JICA and for metro construction. But it will be useful to the road construction also. That is only, that is the 2 points. One is the on-site visualization techniques and dust monitoring techniques. Those things are the online monitoring kind of the techniques. And that technology was developed with the Kobe University, and the CRRI was evaluated in 2012 during the construction of the AIIMS metro station and Bengaluru Stadium metro station. And work zone safety, the definition I will not give in the detail, but the main object of the work zone safety is to reduce the risk. So in point of the workers as well as the public. So workers to be benefited and also the public to be benefited during the work zone safety audit as well as the construction. So the main elements, what are the main elements? Temporary traffic control devices and temporary construction elements. And because once the construction is completed one place, it will be shifted to the other place. So similarly challenging, channelizing the traffic circulation, mainly the traffic management plan. How traffic can be managed. So every work zone is not similar kind of the thing, because the topographical issues and 2 lane to 4 lane, 4 lane to 6 lane, so many kind of patterns are there. So accordingly the work zone movement have to be practiced and assisting construction activity in the field. So the main purpose is that, what is the main purpose? To improve the safety and to guide the highway authority and construction for effective implementation, and to review the methods which are currently adopted by the concessionaire, and to make the appropriate recommendation of the safety measures to be used different work zone or at the given site. So what are the main construction hazards? So everybody knows that one is the improper traffic management plan. You might have seen in in urban and also as well as rural areas. For example, even in underpass construction in the highly congested traffic intersection like Ashram Chowk. So for example, if the 3 lakhs vehicles are moving in urban particular intersection, so traffic management plan is very difficult. So it is not a easy, it is not a textbook example to maintain the traffic management plan in a rural area as well as in urban area. So both are the different categories. And improper worker protection and improper supervisor and worker action. For example, if you are not provided the training to the workers properly, so that is also creates a problem to the accident kind of the prone area. For example, if you are taken workers, they don't have how to manage the site, how to maintain the site, and how to you are not trained, so the problem may taking place. So there are some guidelines, principles are given, and this I will not discuss because of the time bound. And Populi Sahab already discussed in last presentation, last session. So work zone elements is given a pictorial representation. So but the elements, the major elements of this work zone are mainly the 5 elements are there mainly. Once the vehicles are approaching to the work zone area and the work zone buffer area, and also leaving the work zone and also the end of the work zone. So these 5 elements, how to decide what should be the dimensions to be considered. So how it can be taken care. These things are very important. So those things, IRC has been given already, SP55 is given. If the vehicle coming approaching to the like 2-lane carriageway or 4-lane carriageway or 6-lane carriageway, there the approaching speeds are maybe different. So every speed have the deciding factor to decide the, like these are the, in a previous dimension have been given the parameters like S1, S2, and there are the different dimensions have been, calculation has been given how to calculate the length of the transition, buffer zone length, and also their slope aspects, everything have been given in this table. So accordingly this table you can decide to provide the adequate lengths in the, on the work zone areas. Similarly, this is one of the pictorial representation in 2-lane carriageway. If the work zone is here, so like how this one, like New Jersey barrier, how, where it to be provided, and also the like where you have to provide, for example, starting at the work zone and giving the like guidance factor and providing the like signals like no overtaking, and also the speed controlling of the systems, and also the providing the like New Jersey barrier. And once the like here you have given the A, B, C and dimensions, these have been also deciding factors based on the speed measurements. So once this one end of the work zone, you providing like the signals are. So most of the like people we are we know like we have studied everything. IRC also given guidelines, also the drawing also submitting, but practically we are not able to providing on the ground. So those pictures I will provide during my experience driving like 300 kilometers, 400 kilometers. I collected some pictures. Those pictures I will explain today itself. And similarly, you see like if there is a 2 carriageways carrying out to left to the right side, how the traffic could to be moved from the this lane to the another lane. So the one lane has to be blocked and this lane also to be blocked. How this traffic to be moved from this lane to the another lane to be like approach, like what kind of the signals to be provided, how far distances to be provided. These all pictorial representation have been given by the IRC. So like these are the guidelines, but as a practical point of view, if you are implementing on the like 2-lane to 4-lane or 4-lane to 6-lane, so like site constraints and topographical issues and all kind of issues is the challenging factors for the like engineers at the ground. And similarly, 55 has been given like the area is concentric widening. Concentric widening, the both the areas like you are working in the working areas, construction is going on. So how it can be taken care during the, and what kind of the signals and also speed control measures, everything been given in this pictorial representation. Similarly, the location of the signboards, the location of the signboards and distance also been given by IRC as per the speed measurements. And similarly here you can see this one to 4-lane to 6-lane carriageway here. There is a 4-lane, it is going to the diverting here from here to this area and merging here. And also in this area they also provided this is a continuous red mark is the New Jersey barriers here, and also object hazard marker have been given here, and water cans also provided in this one here, and corner place and merging portion also given proper direction. So if you follow this kind of pictorial representation, if you implement it on the ground, you can control the accidents in the site. And also there is a difference between the night vision and the day vision also, how it will be impacted and during the night and day, that also will provide in a pictorial representation. Similarly, you see there is a tapering like 2-lane to the 4-lane. 2-lane to 4-lane already Professor Sevaram sir already given a excellent presentation on the tapering kind of the things, even in work zone also you have to provide the same kind of the tapering issues and taken care about the all kind of directions and implementations. And typically if you are providing constructing at the vehicle underpass in urban area, particularly the national highways entering into the urban area, and proper vehicle underpass to be provided, and the vehicle underpass is provided, and for example connecting the lateral roads in both the directions, it is a complicated situations, and also you are disturbing the existing traffic movement. So now you have to divert the traffic movement from the intersection to the another lane, proper radius to be given at the lateral road, proper radius to be given, and also the merging portion also more important to be provided properly, and these distances also provided here, and where the intersection, the signs to be provided, and direction boards, and also all the like pictorial representation systematically given by SP55. So it is a very user-friendly drawings given by SP55. So everybody should follow, because like implementation is more important than the reading. So you know where to provide it. If you are not implemented, this is like also the negligence and carelessness. And similarly, most problem in the national highways, like I have seen like many like projects in India national highway. So like during the construction, forgetting about the pedestrian, not only in the national highway, like in the Delhi, in the most of the places in like metro construction, also in subway like construction, most of the things, the people are not provided for the pedestrians. Like for example, you provide the vehicle movement, but pedestrians, you are not provided any kind of the separate the thing. Like 0.5 meters, IRC code is telling about 1.5 meters. At least provide 1.5 meters to walk. So pedestrian to be taken care, because traffic will come in a very high speed, how the pedestrian will cross the road. And for example, existing footpath is there, how the footpath to be moved and how the footpath will be tapered. You should not provide a improper tapering. So as per the tapering, and also to be taken care, and also providing the temporary footpath, and provide the temporary footpath, and provide the proper signs and everything, then it will be very much useful to the during the construction. Similarly, like it is a construction like speed breakers. For example, a national highway is like crossing to any urban areas, then you should be taken care about to the like a speed breaker, like speed breakers in both the sides and entering into approaches. And if you provided speed breaker, and proper signs also required. So what distances, like before you have to warn the driver where is a speed breaker, how distances, these kind of all the distances have been provided, and the like vertical alignment. For example, most of the cases you've seen like U-turn you have provided, but proper signs you are not provided, and the vertical gradients are different. One, for example, you are using in the like widening in the another lane, one is the like low level 2-lane road, and another one is the like high level 2-lane road. So if you are providing any U-turn road, so improper treatment at the U-turn, that will create a overtapping of the vehicle, and also the accidents will be taken care. And similarly, intersection, road work at the center of the intersection. If you are providing the center of the intersection, 4 arms are important. 4 arms are very important. All the 4 arms, traffic is coming to the intersection. You have to taken care all the 4 arms, not only the national highway. You have to taken care of the village roads, also MDR, and also the state highway. Those things to be taken care, and to provided the proper signs and road markings in the 4 arms itself. And some kind of like in the previous presentation, might have raised some questions about the how far the distances to be provided. For example, IRC is given here. For example, the shoulder is here. At what distances you have provided the signboard? So it is, for example, it is a D kind of the case. The minimum is like 1500 meters, and desirable is 1800 mm, 1.8 meters, 1.5 meters, and max is 2.1 meters. Every proper location of the signboard given by IRC, where to be provided. For example, if it is a median place and footpath, this board where to be provided. It is for example, it is E. These all dimensions have been given in mm. The proper representation is been given by IRC. Implementation is more important. Similarly, I will not discuss about the science and traffic control measures to be considered in the work zone areas, that is given by SP55. What I would like to first focus something, channelizing devices, tubular markers, and the drum. Also provided some other kind of the barriers, like for example water filler barricades, and also the lighting devices, variable message signs have been given here. And most important part is workers' safety. So what is the worker safety? The checklist provided. For example, you see the construction, like there are the road construction and the metro construction, there are 2 important things. I have attended many safety programs of the metro construction, and the first metro construction where I have seen that every week the training to the workers to be provided. So they are giving the more knowledge to the workers, means that they will get awareness. Similarly, they are providing a dashboard kind of information. So what should be like checklist provided in front of the work zone areas? What is the deficiency and what should be improvement? Those kind of things are more important. So main points are the training of the workers is more important, and worker safety apparels and temporary traffic barriers, speed reduction measures, planning of activity area, planning for worker safety. These points are very important and focus to give a guidance and training to the workers in the area. So like what I suggested here, some other drawings, like for example, we are providing a drawings. Like IRC is given, SP50 is given, pictorial representation, color code, everything. But for example, you have developed a drawing, but the drawing you are giving in a different color. So you are given here, this is a green color, there is no green color in SP55. So like designer providing the own kind of the colors and everything, it will give a confusion to the implementation people. So the design like drawing should be taken care to follow the IRC guidelines. Similarly, like many of the drawings I've seen, like the designer submitted to the like clients, and also the for example here you see here the like it is improvement of the minor bridge traffic diversion plan, the bridges construction and minor bridge implementation plan. But here also you can see like the own kind of the colors coded and non-standard dimensions, non-standard pictorial representation is give a confusion and also implementation in a problem. So now, I will discuss only some pictorial representation, some of the pictures in India, Maharashtra state. So you see here in the first part, potholes are there, developing of existing carriageway. Itself is a new carriage, new payment is there. Already potholes are provided, heavy vehicles area. And you see iron bars used as delineators. So how it is difficult, like iron bars is used, like this is National Highway Road. I will not give any kind of name of this National Highway Road here. And you can see here the diversion boards. These are the diversion boards, National Highway Board. National Highway, people are using this kind of the diversion boards. See, this is collected in recently, just 15 days back. Safety issues identified at the work site. And you see here the stop sign zones, like their own representation, their own color, and that's why the need of the training of the workers as well as the site engineers, everybody. That is more important. Training is more important. So, like you see here the cautions board, National Highway, what kind of the boards they provided. And you see here the safety issues identified at the work site. Lack of pedestrian facilities at work site. For example, there is no, for example, construction is going on. Where is the pedestrian footpath? There is no footpath. But SP55, we have given a footpath dimension, everything we have given. Where is the implementation? So, like you can see, here you see both the pictures. One is taken at the daytime, another one is taken at the night time. So, daytime visibility is there. So, hazard markers, for example, retroreflectors are not at all required, but visibility is less. For example, in the case of the night time, it is more dangerous. There is no kind of like nighttime vision, lack of visibility, and also retroreflective sheets are not provided. Any other safety guidance are not provided. So, 2 minutes, sir. And similarly, other edge drops. For example, main issues are the edge drops. The edge drops is more than like 300 meters, 300 mm to the 0.5 meters, and the proper taken care to be taken care, and accordingly like New Jersey barrier to be provided, that was not there, and the locally available material and some temporary kind of the sticks have been provided here. And also here, see here the safety issues. Here in this case, the vertical drop is more than 2 meters. More than 2 meters, it is a minor bridge construction going on. There is no safety measures. So these are all issues are there, and I will quickly go through some other things. For example, constructing very big like bridges, and like there is no safety of the workers. Workers are not at all using the gloves, not at all using any safety jackets, and other kind of like they are using like wooden ladders and everything. So no other safety guide. This is this emphasizes that improper training of the workers. And similarly, even workers also, we are not able to provide a proper like facilities at the ground and site. How they will like maintain like entire like 6 months construction or 7 months construction. So no proper treatment to the workers. This is one of the like identification was done on the site. So, sir, I will explain the 2 points. One of the, like we have done, CRA done like on-site visualization techniques, which was implemented in the Ames metro station, like a cut-fill station, because if you are like, this method can be implemented to the road also. For example, any kind of like underpass or maybe like flyover constructed and existing like facilities may be disturbed. So, we can watch the facility of the bridge. Like in the previous presentation, sir also told that about, for example, we are constructing any like heavy structure. So what is the stability of the structure? So how it can be monitored? There are a lot of techniques came in the Japan. This is a project funded by the JICA, and Kobe University developed one instrument. That instrument is that if you provided that instrument and provided that you will give the information of the deflection of the particular structure. sir, 1 second. Deflection of the structure. So that deflection threshold, so will be given a color-coded indication. It will automatically, data will be stored in the cloud computing center. So that threshold is there. Once the color came to the red color, based on threshold, the workers will be evacuated from the site. It will give a warning site, kind of the things. So that kind of instrument was developed, and we have evaluated those techniques. Similarly, dust monitoring method. For example, most of the construction sites in India, we are taking about the construction safety. What about the dust? So we are not able to measuring the dust quality, dust index. And we have introduced one instrument, is a simple instrument they developed using artificial intelligence. You take a camera picture and it will automatically come the index dust density. So that was evaluated by the standard instrument, and we measured, and that was worked well and highly correlated, and this can be used in any kind of the site, sir. That is the kind of thing. And I will not one thing we have observed, one thing, the traffic ITS application traffic management, and Bhopal they provide cloud computing center, control command center. I have watched, we have visited the site, and the site is managing that, this CCC is managing that almost 6 cities data and online data, that is monitoring, and it will give the information. This is urban point of view, not rural point of view. Similarly, way forward, my issue is that similarly the National Highway Authority of India should focus on some kind of centralized monitoring of the system. Like for example, 200 kilometers corridor, there should be some kind of mechanism to monitor the the online monitoring system. So that is my idea, sir. These are so many IRC codes which was considered in the presentation. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Now the floor is open for question answer to all three presenters here. Any question?
I want to ask Anish sir. Sir, Anish sir is told about Safe Corridor demonstration project in Kerala, and we are just going to implement, just to start Safe Corridor project in State Highway, Manawar to Toki. It is about 18 kilometers. So I want to know that what is the cost of the Safe demonstration project? At present, that is a intermediate carriageway width.
Okay, for that 80 kilometers that we have developed,
yes,
the KSTP, Kerala State Transport Project, was the implementing agency. Yes. So if I am right, it was around 460 odd crores of rupees for all the 4 elements of road
460
safety.
460 crores, 460 lakhs.
Yeah.
460 crores.
Huh.
Crores.
No.
18, 18.
80 kilometers.
18 kilometers.
80 kilometers.
No, आपका 18, our corridor is 18 kilometers.
18 kilometers.
Yes.
No.
Intermediate lane, with intermediate lane.
No.
Sir, actually, what you are telling is that all 4 components you are talking about.
Yes, yes.
So, if we talk about only the engineering component, then do you have any idea how much does it cost basically?
No, the costing, I am not aware of that.
Okay, because our project is just going to start. Your project has already finished, sir?
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, we will meet you, sir, and we would like to visit your project, before the start of our implementation of our project.
Yes, yes, it can be done.
Sir, my question is with Dr. Sharma also, sir. Sir, actually, under the same project, it is a World Bank funded project. We are developing some level 3 trauma centers. As you very rightly said, we have also downloaded the requirement of equipment, and providing equipment is fine, sir. But we had to really break our heads with the health department as far as providing the staff is concerned. You know, we had conducted ACTNS training for the nurses and ACTLS training for the doctors. So taking training is fine. Government has, given us the candidates. But as far as identifying one CHC and developing it to the trauma 3 trauma center, level 3 trauma center. Then sir, we had provided the equipments. Now the staff is not being provided. So that is a big issue as far as road safety trauma care part is concerned, sir. That the lack of manpower is a big issue, sir.
Hello. I think gradually this problem will be taken care by the government with the PPP mode. Yeah, it's already, I mean, see, when I passed, when the Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh the same, we only 720 students, you know, were becoming doctors MBBS. Only 6 medical colleges were there and 720 MBBS students were passing every year. Now, I think this number is more than 5,000. 5,000 डॉक्टर बन रहे हैं, हर साल 5,000 डॉक्टर बन रहे हैं. और जहाँ तक बात है, ये जो मैंने लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स की बात की है, ये ऑलरेडी मैं चलाता था, 10-12 बेड का हॉस्पिटल में भी चलाता था. सवाल उठता है कि अगर गवर्नमेंट जो है पीपीपी मोड पे आ जाती है, मिल के शेक हैंड के साथ में करते हैं, तो चीज़ें हो सकती हैं. थोड़ा सा लिबरलाइजेशन करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अभी जिस तरह से स्टैंडर्ड्स हो रहे हैं, किसी भी प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स के लिए 26-27 लाइसेंसेस लेने पड़ते हैं. लेकिन जब नहीं है, हमारे पास में मैन पावर नहीं है, तो हम जो है जो दूसरे जो मोदी जी वैसे भी स्किल को लेके काम कर रहे हैं, तो देयर आर वर्कर्स, उनको जो है 6 मंथ्स का सर्टिफिकेशन कोर्स करा के हम अपने इसमें लगा सकते हैं. बट मुझे लगता है कि वो दिन दूर नहीं है जब इस तरह की चीज़ें आ जाएंगी. आपकी भी समस्या है, हमारी भी समस्या है लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर्स की. बट द थिंग्स आर ग्रेजुअली, द गैप इज बीइंग फिल्ड, यू नो, हो जाएगा.
यस डॉक्टर शर्मा, आपके लेवल 3 ट्रॉमा सेंटर के जो इनोवेटिव आइडिया है उसके लिए सबसे पहले मैं आपको बधाई देता हूँ. ये जो बहुत ही एक आपने इनोवेटिव और उपयोगी चीज़ जो हम लोगों को बताई है, एंड विच कैन बी लिंक विद द हाईवे प्रोजेक्ट्स सो एज टू हेल्प दी सेव दी गोल्डन आवर. तो इसके लिए जो समस्याएं जो ये बताई जा रही हैं निश्चित रूप से सही हैं कि उनका कंस्ट्रक्शन, उनका मेंटेनेंस, उनका ऑपरेशन, कंस्ट्रक्शन तो एक बार फिर भी पॉसिबल, बट द ऑपरेशन एंड द स्टाफ अरेंजमेंट दैट कैन बी डेफिनेटली एन इशू, because our BOT operators or the agencies which are constructing, they are not having the expertise in the healthcare, and those people may not be interested in conducting those trauma centers because they have their own problems. So in that case, that PPP model can be useful. And as far as the construction is concerned, it can be linked with the, there can be provision in the any HAM model or BOT model or EPC model. The construction part can be taken care, and even the equipment also. For staff and all, either it can be taken care by the run by the PPP model, and to further facilitate it, that particular trauma center can take care of the other tertiary area, so that the economics can be worked out. So that can be possible. That trauma center itself may not be a trauma center, it can be a hospital for the surrounding areas also.
Sir, as you said is rightly, मेरा तो छोटा सा एक्सपीरियंस है. मेरे ख्याल से विवेक जायसवाल जी यहाँ बैठे होंगे, वो विवेक जायसवाल जी बैठे हों. तो ये किसी कारण से भोपाल मेरे पास आए थे, हमने ऐसी कोई शुरुआत की, तो इनकी ईगरनेस को और इनके सपोर्टिव एक्शन को देख के मैं रियली अप्रिशिएट करूँगा. तो जो टोल प्लाजा है वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी कुछ प्रोविजंस हैं NHAI के, एम्बुलेंसेस हैं, और इनके कहने पे हमने जो है इनके काफ़ी वर्कर्स को BLS ट्रेनिंग भी दी. तो वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी टोल प्लाजा में जो आपका स्टाफ रहता है, तो एक ये इनिशिएटिव तो हुआ है. मेरे ख्याल से समय आएगा तो देखिए, मैंने कहा ना कि केवल वहाँ पे किसी भी एक्सपर्टाइज की ज़रूरत नहीं है. एक्सीडेंट हुआ वहाँ पे हम में से कुछ लोग जो हैं जिन्होंने BLS की ट्रेनिंग ली है, फर्स्ट एड की ट्रेनिंग ली है, छोटे छोटे मैन्यूवर से हम किसी की जान तो बचा ही सकते हैं. और समय के साथ में ये चीज़ें आते जाएंगी, ग्रेजुअली सड़कें अच्छी हुई हैं, बट हम सबको जो थोड़ा सा सिविक सेंस आ जाए भारत में, तो काफ़ी चीज़ों से हम बच सकते हैं. सर,
एक आपने बहुत चीज़ बताई आज जानकारी की कि आयुष्मान कार्ड के जो होल्डर्स हैं वो इसमें कवर नहीं होते. ये बड़ा एक नेगेटिव चीज़ है. अदरवाइज़ मैंने देखा कि आयुष्मान कार्ड का बहुत लाभ हो रहा है.
हमारे मतलब जो हमारे यहाँ चौकीदार है उसका बच्चा भी बीमार हुआ था, यानी आयुष्मान कार्ड से एक निजी अस्पताल में लगभग 50,000 से ऊपर तक का उसका भुगतान आराम से हो गया और बहुत ही प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट उसको मिला। तो ये आयुष्मान कार्ड में इसको ना कवर करने का कोई लॉजिक समझ में नहीं आता है कि ये कोई ऐसी चीज़ नहीं है जिसको आयुष्मान।
सर वैसे आयुष्मान कार्ड में 5 लाख रुपए तक का प्रोविज़न है, बट 5 लाख रुपए साल का है और वो बहुत सी बीमारियों का है, इसलिए उन्होंने जो है कुछ पैकेजेस बना दिए हैं, जैसे ये हड्डी टूटी या कुछ टूटा, उसके पैकेजेस हैं। बट ट्रॉमा की बात हम जब करते हैं तो ट्रॉमा में पैकेज इसलिए नहीं बनाया जा सकता है क्योंकि द पेशेंट सस्टेन मल्टीपल इंजरी, इट्स ए हेड इंजरी, इट्स ए थोरेसिक इंजरी, इट्स ए वैस्कुलर इंजरी, द पेशेंट मे बी ऑन वेंटिलेटर फॉर लॉन्ग टाइम, उसका बिल जो है वो लाख रुपए का बन जाता है। तो उसमें
इनिशियली 5 लाख रुपए तो मिलेंगे ना कम से कम सर, कुछ तो
5 लाख सर पूरी 1760 बीमारियों का है, टोटल 5 लाख किसी एक बीमारी का नहीं है।
डॉक्टर साहब मैं आपका धन्यवाद दूंगा, आपने एक हमारे लिए ट्रेनिंग ऑर्गेनाइज की थी। ऐसी ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम आप अगर और भी मंथली बाई मंथली अगर ऑर्गेनाइज करें तो वो सभी को बेनिफिटेड करेगा। उसके साथ एक चीज़ और चाहूँगा मैं कि आप अगर जैसा भोपाल में आपने इनिशिएटिव लिया, अगर आप जो आपके और कलीग्स डॉक्टर हैं उनको अदर सिटीज़ में भी मोटिवेट करें कि वो भी इस तरह के कुछ प्रोग्राम्स ऑर्गेनाइज करें लोगों को ट्रेन करने के लिए, दैट विल बेनिफिशियल टू ऑल। थैंक यू।
एक्चुअली डॉक्टर साहब तो लगे ही हैं इसमें, एज एनजीओ काम कर रहे हैं, काफ़ी हेल्पिंग हैं। आई थिंक I will request co-chairman to give his concluding remarks in short.
सर मैं डॉक्टर साहब से थोड़ा सा बात कर।
हाँ, but we are too late. I think you can discuss in dinner time. At dinner time, I think.
सर
yes.
सर 1 मिनट मैं लेना चाहूँगा। मैं ये इसके लिए एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में कैशलेस इंश्योरेंस स्कीम निकालना चाह रहे थे, तो एडीबी के असिस्टेंस से निकालने के लिए हमने उसमें काफ़ी कोशिश की थी जब मैं एमपीआरडीसी में हुआ करता था, तो उसके टेंडर भी आ गए थे और इट वाज लोन, एक्चुअली लोन था, लेकिन लोन में ये कैशलेस इंश्योरेंस स्कीम का एक कंपोनेंट था जो कि लोन को पूरा करता है, जो ज़रूरी था करना। सरकार की थोड़ी मंशा होना चाहिए इसमें कि सिर्फ 5 जिले छांटे थे हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, और कुछ खास बात नहीं थी, 35,000 रुपये एक विक्टिम के लिए मिलना था वो, उसमें ये गोल्डन आवर के लिए पीरियड था उसमें ट्रीटमेंट के लिए, और मेरे ख्याल से 10-12 करोड़ रुपए आया था 3 साल के लिए, कोई ज़्यादा नहीं था वो। और उसके बाद पता नहीं जो मंशा सरकार की होती है कि कुछ शुरुआत कैशलेस से करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आयुष्मान में कवर नहीं हो रहा है, तो करीब 20% जनसंख्या जो थी विक्टिम्स की वो इसमें कवर हो रही थी, और ये वही लोग थे, क्योंकि आयुष्मान में तो गरीब तबके का आदमी उसको मिलता है, जो गाड़ी वाला होता है वो थोड़ा बड़ा होता है, उसके लिए कोई ट्रीटमेंट पैसे हैं उसके पास में, परंतु तुरंत ट्रीटमेंट के लिए जो गोल्डन आवर्स में उस समय नहीं होते किसी के पास पैसे, तो इलाज चूँकि शुरू हो जाए 1 घंटा 24 घंटे के लिए हमने रखा था, उसका एक अच्छी स्कीम बनाई थी, उसके टेंडर भी हो गए थे, उसके बाद वो ठंडे बस्ते में चली गई। तो ये सरकार की थोड़ी मंशा होना चाहिए,
ये इंटरनल गवर्नमेंट का इशू है।
इस फोरम से यदि कोई रिकमेंडेशन हो जाए,
टेक अप दिस इशू एट गवर्नमेंट लेवल एक्चुअली।
सर इस फोरम से कोई
वी कैन रिकमेंड दिस एक्चुअली।
हाँ सर, ये होना चाहिए, कुछ पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में यदि करें तो बहुत अच्छी बात है।
यस यस प्लीज Mr. Joshi, I will request you to sum up.
Thank you, Chairman sir. It was a very interesting, informative and worth implementing ideas presented by 4 worthy presenters, beginning with Ms. Irina from Russian Federation. She talked about pedestrian safety with reference to the draft code prepared by Russia. I am happy that we also have, guidelines for pedestrian facility design, recently, revised by IRC. And we can only need is that we should refer and access those codes. Second presentation was by Mr. Anish Kini on very interesting topic of but highly specialized crash investigation and data analysis management. I think through this regional centers of IRED and RAPID, this kind of activities so as to go into the causal factors which really create crash prone situations can be identified and tracked back. So from that point of view, it is of very high information and usage for making the road safe. Third presentation was by Dr. Rajesh Sharma. It was quite emotive in nature, and the tagline which he floated finally, that the character of the country is measured by the civic sense of the citizen. It is extremely amazing, and I would like audience to clap for this tagline for him. The last presentation was by Dr. Ravi Shekhar. He is a very avid researcher. We know him since last 15 years. We have also worked together, and he has thoroughly highlighted the provisions required to make the work zone for 2 laning to 4 laning, 4 laning to 6 laning, and also at certain locations, specifically the construction sites for rural areas as well as the urban areas. And also he has highlighted need for worker safety. I think looking to all the presentations except Dr. Sharma's presentation, IRC has created wealth of literature through its guidelines and the special publications. Only need is that we have to access it. I think IRC can also think of having a very comprehensive combined document, a single document, rather than 15-20 documents people have to refer to. It may be kind of a road safety manual sort of thing, so engineers can refer a single document and can take cue how to address the typical situations arising during planning, construction, operation as well as maintenance of our road system. Thank you all for your patience and interest till 7 p.m. today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Now I will summarize very briefly, as we are too late actually. The first presentation, ensuring safety of pedestrian traffic in Russia, it was very useful presentation regarding safety of pedestrians. Actually, pedestrians are the most vulnerable road user. There are over 100 pedestrians for every vehicle, but pedestrians safety is largely ignored in our country actually, and in Russia they are taking care of it. As per PTRI report of MP, 6,472 accidents involved pedestrians in 2020, whereas 1,472 accidents were fatal and 1,512 pedestrians lost their lives. A presentation from Russia, we learned about steps taken in Russia towards ensuring the road safety actually. And the second one was a session by NETPEC Kerala, accident inspection and data analysis. It was very useful presentation. Accident inspection helps decision makers in understanding the nature and cause of accident. This information provides context for the design of strategies and interventions to reduce accidents and their consequences. And this presentation had opportunity to enrich ourselves with the methodology being adopted by NETPEC for crash scene investigation. And he has explained it very well. Third one, really interesting presentation. It was Dr. Rajesh Sharma, and it discussed in detail. As outlined by Sri S.K. Nirmal ji in the inaugural session, there are 4 E's revolved around the road safety measures, which are engineering, enforcement, education and emergency. And the last one, emergency care, he explained very well. I am very thankful to Dr. Rajesh Sharma ji. And he emphasized level 3 trauma center at every 100 kilometer and with ambulance at 50 kilometer at a stretch. And Jeevan Mitra Yojana is very, very unique concept. I think we should, government should adopt it, and IRC will recommend it. Our recommendation. And last one, Dr. Ravi Shekhar ji. work zone safety. This presentation was very useful, is very useful for our field professionals. IRC is also doing over this work. SP55 traffic control device is very useful, sir. Road construction for road maintenance, road construction or road maintenance both give risk to work zone. In urban areas, footways or sideways are often used to store materials, forcing pedestrians onto the main traffic stream. This is very, very dangerous. Buffer zones to the working zones are reduced to 0, placing the workforce at great risk of accident from passing traffic. We learned about work zone safety in this presentation. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you. I close this session.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the chairman to please felicitate the presenter with a token of appreciation. Sir, we will be taking another 5 minutes, sir. Please be patient and please be seated, sir. Please. I request Mr. R.L. Verma, Chief Engineer, Madhya Pradesh Public Works Department, to please felicitate the chairman and the co-chairman. With this, we conclude our day 1 session. We will be continuing the technical session tomorrow at 10 a.m. Delegates are requested to be present at 9:45 a.m. We also have a cultural program. It will be held in the lawn area. It will start from 7:30. I am very sorry for the delay that has occurred. In that cultural program, you can enjoy the traditional folk dances, Bollywood music and stand-up comedy, followed by a gala dinner. Thank you, everyone.